Hey guy, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine, and yes, this is the next part of my Marvel Girlfriend is Spider-Girl, and also this is the end of the season 1 of this story. Where I traveled to the Marvel world and became a transfer student at Empire State University. He also raised a traveling frog that could bring back specialties for him from different dimensions. So let's start without any delay. Peter was shocked when Norman said he had bought people for a human experiment. Dr. Norman, what do you mean by that? Peter's reaction was expected by Norman. Since the two were partners, Norman had no intention of hiding it. Peter, you should know that the ultimate goal of our experiment is to benefit mankind. And with such a great prospect, it is normal to sacrifice a few people. Listening to Norman's sophistry, Peter suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "What do you mean by bought?" Norman smiled indifferently. "Peter, as you said, we can't find volunteers for this experiment, because no volunteers would believe this kind of experiment either. So, I walked away a little bit, bought a couple of people from an organization in New York City, used them for this experiment." Looking at Peter, Norman continued, "Especially what you just said reminded me. We have no way of determining whether the irritability of the test product is a second personality or an amplification of emotions. Because we don't have a way to communicate with monkeys. So I feel that starting human trials right away is the only way to continue improving our results." Finished Norman. Looking at Norman's relaxed look saying those words, Peter couldn't help but voice out the anger rising in his heart. "I think you're crazy. Don't you know it's illegal to participate in human trafficking?" But as he was about to continue, Norman interjected, "Peter, scientific experiments always require the sacrifice of some people. Also, I didn't harm them, I was saving them. Even if they were not bought by me for experiments, they would be sold to other bad places, and finally, be tortured to death. And I let their lives show their final calling. Isn't it good? Speaking of which, they have to thank me at the end." Norman took a sip of water unhurriedly, moistening his parched mouth. Peter didn't expect that Norman was such a person who wanted to sacrifice innocent people for his experiments. And he was even the one who bought it himself. Peter angrily took off his white coat, and with an exasperated voice, he said, "Norman, from now on, I will no longer participate in your experiment." After speaking, Peter walked out of the laboratory without looking back. Looking at Peter leaving the laboratory, Norman was not in a hurry, but shouted, "Peter, I believe you will come back and continue this experiment with me." Peter's footsteps stopped, feeling even angrier with every passing second he heard. He turned back and shouted, "Never." Also, his attitude is not suitable for the next experiment, Norman added after Peter left. Afterwards, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. This was the number of the seller, which had already promised to send someone over tonight. Norman was calling now, just to confirm with him the place for tonight's transaction. As a public figure, Norman naturally would not go to the inspection in person but would send someone over in his place. After the call connected, Norman immediately asked, "Where are you trading tonight?" But unexpectedly, the answer over there made Norman's heart sink to the bottom in an instant. "Our nest was taken over by the police. I'm afraid there is no way to deliver it to you in a short time." "What are you talking about? I already paid the deposit. Do you want to back out now?" Norman was suddenly furious. Of course, what he cared about was not the deposit, but his experimental subjects that were gone. As a result, the experiment could not go on and it would be difficult for him to explain to any of the generals. On the other end of the phone, the seller said in a mocking voice, "Mr. Norman Osborn, of course, we don't want to back out. If you don't believe it, you can turn on the TV now and watch today's latest news." Norman's face suddenly sank, and with a hint of anger in his tone, he said, "Do you know who I am? Mr. Osborn, please don't be angry. You also know that our business is very dangerous. In order to ensure our business, we will investigate every trader we get in contact with. Then be careful and live longer," Norman cautioned the seller. He sneered, and continued, "so that in the end, you won't be all over the place." The other party fell silent for a moment, and continued, "Your goods, I will contact you again when the opportunity arises." After finishing his word, he didn't give Norman a chance to continue talking and immediately hung up the phone. Norman, who wanted to continue to say something, only heard a busy tone. When he called again, it was no longer possible to get through. "Fuck." Norman angrily smashed the phone in his hand to the ground. Then he glanced outside the laboratory and turned on the TV. The news on TV happened to be reporting a human trafficking case uncovered by the New York Police Department last night. In a quarantine area, a large number of patients lived. After a reporter's introduction, Norman knew that these were all people rescued by George. And among these people, he saw his would-be experimental subjects. Norman sat weakly on the sofa. Now there were no longer test subjects. How should he conduct the next experiment? On the other side of the line, Kingpin squeezed the phone in his hand, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Norman Osborn. You really can speak." Obviously, it was Kingpin who had just spoken to Norman, and Norman was very angry. "Nick Fury, don't let me down." In the end, Kingpin could only grit his teeth and endure for a little while. SHIELD headquarters. Inside Nick Fury's office. Glancing at the information Agent Hill just brought, Nick Fury frowned. "Did you find anything?" Hill shook her head and replied, "No, the evidence received by the newspapers and branches is relayed by multiple anonymous accounts. Deleted the account immediately after each retweet, almost no trace." Nick Fury read the information several times and found that even he couldn't find any clues on it. Has Kingpin offended anyone recently? Hill thought about it and said, "I wanted to report to you last time, but you said you didn't want to hear it. I want to hear it now," Nick Fury ordered, not wanting to hear any more of his blunders. Not long ago, Kingpin planned to attack a young and newly rich man and sent 4 people to his house, but they went crazy. Explained Hill. What? Nick Fury wondered if he had heard it wrong. Kingpin sent 4 people in his hands to someone else's house but they went crazy in the end. What kind of weird story development is this? Hill pressed the tablet in her hand, and a video immediately appeared on the big screen. The content of the video was about 4 men in black, who walked out of Kingpin's office. Then, there was the video for the following scene. Nick Fury glanced at the time and the difference between the 2 videos was nearly 3 hours. In the second video, the 4 people were seen playing happily on the street as if they were out of their minds and one even urinated in the street. Until they were found and taken away by Kingpin's people. What happened in between? Nick Fury asked. Hill shook her head and said, "I don't know, from when they left Kingpin's building until the second video, no information was found in the middle of what they were going to do." "Then who is the young rich man they are looking for?" asked Nick, feeling he was onto something. Hill continued to operate on the tablet, and then a material that Nick Fury had never seen before appeared on the screen. RAI, a student at Empire State University, now lives in New York for transfer reasons. After his adoptive parents died, they left him a huge legacy, enough to keep him safe for the rest of his life. But not long ago, when Stark Industries stock fell, he took the opportunity to buy nearly 60% of Stark Industries stock. When Tony beat Obadiah, the stock went up, and he became the new billionaire as a result. Hill succinctly explained RAI's information, and finally added, Kingpin also wanted to buy all the stocks of Stark Industries in his hands at a price of $1. Looking at RAI with a standard Oriental face on the screen, Nick Fury raised his chin with his hand and asked, "Where does he live?" "The 13th block." Hearing her answer, Nick Fury was taken aback for a moment. "Is it the 13th block again?" he immediately thought. The previous golden macaw was also tracked to the 13th block and disappeared. He glanced at RAI on the screen again and murmured RAI's name, not knowing what he was thinking. "RAI. Nick Fury. It turned out that you were the one helping Kingpin." In front of the computer, RAI looked at the information given by Red Queen. After Red Queen's layered investigations, it was finally found that it was Nick Fury who protected Kingpin. RAI was not surprised that this black-hearted egghead was trying his best to keep his interests together. After all, Kingpin's success in New York City over the years had been fueled by his help. In their view, as long as the general environment was stable, what happened to the people at the bottom didn't matter at all. And Kingpin was someone who could provide a stable environment in the area of the underworld. Red, make up a few recordings of Kingpin and the senior officials of the United States, and send them to Kingpin's business partners. Then, create a new forum website and list all the things Kingpin has done on the website. Try to use an exaggerated title, the more attractive the better, and add some subjective speculations to the article to fill up the conspiracy theories. RAI paused, immediately rolling out various measures. Then he continued, and today, major newspapers still have high-level phone recordings. Put all the relevant evidence up in batches. Right away, sir, answered Red Queen, but suddenly she seemed to have something in mind, so she asked, "I don't know what the new forum website is going to be called." RAI smiled lightly and called, Shrimp and Pig Heart. Spend some more money and promote it on other big forums. After listening to RAI's instructions, Red Queen quickly established a forum website. "Master, do you want the website traffic, replies and posts to be updated on your computer in real time?" "Yes, please," replied RAI. After their procedure, RAI touched the sleeping Pikachu in his arms, and Pikachu's ears shook. "Just tell Gwen to come back for dinner. Kingpin right now has no time to take action at anyone. He can't even protect himself," RAI said with a tinge of gleam in his eyes. The cafe in front of the police station. Gwen took another look at the police station after hearing the message from Red Queen. It's been quiet all day today. When she came out at noon, except for a few charred corpses, there was basically no big problem. Maybe I was right, I'm too nervous. Gwen got up and left the cafe. Pikachu. As soon as Gwen landed on the balcony, Pikachu happily ran over to hug Gwen. Gwen laughed and said, "Little Chew, you haven't seen me for a day, do you miss me that much?" Pikachu rubbed and rubbed in Gwen's arms. Gwen was also very happy to see Pikachu being so close to her. "I didn't dote on this little brat for nothing," she thought. Pika. Pikachu said with a beaming smile on his face. Earning a reply from Gwen, "Okay, I miss you too." RAI, who came out at this moment, immediately poured a bucket of cold water on Gwen's happy moment. What Little Chew meant was that, let you take him to fly. It's not that he misses you. With Ai's explanation, Pikachu nodded quickly and jumped to the ground. Spread two small arms like Gwen gliding. Pika. Pika. Gwen's face darkened, and turned her head. Humph. Don't even think you can fly without me. Pikachu immediately shook Gwen's arm with a look of grievance. Pika. Pika. Seeing the cuteness of this little guy, Gwen's heart softened immediately. All right, I'll take you. But will you be too conspicuous when you are like this when we go out? Immediately, one person and one Pokemon looked at Ai at the same time. Looking forward to his ideas. Ai, who had been watching his two treasures, said with a smile, it's okay, most people will only think that you're carrying a backpack when they see him. Just don't play too long and come back for dinner right away. Okay, Mr. Ai. Pika tilde. Gwen put on her hood, and Pikachu jumped directly on Gwen's back. Are you ready? Chew. Pikachu stretched out a small hand and gave orders like gesturing charge. Pikachu and Gwen then jumped out after gaining momentum from running at the edge of the balcony. Then she swung a spider web to the highest point in New York. Little Chew, are you ready? Pika, Chew. Gwen jumped down, and the strong wind pressure blew Pikachu's face out of shape, but it was not hard to see that Pikachu was very happy. Looking at the two enjoying themselves, Ai also smiled faintly and thought, then let's go back and prepare dinner tonight. Compared to Ai's happy side, Tony seemed a little depressed here. In the studio, Tony played with the arc stacked in his hand with a decadent look. He had tried countless combinations, but without exception, they all failed. Sir, please install the arc reactor as soon as possible, otherwise it will be life-threatening. Tony sighed. Jarvis, putting it or not, I am still in a life-threatening state. Tony lifted his shirt. The black veins around the reactor were originally only outside. But this time, they have already spread to the entire chest. Looking at these symptoms of element poisoning, Tony sighed helplessly. In the end, he chose to install the reactor back. Then measured the content of tin in his blood. 36%. Looking at the steadily rising numbers on the display was like a countdown to life. But Tony was indifferent. Or rather, even he was starting to give up. Jarvis, where's Yinsen? Tony found that he hadn't seen Yinsen much today. Sir, he said he went to an old friend of physics and wanted to ask him for advice. His old friend in physics. What's his name? Otto Gunther Octavius. After listening, Tony had to complain, the name is really long, but I seem to have heard it somewhere. Tony thought for a while but found he couldn't remember. But it doesn't matter. He thought that no one in this world could solve problems that even he couldn't solve himself. Unless. Tony turned around and looked at the digitally modeled Emperor's armor. Pikachu. When they got home, Pikachu was dizzy. I asked curiously, Gwen, what did you do with him? Gwen said with a look of embarrassment, just as I was flying, I turned around a few times. Looking at the appearance of these two guys, I knew that there must be more than a few. Gwen had the habit of swinging around every day, but Pikachu hadn't. Plus the wind pressure as they descend. After you've made new clothes for Little Chew, I'll take him to go paragliding. I wanted to laugh when he looked at Pikachu. Okay, come and eat. Little Chew will eat later. After eating, Gwen looked at I and said, I'm still a little worried about my dad. He would drive home alone at night. And I worry if something happens to him. You can go if you want. The main reason for calling you back is to have a meal. You've been outside for a day. Hearing I saying this, a warm feeling flowed in Gwen's heart and she said, "Thank you, I." Then, she kissed I's face. Then quickly put on the spider suit and headed to the New York Police Department. Seeing her leaving, I walked over to the sofa and turned on the computer. The content shown above was the traffic of the website that had just been established. In this forum website established by Red Queen, everyone chatted anonymously. The contents posted above were all about the inside story of today's news. These stories with a variety of bombastic headlines quickly attracted the netizens. Shocking. The truth behind the human trafficking case turned out to be a well-known entrepreneur in New York, actually. Today, the inside story of various major events in New York. There is no law for these kings. Even these lawyers work to protect criminals. There are recordings. Looking at the titles above, the traffic kept going. The replies and comments on each post, from the discussion at the beginning, to the heated arguments that were happening at each party with agendas. It looked like hell had been let loose. There was so much excitement going on that it attracted even more crowds as time went on. With all the words I had prepared for Red Queen in advance, it was only a matter of time before the people would come in droves. Maybe after he woke up tomorrow, Kingpin would already become the public enemy of the United States of America. At that time, I wanted to see who else could keep Kingpin from him. Sure enough, no matter what world, the people who eat melons have the lowest IQ. I couldn't help but raise a smirk just by seeing the scene playing out on the computer. At the same time, in Fisk Industries. At this time, Kingpin was in a good mood. With Nick Fury and his own team of lawyers, his previous predicament was equivalent to not being a problem at all. Now that all the problems were solved, he specially invited a group of old buddies to his house for dinner. Kingpin's house was very large, more than enough to accommodate 100 people. On the big table in the center, Kingpin glanced at the dinner, then raised a glass of wine and said confidently, "The purpose of my speech at this banquet is to say that I don't care who you are, whether the perpetrator was among you, or if it was someone else. But if you want to deal with me, Kingpin, then you are still too young." After speaking, he drank the red wine in his hand. The men in the room also quickly flattered Kingpin. In the happy atmosphere of the banquet, lawyer Jenny pushed open the door and walked in. "Boss, something big has happened." Seeing Jenny, who ruined the atmosphere as soon as she came in, Kingpin's face showed a hint of displeasure. He slowly adjusted his mood and asked, "Lawyer Jenny, what happened?" Jenny also noticed the displeasure on Kingpin's face, but there were more pressing matters at this time. If it weren't for the fact that she and Kingpin were now grasshoppers on the same rope, she wouldn't want to care about him now. Taking out the laptop she brought, she gestured to him and said, "You look at this first." Kingpin glanced at the content on the forum and then burst out laughing. "It's just a few articles, is this what scares you?" Without waiting for Jenny to explain, Kingpin took Jenny's computer and let his subordinates begin to pass it on to people at the banquet to read. After reading it, all the men burst into laughter. Only Jenny had a gloomy face. These guys who only knew how to do bad things, had no idea how powerful the internet had become now. They also didn't know what the traffic and replies represented on these posts meant. "Kingpin, you." In a hurry, Jenny didn't even call out "boss." In an instant, Kingpin was displeased. He looked at Jenny again and said, "Jenny, if you are here for dinner, that means you still have a place here. But if you're here to be an alarmist, I don't mind changing my current barrister," Kingpin said as a trace of killing intent leaked out of his body. Hearing this sentence, Jenny also felt Kingpin's killing intent, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. She had done far too many dirty things with Kingpin. If she couldn't continue to be Kingpin's barrister, there was only one way left for her. And that was death. Knowing Kingpin's cruelty, Jenny hurriedly bent her back down and said, "I'm sorry, Boss Kingpin, for disturbing your interest in having dinner with your brothers." Kingpin in turn nodded calmly. He dismissed her saying, "If you have nothing else to say, then leave here with your notebook." What Kingpin meant was the laptop in his hands, but if you look at it closely, it was not wrong to say that it looked just like a small notebook in his hand. Jenny stretched out both hands to pick up the notebook. But in the next instant, Kingpin deliberately exerted some force. Sparks flickered on the notebook and it was thrown to the ground. Looking at the state it was in, it could be declared to be completely destroyed. If Jenny hadn't had a seizure yet, with the way he embarrassed her, she might have had it at any moment. Kingpin looked at her gloomy face and warned, saying, "Remember, next time you make a mess, it will be your end." "Understood, Boss Kingpin." Jenny picked up the broken laptop from the ground and left amidst the uproarious laughter of a group of associate brothers. Jenny, who walked out of Kingpin's manor, looked back in his direction and viciously said, "This lunatic is completely over. I can't stay here, I have to leave as soon as possible, or I will be dragged to death with him." Just earlier, she was still working, looking for information and detailed reports on the human trafficking case on the internet. As a result, she found this anonymous forum. She was still okay before clicking on it. But after she saw the articles posted inside it, Jenny became dumbfounded. It was full of important evidence. Even some high-level officials were involved. Plus, those horrible reads and comments. Jenny knew it was going to be bad, so she ran as fast as she could to find Kingpin. As a result, Kingpin had this attitude towards her, which immediately made Jenny disheartened. Jenny was only thinking about how to quickly escape from Kingpin's side, otherwise, public grievances will erupt. As Kingpin's barrister, who had protected him from all kinds of prosecution, she could instantly become the target of public criticism. "Kingpin, I came to persuade you as much as I could. If you don't appreciate it, that's your own problem," she muttered as she took a final glance at the manor behind her and disappeared into the vast darkness. Inside the New York Police Department. In the dark, Gwen could be found hiding in a tree. She looked in the direction of the police station. Although she didn't know what was going on inside, she didn't release a drone for reconnaissance. But one thing was for sure. George in the police station was absolutely safe. At this time inside George's office, several police detectives and several Interpol agents were frowning at the content projected in front of them. It was nothing else but the recently trending website called Shrimp and Pig Heart Forum. In this evidence, there was actually a recording of our superiors calling us today. Today, the police detective who went to the front of Fisk Industries with an arrest warrant to arrest Kingpin said incredulously. Hearing the detective, the Interpol inspectors swallowed and looked at George, saying, "I don't think we should bother to find the authenticity of the evidence so much." George also nodded dumbly. As high-level people, they had also been exposed to the method of using the volatility of the internet to kill people. They knew too well what would happen when the power of the internet reached a certain level. This time, Kingpin is really dead. The inspector could only say this slowly. George, on the other hand, was calmer. He looked at everyone in the room and said, "Notify the technical department and find the IP address established by this website. We're going to find the people who built this site in any way." The inspector looked at George with a puzzled expression. "Do you want to arrest him and shut down the website?" In the inspector's opinion, this website was doing a good job. The crimes of Kingpin were all revealed, and the umbrella behind was not spared and was also revealed. But what does George want to do now? Does he want to save Kingpin? Thought the inspector. We need to arrest him, we must arrest him. I don't have any intention of shutting down the website. But all I know right now is we need to find and arrest him in our custody. Only in our hand will his safety be guaranteed. The inspector immediately understood what George meant. He was afraid that Kingpin's goons will find the people who built the website first, and as long as they were faster than the goons sent by Kingpin, they could arrest those people first. It's like a kind of protection in disguise. As for the website. What website? We have no idea. There were too many categories that could be arranged on the charge of arresting people. And one of those techniques was to arrest someone to protect them from the external harm that may come their way. Director George, I underestimated you. The inspector immediately gave George a thumbs up and said to two of the people he brought, "Brian, be sure to find the person who built the website in the shortest possible time." "Yes, sir," answered one of the Interpol agents that came with the inspector. What they didn't know was that Kingpin already knew about the website at this time, but he didn't care about it, or he felt that now with Nick Fury helping him, everything would be fine. As for SHIELD, Nick Fury had no clue at all. "You two are also from the technical section, go and help Director George's technical section," the inspector said to his men. Because I already knew that it was Nick Fury who had helped Kingpin suppress plenty of his crimes. He let Red Queen close the area where SHIELD was located. This was the reason why Nick Fury was clueless about the current trend at this moment. Nick Fury was helping Kingpin fend off his crimes, as long as Hill and himself knew about it, even if other SHIELD agents discovered this forum. It would only be an incarnation of Melanitas watching the show together. Who would have thought that a New York gangster and Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, would have a close connection? In Nick Fury's office, he was using an old-fashioned projector to play a videotape from many years ago. In the videotape, there was a middle-aged man who introduced the difference between the future city and the present city. Nick Fury had already put the tape back and forth but still didn't see any clue. Along with the tape, there was a notebook. The above was the research records that with Nick Fury's IQ, could not be deciphered. The only thing he knew was that the research on it was a magical cubic stone called Tesseract Cube. This stone was brought back to SHIELD by him. This magical stone had not yet been researched by SHIELD. "Howard, what did you research when you researched the Tesseract Cube in the universe? Could it be that only your son Tony Stark can decipher this thing?" After flipping through the notes in his hand, Nick Fury looked at the middle-aged man on the screen in front of him. And this man was none other than Howard Stark, who Nick Fury mentioned. Tony's biological father. Nick Fury had a feeling that if he could decipher what Howard had left, S.H.I.E.L.D's power would get a qualitative leap. However, no matter how many times he watched the videotape, he still couldn't find any clues. This research note was copied down by Nick Fury and had been given to SHIELD scientists, but they also couldn't see anything. Maybe, I really have to give this thing back to Tony. Nick Fury said this, but he had already planned to let Black Widow lurk by Tony's side first. When Tony would be really helpless, that would be his time to help him. By then, it would be easy to bring up the Avengers plan and get a favorable outcome. If Tony could research it and pull it into the Avengers, it would become a power controlled by SHIELD. If Tony couldn't study it and was finally poisoned to death, then let Black Widow bring these things back for the scientists of SHIELD to continue their research. It could be regarded as the fulfillment of Howard's wish. Asterisk knock asterisk. Asterisk knock asterisk. Asterisk knock asterisk. There was a knock on the door, and Nick Fury pressed the videotape that was playing to a pause, and answered, "Come in." Hill walked into Nick Fury's office and looked at the old-fashioned projector in surprise. "You still have such an old projector?" "Yes, my hobby. Just like watching these old movies," Nick Fury explained without blushing. Of course, she couldn't tell if he was blushing or not. "What's wrong with you coming to see me?" Nick Fury asked. Agent Hill said, "At the moment, there is absolutely no trace of anyone targeting Kingpin. But one thing is for sure, everything started when those 4 men went crazy." Nick Fury thought for a while and continued, "It should be said that it started after they went to AI." Hill nodded in agreement and thought of a possibility. Could this AI be a mutant? Unlikely, mutants can't be that clean. But even if he's not a mutant, he must be someone with special abilities. Maybe, I should get in touch with him. Sure enough, Nick Fury could become the director of SHIELD. His analytical reasoning ability was naturally not a problem. "Do you need me to make arrangements first?" Hill asked. She was going to put this on Nick Fury's itinerary. "Wait until the matter of Kingpin has stabilized. Now that it has been suppressed, it will depend on whether that person has any follow-up actions. I'm very curious. I don't know if that person is raging now because all his arrangements have been interrupted by just a phone call from me," Nick Fury said proudly. "With his shot, it would be difficult for Kingpin to die." Hill also smiled. "Then I'll leave first." "Go on, I'm going to watch a movie." Inside Tony Stark's studio, Jarvis split his parts out. "It's impossible to work without an energy device." Tony relentlessly looked at the digitally modeled Emperor's armor in front of him. As a materialist scientist, he did not believe that such a mech could fly freely in the sky without energy. Unless he's a mutant like Magneto. But Tony had never heard that there was such a person among mutants. As the richest man in the world, Professor X has dealt with him a lot. Last time at the party, he also tentatively asked Professor X if any mutants wore armor like him. And he got an answer from Professor X saying there was none. That's why he firmly believed that on this golden mecha, there might be some kind of energy source that he could learn from or use. After another analysis, Tony finally gave up and spread himself out on the sofa. "Shut it up, Jarvis. I need a break." As the environment in the studio darkened, Jarvis continued to remind him, "Sir, don't forget to drink your leafy green juice." "Thanks for the reminder, Jarvis." Tony reached out and picked up the water glass on the table, which was full of the mentioned green juice, which could suppress the spread of palladium element in his body. As if knowing that Tony couldn't speak, Jarvis continued, "After drinking, you can effectively keep the elements in your body." Tony shrugged. "Jarvis, sometimes I wish you weren't so smart. You made me so clever, sir. So the smartest one is me." Tony frowned and gulped the leaf green juice down. "The adverse reactions in the body have also become much more Hey, Tony. What are you doing? The lights aren't even on. In the darkness, Happy walked downstairs and asked in surprise. Tony snapped his fingers, all the lights in the studio turned on. Happy, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be sending Potts home at this hour? Happy sighed and said, I think you forgot about tomorrow again. Tony's face was stunned. Tomorrow. Happy's reaction to Tony was not at all surprising. Did you forget? Monaco ordered you to go over there. After being reminded by Happy, Tony remembered that there was such a thing. It's just that he had been busy with new elements for the past 2 days, and he had forgotten this irrelevant thing. Monaco. Tony pursed his lips. He gave it a thought and said in his mind, it seems that there are a lot of people playing there, why don't I just go there and play with Potts for a few days? By the way, give those groups of the Ministry of Defense, and that pretentious hammer a total meal. Stark smirked thinking about what he'll do at the event. Sir, it's good to go out and relax. Jarvis' voice sounded again. Hearing his butler's timely advice, Tony immediately replied, good idea, Jarvis. Remember to help me look at that golden Mac when I'm not home. Of course, sir. Happy, wait for me in the car first, I'll change into something nicer. No problem, don't take too long. So we can get a good night's sleep when we get to Monaco. Happy said as he walked away. Tony made a gesture, no problem. When Happy arrived upstairs, he found Yinsen sitting on the sofa with a scowling face. He didn't notice him when he passed here before. Hey, Yinsen. Why didn't I see you just now? What happened to you? The keen Happy immediately noticed that Yinsen's mood seemed a little off. Yinsen knew that Tony didn't want too many people to know about the palladium poisoning, so he said casually, I just came back. I was thinking of my dead wife and children. He elaborated. Happy walked over and patted Yinsen on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't be sad, I'm sure they don't want to see you like this either. Yinsen nodded. He went to Dr. Otto and learned more about the element from Dr. Otto. Knowing that Tony was now struggling and was on the brink of death. And Dr. Otto also bluntly stated that no material could replace the element in the world now. Seeing Yinsen's depressed face, Happy didn't know how to comfort Yinsen. After all, until now, he had always been alone. Thinking about it, he wasn't happy anymore. The two big men were silent as if they were sitting on the sofa because of different things. It seems that the excitement will almost be over by tomorrow. I looked at various data such as the number of visits and responses in the background of the website with satisfaction. Only after he was done did he notice that Pikachu didn't seem to come to him tonight. After looking around, he noticed that Pikachu was standing on the balcony, staring blankly at the sky. I turned off the computer and walked over curiously. Little Chew, what are you doing here? Pikachu turned his head and stretched his two little hands high. Pika. Pika. I calmed down, squatted down and picked up Pikachu. I picked you up, now what? Pikachu pointed in the direction of the sky. Pika, Pika. Pikachu. You mean, Gwen took you to fly today, and it's not the same as you imagined? Pika. Pikachu nodded heavily. Not only was it different, but it was also terrifying. I laughed and then asked, then do you want to try the feeling of flying in the sky? Pikachu's eyes lit up immediately, he squeaked, Pika. Pika. Chew tilde. Okay, then I'll take you up there. Pika. I waved out one hand, and with the growth of his spiritual strength and physical fitness, the current AI could directly summon the Emperor's armor without wearing the belt anymore. It was no longer needed. The Emperor's armor. Combin. In Pikachu's shocked eyes, a burst of golden light covered AI's body, and then the golden light condensed into a suit of armor. Armor fusion. Finished AI. Are you ready, Chu? Pika. Pika. Pikachu had seen such a cool scene just now and was extremely excited in AI's arms. Then let's go. Transfiguration. AI's thoughts moved, and he appeared in the sky with Pikachu. Asterisk sip, asterisk. With a sonic boom, AI flew up with Pikachu. With AI's protection, Pikachu in his arms was not affected by any wind pressure at all. Only a slight breeze blew Pikachu. Pika tilde. Pika tilde. Pikachu in his arms was simply overjoyed at this time. This is what it feels like to fly. Tony's mansion, first floor. Tony changed his suit and walked to the first floor. As he got there, the scene in front of him made him stunned. He saw that the two big men were very melancholy, sitting on the sofa as if someone owed two of them money. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Tony's voice brought Happy back to his senses, and Happy quickly retracted the hand on Yinson's shoulder. We. Yinson stuttered. "He's in a bad mood, and I'm comforting him." Happy quickly replied. Tony glanced at the two strangely. "Yinson, is what he said true?" "Yes," Yinson answered softly. Seeing Yinson's lack of motivation, Tony immediately understood that he probably got a bad result when he went out to find his friend. But Happy was here, and Tony doesn't want to say too much. Instead, he asked Yinson, "We're going to Monaco, are you going to come? If you don't go, you're going to stay here and look at the house." He paused, then added, "It's a big house and it's kind of boring." Yinson restrained his emotions and looked at Tony with an aggrieved face. "I'm not very good at housekeeping." But this time Happy prompted, "Tony, I can only drive two people in the car." "Is that so?" answered Tony, then pointed, "I remember the car I just gave you." Happy nodded. "Give me the key." Happy obediently gave the key to Tony. Tony took it and said, "I'll drive, you and Yinson go to the basement to choose a car. Let's go together." Happy also wanted to say, "This was supposed to be the car you wanted me to drive." But after all, it was the boss words, so he can only swallow it back into his throat. "Come on, Yinson. I know there's another nice car." Happy led Yinson to the basement while Tony looked at the back of the two and looked at the key. "Continue to indulge," Tony pessimistically said. Tony came to his car. When he opened the car door and was about to race to Monaco, Jarvis at this time alerted. "Sir, the golden macaw has appeared." Tony was instantly shocked. He immediately got out of the car and ran towards the basement while shouting, "Jarvis, prepare to wear the armor." "Okay, sir." Tony, who returned to the studio, immediately stood on the macaw-wearing platform, and slowly put on the new armor under Jarvis's operation. At the same time, inside SHIELD, Nick Fury, who continued to study Howard's video, was still clueless. "Howard, what did you leave behind?" Just when Nick Fury was dazed, the door of his office was slammed open. Because the incident happened too suddenly, Nick Fury hurriedly turned off Howard's videotape. With his movement, it's like he was caught red-handed watching some lewd movies. At least Hill, who pushed in the door, thought so. She said apologetically, "Chief, why don't I come in later?" Nick Fury was also a little angry. After all, he was watching the video that Howard had left for Tony. After all, it was immoral to come into someone's room without their permission. Hill apologetically closed the door, intending to let Nick Fury continue. Compared with the appearance of the golden macaw, in Hill's view, Nick Fury's physical problems seemed to be more important right now, and everyone inside SHIELD knew that their director had been single for too many years. More importantly, there was no woman in his life. According to some veteran SHIELD employees, it seemed that Nick Fury was deeply in love with a woman. As for who, no one knew. It was said that the old employee who said this later had started working at the lowest position of SHIELD for a long time and could only work as a cleaner. Hadn't even gone up even until now. Nick Fury, who had been interrupted from watching the film, had an irritated look on his face at this moment. And it could be seen why. In the end, he just asked, "Tell me what happened." Hill then said leisurely, "The golden macaw has appeared again." Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, then said, "Let me see it." After Hill typed and clicked on the computer, the big screen in the office showed AI flying in the sky. Because he was playing with Pikachu, AI erratically flew around New York City, which made Nick Fury a little bit confused. What is he doing? Hill also shook her head incomprehensibly. At this moment, Tony soared into the sky wearing his Iron Man suit. Yinsen and Happy, who had just driven up from the underground garage, saw this scene. Did he want to go to Monaco in an Iron Man suit? Happy quizzically looked at Yinsen. But Yinsen just shook his head. Then the two of them looked at Tony's luxury car at the same time and the key on each of them hadn't been pulled out. The two looked at each other and smiled. These are luxury cars. Who still drives such an old car? Tony was using the armor anyway. Jarvis, can you capture the location of the golden macaw? At this time, Tony was at the spot where they captured the Emperor's armor was previously flying. Of course, sir. Just east of you, 90 kilometers. Jarvis, use all your power to fly. Tony said, showing urgency in his voice. But sir, that would speed up the symptoms of poisoning. But Tony did not listen to his butler's reminder. In his mind, it could be the only chance he got, so why should he be conservative at this moment? Seeing the data projected in front of his face, Tony said, "It's okay, I'll measure it myself. Now, hurry up." In an instant, Tony's speed soared. AI, who flew around with Pikachu, looked at the excited Pikachu in his arms. "Little Chew, are you having fun?" Pika. Pika, Pika Pi tilde. Okay, then let's fly home from here now. Pika, Chew. Pikachu in AI's arms stretched his little paws straight up and posed, like someone with an S symbol on his chest. Just when AI was about to take Pikachu back and head home, he suddenly turned behind and saw someone rapidly approaching him. Oh! Tony is here too. After a while, another silver-white Iron Man flew in front of AI. AI and Tony stood in the air respectively. Although AI already knew him, Tony, on the other hand, didn't know who or what was inside the Emperor's armor. Inside SHIELD. Nick Fury was also surprised to see this scene. Tony and the Golden Macaw finally met. After the last party, Nick Fury asked Tony why the Iron Man suit was so similar to the Golden Macaw. The answer was that it looked cool, so he wanted to imitate it. Now, the current scene was a bit like a fanboy meeting their idol. Tony, who finally saw the Golden Macaw, looked a little excited and introduced himself. "Hey! I'm Iron Man." I looked at Tony for a moment, and said, "The Emperor." The Emperor. Tony in the Iron Man armor recited the name silently and suddenly felt that his Iron Man title was much lower in comparison. At this time, Tony noticed that there was a mouse-like doll in Emperor's arms. That is. Tony couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Pikachu. Pikachu said in a vicious voice, and the little cheeks on both sides were already flashing with electricity. This made Tony even more confused and thought, a mouse-like thing can actually generate electricity. Could this be the energy source of this golden mecha? I touched Pikachu's head with his other hand, calming him down. It's all right, he's not malicious. Tony continued, is he your source of energy? Hearing Tony's question, I immediately understood that Tony had been troubled by the problem of element poisoning for a long time now. So Nick Fury still hadn't handed Howard's stuff to him. If so. No, he's just my pet. Answered I casually, then asked, what, are you worrying about your energy problem? Tony was shocked at his question, so you can see it. I nodded and continued, but I can tell you regretfully that my armor doesn't need any energy to drive it. It's my power that drives it. Hearing I's answer, Tony's mind instantly popped open hundreds if not thousands of guesses. You mean, you are a mutant? No. It's a bit windy to chat here, why don't we go down? I shrugged and pointed below. Great idea, too much energy use isn't great for my body either. In his current state, Tony had nothing to hide. I and Tony landed on the top of a mountain. At this time, Nick Fury had left his office, and the tablet in his hand showed the picture of the two descending on a mountain. Nick Fury kept praying in his heart, Tony, you have to hold him back, I'll be right there soon. In Nick Fury's view, this may be his only chance to come into contact with the golden mecha. On the top of the mountain, Tony opened his mask directly in order to express his sincerity, I'm Tony Stark. Iron Man is just my nickname. After thinking for a while, Tony only thought of this adjective. He used to think that the golden mecha in the video was not that powerful, but now, just by standing in front of it, he could feel the immense pressure it was emanating, like a tiny man in front of a giant. He couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. His previous conceited act seemed a little ridiculous in front of the Emperor. I touched Pikachu's head with one hand and replied, I know, people all over the world basically know you now. Pikachu. Pikachu looked at Tony. Tony asked suspiciously, what is he talking about? He said, your Iron Man armor is a bit like mine, but it's a bit ugly. This made Tony a little embarrassed. Not only Pikachu, but even I felt a little ghastly. The Emperor's armor does not need to follow the laws of physics, it's because of how domineering it is. However, the Iron Man armor designed by Tony must follow the laws of physics, and some places must be rounded to maintain flight and balance. So it also caused Tony's armor to become a bit nondescript compared to the original iconic and enigmatic style. The point was that Tony himself was influenced by the Emperor's armor and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This was his fatal mistake. I don't like to beat around the bush. I want to ask if there is anything you can do to help me. Tony directly laid out his intention honestly. Help me with the energy problem. I glanced at Tony, his face was full of sincerity at this time. It seemed that it was a short time. It seemed that it was just a short time, but nonetheless, knowing that there was no cure for his palladium poisoning even after doing everything he could, was really tormenting. If I remembered correctly, according to the next development of the plot, Tony would give up his own things, giving them away to his close friends. Rhodes took the Mark II and converted it into a war machine. Pepper became CEO of Stark Industries. Then at the right time, Nick Fury came down, gave Tony a silver lining by taking out what Howard left behind, and successfully created a new element to save Tony's life. I can't help you much. Actually, you already have something in your house that can replace the element. It's just that you haven't found it yet. I vaguely said to Tony. Obviously hinting at him. Tony was taken aback for a moment. I already have something that can replace the palladium element at home. During this time, he tried everything he could. But still. Have you looked at what your father, Howard, had left behind? He still has a lot of things for you to learn. My father. Tony dazedly muttered. It had always been a thorn in his heart because he hadn't met his parents for the last time. Coupled with the fact that Howard often went out to work when he was a child, he was strict with him. For a long time, Tony felt that his father owed him. Like his concept of the city of the future. I continued to remind him. Tony immediately reacted, wait a minute, you seem to know a lot of things. Suddenly, Tony was taken aback. Because I seemed to know a lot about his secrets, but he, on the other hand, didn't even know anything about this guy. But before Tony could ask for more clarification, I promptly said, that guy is on the way here. Remember not to talk to anyone about our conversation today. Who are you talking about? Tony felt that he was stunned for no reason, and when he reacted, Emperor suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. Hey, where did he go? Jarvis, what happened just now? Tony asked immediately. He believed that even if Emperor could deceive his perception, he certainly couldn't deceive his monitoring capabilities. I don't know, sir. Just now, the connection between me and the suit was cut off for a second. Hearing Jarvis' answer, Tony felt a chill on his back. That is to say, if Emperor wanted to kill him just now, it would be as easy as flicking the palm of his hand. Even Jarvis couldn't find out. Sir, Nick Fury from SHIELD is about to arrive here. With Jarvis' reminder, Tony looked up to the sky. A black fighter plane, under the cover of the night, slowly landed. All of a sudden, Tony understood who the guy who got in the way the Emperor said just now was referring to. All of a sudden, Tony understood who the guy Emperor was referring to who was on his way over here was. Tony closed the steel mask again as he watched the fighter plane stop in front of him. Nick Fury hurriedly ran down from above and asked, Tony, where's the golden macaw? Tony glanced at Nick Fury and said, I don't know, he suddenly disappeared. What did you talk about? Nick Fury asked immediately. Tony didn't hesitate, the exchange of two geniuses, about the improvement plan of the armor. Just when Nick Fury was about to continue his questioning, Tony flew up slowly, Director, you should know that tomorrow I will have a Senate meeting with the Ministry of Defense. I'll go first. Glaring at Tony leaving in the sky, Nick Fury's face looked as if he had eaten unsavory food at this moment. It was unpleasant to look at. What? What does he mean? Nick Fury turned to look at Agent Hill, displeased by Tony's lack of comment. Hill also just shrugged. She also liked to look at a deflated black-hearted egghead. Hack into Jarvis' system, I want to know what the two of them just talked about. Not to be left behind, Nick Fury directly ordered. Okay, Chief. Hill nodded, and picked up her tablet and skillfully operated it. In the previous invasion on Jarvis, Their SHIELD did it only once and instantly succeeded, so it wasn't difficult to do it again. Nick Fury waited for a while and finally a sound came from Hill's tablet. It was not the conversation Nick Fury wanted to know about. In the tablet, Tony's voice rang saying, "Hey, if you hack into Jarvis' system again, I'll paralyze your SHIELD headquarters servers." "Tony, listen to me." Nick Fury wanted to continue talking to Tony, but Tony obviously didn't want to talk to him. "I'm not interested in your Superboy League. I just want to know right now. What car am I going to drive to Monaco?" Tony pointedly said. Back to Tony's house door. At this time, Tony was wearing the Iron Man suit and stood at the door of the house with a speechless face. The luxury cars that was originally parked at the door had been driven away. "Tony, I need to know what you guys just talked about," Nick Fury gently said. "Sorry, I need to call my driver now, save it when we get back from Monaco." Without giving Nick Fury a chance to speak, Tony directly cut off the other party's link. Tony had fixed Jarvis exploits since the last time Jarvis was hacked. By the way, he also enhanced its algorithm for S.H.I.E.L.Ds network invasion. Now when SHIELD wanted to invade Jarvis, it was basically impossible. After the brief and disheartening call, at least for Nick Fury, he directly asked Jarvis to connect to the two fellows and said, "Happy, you and Yinsen drove my car there. HN. Why is it so windy? Hey, the wind is so loud. You didn't go over 80 miles, did you? Happy." But in just a moment, the call was cut. Tony didn't expect that Happy would dare to hang up on him. Then Tony glanced at the other cars, but these cars were not as flamboyant as what he usually drives. There's no way. Now, he didn't dare to take the risk of wearing the Mark armor to fly over. After he used the Mark armor once, the toxicity level of palladium in his blood had risen. After returning to the studio to remove the Mark armor, Tony immediately recalled what AI told him. "Jarvis. I am here, sir. Bring out all the information my dad has about the city of the future. I'll review it when I come back." Tony didn't understand, it was just a concept city proposed by Howard back then. Could it be the key to finding alternative energy sources for myself? Thought Tony. "Understood, sir. I'm going to attend the trial first. I think it's going to be tricky." Tony could already imagine how that group of people will try to force him to hand over the Iron Man armor. In fact, Tony didn't want to go, but Pepper had already been invited over in advance. In order not to embarrass Pepper, he had to go. "Victory to you, sir." Jarvis cheered for Tony. "See you later, Jarvis." I returned home. Glancing at Tony's direction, he said, "Now that I have hinted it to him, it should be obvious." Pikachu. Pikachu looked at AI, his small eyes filled with big doubts. "Who is he?" AI confirmed. Pikachu nodded. AI thought for a while and said, "He is a responsible person. We will be in touch with him in the future, so go to sleep first." I put down Pikachu, and the tired Pikachu ran back to his cot immediately. He fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the background data of the forum website, I remembered another thing. Red, how's NASA's investigation? The avatar of Red Queen immediately appeared on the screen. "Master, Dr. Reed Richard is ready to explore the center of the cosmic storm. This exploration consists of 4 astronauts. They are Reed Richards, Susan Stone, Johnny Stone and Ben Grimm. The spacecraft is expected to take off in 7 days. After listening to Red Queen's report, AI now completely determined their identity. These four, whatever would happen next, their names would point to another superhero team, the Fantastic Four. It's really them, it seems that we need to prepare well. The appearance of the Fantastic Four also meant that in the near future, there would be a doomsday-level horror disaster. Although in the end there was a near-future solution. But AI didn't like to put his own life's safety on this kind of chance. Inside the New York Police Department, 2 Interpol technicians pushed the door into George's office. "How's it going? Did you find out who built the website?" Seeing the 2 come in, George asked immediately. A person who could build this kind of website and could dig out so much of Kingpin's criminal records, was by no means an ordinary hacker. And if he was caught, George might be able to recruit him as his own subordinate to do good things in the future. But the words of the 2 technicians disappointed George. "We couldn't find any information about the site, it just came out of nowhere. We couldn't even find any registration information on this site." George doesn't know much about tech, so he asked, "What does that mean?" "Meaning, we can't find it. And I think if we can't find it, no one in Kingpin's goons can also find it." George breathed a sigh of relief. At least the person dealing with Kingpin could be guaranteed to be safe. Since you can't find it, there's no need to look for it. One thing for sure is that, Kingpin is over. Guys, go back and rest. I'm sure we'll be busy tomorrow. On the big screen, it was full of real-time data from the forum website. After the meeting, George took his clothes and walked out of the NYPD. Gwen, who was hiding in the dark, watched George come out and said, "It seems that our chief director is off work. I followed him at the end and he got home before me. It's a tough job, right, Red?" "Yes, Miss Gwen." Watching George drive away, Gwen immediately followed behind. At home, after George arrived at the door, Gwen hurriedly got into the room window and put on something to hide her suit. As soon as George opened the door, the first words that got out of his mouth was, "Gwen. Are you back? Gwen." At this time, Gwen's mother came out from the living room, with a facial mask on her face and greeted, "George, you're back. Is Gwen back?" George looked at his wife and asked. Gwen's mother thought for a moment, then she said, "She hasn't come back yet. The only sound of the door opening was when you came home tonight." George glanced at the time on his watch and said, "It's too late, I think I should go to AI's house to find her." "Hey, Dad. You're back." At this time, Gwen ran downstairs and nonchalantly greeted him. Seeing Gwen coming down, George turned to look at Gwen's mother confusedly. Gwen's mother also came over with a strange look. "Gwen, when did you come back?" Gwen stammered, I just came back, maybe you didn't hear me in the shower. I said hello to you when I came back earlier." Gwen's mother tried to think back, and she was quite sure that there was no sound outside when she took a shower just now. Gwen was afraid that her mother would say something else that would arouse suspicion from George, so she immediately went to her and said, "Mom, your mask is not well attached, go and look in the mirror." "Really? I'll adjust it again." Mother Gwen hurried to the toilet. George didn't have much doubt about his lovely wife, but looked at Gwen. "How are you getting along with AI recently?" Gwen blushed suddenly and hurriedly changed the subject. "It's still the same, Dad." "How's the work going?" "All the best." "Then I'll go up and rest first, good night." "Good night." George looked at Gwen's back upstairs and whispered, I have to call AI again when I have time. The food he cooks is delicious. Back in the room, Gwen hurriedly closed the door and pulled out her nightgown. Underneath the nightgown is her spider suit. It's really dangerous just now, it seems that I have to enter through the gate next time. Gwen contemplated, then shrugged. Oh well, go to bed first, and go to AI tomorrow morning. I didn't play with little too much today. Gwen took off her new suit and put it in the back of the closet. After everything was done, she laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Kingpin's Manor. On the big bed, Kingpin woke up slowly, and a group of maids around him had already prepared the toiletries for later. Looks like I slept well last night, Kingpin said as he looked at the maids on both of his sides. Several maids lowered their heads one after another, not daring to say anything more. It was this attitude of obedience that made Kingpin laugh with satisfaction. At this moment, Kingpin heard the noises coming from outside, which made him frown. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? It must be known that this place was his private property, and he could call the police if there was such a disturbance here. The maids around him were also dazed as they looked at each other with oblivious faces. They had been waiting for Kingpin by his bedside just an hour earlier before he woke up, and so were also ignorant of what was going on outside. Kingpin was in a good mood and didn't want to worry about it anymore. But then, the noise got closer and louder. It instantly made him uncomfortable. Hey! He shouted. But after waiting for a while, no one responded. This feeling made Kingpin subconsciously feel that something was wrong, just when he was about to get up and go out to take a look. A subordinate rushed in a hurry. Boss Kingpin, something big happened. Kingpin's face became ugly in an instant. Too many things happened during this time, but didn't Nick Fury suppress all of them? What more can happen? What happened? Speak slowly. The subordinate immediately said tremblingly, outside the manor, they are all here to parade. Their slogan is procession. Kingpin couldn't understand it even now. He was not an official of the USA, but a gang leader. This had been a common occurrence in every corner of the globe. Once there was a policy that the masses couldn't agree on or was dissatisfied with, there would directly be a protest. Although the end result was basically that nothing could be changed. Nevertheless, they still loved the sense of engagement. However, those were basically targeted to incumbents like politicians and such. So what are they marching to my door for? Thought Kingpin, having a scowl on his face. Kingpin pointed up his index finger to him, and said, "Don't say anything." What's their parade slogan? How could the subordinate dare to say anything if he was shutted? But Kingpin asked, so with a trembling voice, he said, "Wilson Fisk, the cancer of the USA. Fisk, get out of the USA. And, Fisk, pay your debt in blood." What did you say? Kingpin's sturdy body approached the subordinate. The subordinate was instantly frightened to the ground by this momentum, and hurriedly said, "Boss Kingpin, these are not what I said. It's the Protestants below." The subordinate pointed in the direction outside the door. The ominous foreboding feeling in Kingpin's heart grew stronger and stronger, and the sixth sense in his heart told him that he must not go down below right now. Kingpin walked to the window in a few steps, and gently opened the corner of the curtain. There, he saw that outside the area of his manor was surrounded by the angry marchers at this moment. They all held various signs. Some had drawn a big X on their head, while others had the slogan "Get out of the USA." There was even a picture of a man's tool directed against him. Good thing he hadn't seen this, or else. Kingpin and everyone in the room were dumbfounded. They were just fine last night. How can I wake up from sleep, and the next day the whole world has changed? Kingpin thought. Asterisk jingle bells tilde asterisk. At the same time, the phone in Kingpin's room rang. Hey, what happened? Kingpin picked up the phone and asked immediately. But on the other end of the phone, there were bursts of beating noises. Then came the voice of his subordinates. Boss, our company was smashed by someone. Our company is full of that mob. Before his subordinates could finish speaking, Kingpin heard the sound of punching and kicking. Obviously, his subordinates were now less fortunate than before the call. What should we do now? Kingpin was now completely panicked. After the unknown enemy was the most terrifying. The feeling of having absolutely no idea what could happen. Now this kind of feeling of being an enemy of the whole world when you wake up, everyone would definitely panic. What's more, Kingpin had been weakened by this phantom enemy in the past few days. Finally got a good night's sleep last night with the help of Nick Fury. Kingpin aggrievedly thought. Right. Nick Fury. Come on, get my clothes. Kingpin immediately ordered a maid. The maid didn't dare to be slow, and immediately brought his iconic white suit. Kingpin felt his hands around his suit, and finally took out the small mobile phone. He quickly called Nick Fury. At this time, in SHIELD, Nick Fury watched as Tony attended his Senate hearing in Washington, D.C. Inside the screen, Tony sat in the middle of the court. On the top podium, the Minister of Defense said aggressively to Tony, "Do you admit that your steel armor is a weapon? Such a powerful weapon should be handed over to us, and we will maintain the security of the world." Tony under the stage couldn't help sneering. He knew too well what the group was thinking. No, I don't think it's a weapon. If I have to say, it should be a high-tech prosthesis. I'm Iron Man, and Iron Man is me. You can't take any of the armor's technology from me. Tony's strength made the Secretary of Defense stunned. In the end, he could only say, "Then we can only ask professionals to determine whether your steel armor is a weapon." Tony waved his hand confidently and looked at the media behind him. In this world, is there anyone more professional than me in weapons? People from the Ministry of Defense really think a little too well. In SHIELD, this boring farce made Nick Fury feel ashamed. Also, as a high-level executive of the United States of America, he was simply contemptuous of the defense minister's actions. Who had they actually looked for? Someone who plagiarized the work of the original inventor. Wasn't he just waiting to be slapped in the face by Tony? Only now did Nick Fury realize that he was wrong. He should have found someone to assassinate Hammer in the first place. He originally wanted to keep him to be disgusted by Tony. Now in the Senate, Tony had the upper hand. "Director, Kingpin's calling." While Nick Fury was watching, Hill appeared behind him and handed Nick Fury his phone. "Kingpin. What is he looking for me this time? Hasn't his matter been resolved?" asked Nick Fury, a little confused. Hill's face turned terrible. She reported, "No, according to the news received this morning, all of the Kingpin's properties, including his home, have been surrounded by mobs." Nick Fury's face darkened immediately. "Why did you tell me this just now? We also only received the news in the morning. I was about to come and report to you when Kingpin's call came," reasoned Hill. Nick Fury glanced at Hill, then picked up Kingpin's call. On the other end of the phone, Kingpin's obviously panicked voice was heard, saying, "Nick Fury, what's the situation now? Why is my doorstep? Halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Nick Fury. Calm down now. I also just received the news. Don't go anywhere out of your house for now. I'll investigate first. After speaking, without giving Kingpin the opportunity to continue, Nick Fury hung up the phone directly. Looking at Agent Hill, he gestured. Then Nick Fury, along with Hill, came to his office. Tell me, what happened now? Nick Fury took his place. Hill automatically projected the data on the tablet. Then explained to Nick Fury, last night, the address of this forum appeared on major forums. The content of the forum is all about Kingpin's criminal facts, coupled with the descriptions of people who he has collaborated with. Due to this, it aroused a lot of excitement among the crowd of netizens. Until this morning, there were a few more posts about organizing a parade, and they wanted to give Kingpin what he should rightly deserve. Finished Hill. Can you find out who established this forum? Nick Fury rested his chin in his clasped hands and menacingly stared at the forum on the screen as if thinking of something. Hill shook her head and said, it's the same as the evidence that exposed Kingpin. It all seems to appear out of thin air, and I can't find any clues at all. That is to say, the person who built this website is the same person who was responsible for all that evidence at that time. Nick Fury immediately analyzed it. Hill nodded, and hesitated for a moment before she continued, Director, there is one sentence I think I should clarify with you. Say it. I think we should give up on Kingpin. Nick Fury narrowed his only remaining eye and looked at Hill. Hill released a few more audio recordings, all of which were about when various bosses ordered their subordinates not to investigate Kingpin. There were many officials, as well as the bosses of multiple newspaper companies. And now, without exception, these people became the target of attacks by netizens. Officials lost their votes, and newspaper stock prices fell. Such an outcome is undoubtedly the worst for them. When Hill heard these recordings, she was fortunate that they were indirectly ordered by SHIELD using a very secure channel, and didn't directly contact them through the phone. Otherwise, SHIELD will have to fall over this time. Nick Fury said, You mean, we don't have to deal with Kingpin anymore? To avoid getting burned. Hill nodded, this unknown enemy is too scary. Every step of his is like it was calculated in advance. She paused, then elaborated further. First, uniting those small companies that have been oppressed to contain Kingpin's legal team. Then releasing the news to the police in each branch to destroy all of the Kingpin's ongoing transactions. In this way, even if the police came at Kingpin's door, his legal team would not have time to deal with the police. Kingpin's only solution is to pretend to be sick to delay the police, but it won't last long. Hill took a deep breath. If it wasn't Kingpin to still have you as his contact, it would only take one day for that person to remove Kingpin completely. At this time, anything Hill could think of, so could Nick Fury. The reason why he helped Kingpin at the beginning was that in addition to Kingpin's usefulness, he wanted to see how capable the person behind Kingpin's current predicament was. If the ability is really good, it could be added to SHIELD. Nick Fury would act as a peacemaker for both sides, resolve the conflict between that person and Kingpin, and profit from them. Now it seemed that the other party wasn't a specialist in terms of strength, but at least in the aspect of calculation, everyone could be stubbornly squeezed. Just when everyone relaxed their vigilance, in just one night, the citizens of the entire United States of America became the knives that were used to stab Kingpin. If this knife was not aimed at Kingpin, but at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury dared not think any further. Why did no one on our side find out when this forum appeared yesterday? Nick Fury asked his last question. I think he already knows where our SHIELD is and has zone blocked our network address. So we can't get on this forum at all. If it weren't for the parade incident today, we might have been kept in the dark, answered Agent Hill with a grim face. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair and touched his own large bald head with both hands. Who do you think did this? He inquired. Hill shook her head and said, I don't know, the other party is hiding very deeply, and I can't find any trace at all. Is it possible that it was that new rich man? Hill wanted to shake her head in denial, but as she thought that all the revenge started from when Kingpin offended AI. These data gave them the idea that AI was involved in this, somehow or another. In this way, their suspicion toward AI became the biggest. Looking at Hill's reaction, Nick Fury took out the phone and slammed it hard. It hit the table in front of them and got smashed directly. Then Nick Fury took out a black phone card and squeezed it hard, then he sighed and said, Find some time, let's get in touch with this newly promoted billionaire. This series of actions immediately showed Nick Fury's attitude. Kingpin is now useless, so let's just give up on him. Not only was he useless, but too much involvement would cause him to burn himself out. Barton, where is he right now? Asked Nick Fury. At Dr. Selvig's side, responsible for his safety. Call him back with Coulson. I'm going to give Barton a task. Hill immediately understood what Nick Fury meant. Got it, Chief. Go do it now. Same with Nick Fury. I also turned on the TV and watched Tony's performance in Washington, D.C. Justin Hammer stepped forward under the introduction of the Secretary of Defense. With the appearance of a superior man, he first praised Howard Stark for his outstanding contribution to the development of the modern military industry. Then he attacked Tony for his inaction, possessing technology that could revolutionize the country, but not taking it out. In the end, he put himself on the moral high ground. However, these were all broken by the top-secret audio and video footage found by Tony. Suddenly, the Secretary of Defense and Justin Hammer became the laughing stock. Fuck you, Tony. Fuck you. On the TV, the Minister of Defense, who was beaten by Tony, scolded Tony directly in front of the media. Tony was like a hero of victory, standing in front of a large number of media, and his proud appearance was broadcasted in the whole country. This Tony Stark, I remember the last time we saw him, he wasn't so crazy, was he? Gwen, who was watching with AI, felt like Tony Stark on TV was quite in contrast to the Tony they saw at the party. It's normal. Tony treats friends and enemies with completely different attitudes. AI briefly explained. Gwen asked vaguely, you mean the Secretary of Defense and that Hammer are enemies? AI smiled, and answered, Tony himself developed the arc reactor based on his ability, but they want to force him to hand it over through the council. For Tony, what are they if not enemies? Gwen nodded understandingly, then picked up Pikachu on the side. Do you mean, if one day they find that Little Chew can generate electricity, then will they also force us to hand over Little Chew in this way? When Pikachu heard Gwen's remarkable metaphor, he immediately felt a sense of dissident. Pikara. The small red dots on both sides of his cheeks exuded a burst of electricity. I nodded, and replied, that's understandable. If they force you to hand over Little Chew, saying that this is beneficial to the development of the whole country, what will you do? Gwen immediately raised her fist. Of course, I will punish them. Little Chew is not a tool. What little Chu wants to do, should be chosen by himself. Pi. Ka. Chu. Pikachu also raised a small fist, agreeing with Gwen's statement. Looking at the two, I also laughed. Gwen, aren't you going to hide outside the police station today? I don't need to do it today. Dad went to Kingpin's manor to command and maintain law and order there. And he's commanding from inside the armored vehicle, so he'll be safe. Now, many people in New York are running out and marching, demanding for the government to bring Kingpin to justice. I also walked to the balcony and listened to the noisy New York City outside. A smile appeared on his face, as he said, Gwen, you'd better go to Kingpin's manor this time. I'm worried that Kingpin will eventually snap and hurt innocent civilians. Gwen thought about it, and it made sense. So she walked to the edge of the balcony and glanced at I. When I get back, let's go out to play. All right. After getting I's answer, Gwen jumped down and left with a spider web. Inside Nelson and Murdoch law offices. Matthew Murdoch also only received the news this morning. How could he, who couldn't see at ordinary times, knew that such a forum had appeared? Now, it was his assistant who was reading the articles on the forum for him. After she recited it several times, Matthew finally raised his hand and said, It's okay, no need to read anymore. The era of Kingpin has completely ended. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but sigh. He and Kingpin had been fighting for so many years. The damage he had done to Kingpin could be said to be just minimal compared to his criminal empire. It couldn't be helped. He was only a single person in contrast to his underworld organization. But unexpectedly, this person shot for just 2 or 3 days, and yet Kingpin had completely fallen from his unshakable throne. Matthew's female assistant said in disbelief, You said the same thing last time, but it wasn't because you were suppressed. Matthew shook his head, This time it's impossible. The recording released on the forum is to warn those people. Whoever it is that dares to use this method to persecute Kingpin and his associates, they must know that it is not as simple as releasing these recordings. Only a few people could climb to that position, but anyone who did already washed their hands clean. The female assistant also knew a lot of the inside story and nodded. Matthew sneered and continued, Now, not only will those people not help Kingpin, but they hope that the sooner Kingpin will fall, the better. This is reality, this is how society works. Suddenly, Matthew seemed to think of something. He said, You wait in the office, I'll go out and let you wait when someone comes. After speaking, without waiting for the female assistant to speak, Matthew ran out. At the gate of Kingpin's manor, more and more demonstrators were coming. Detectives in New York could only use loudspeakers to soothe their emotions. At the same time, in order to prevent them from being hurt by Kingpin's men, the detectives tried to stop them from entering Kingpin's private territory. In the United States, intentionally trespassing on other people's territory without the owner's permission, the owner could retaliate whether by enforcing persecution or physical action. But the owner would be liable for his action in case the resulting injury was done to the extreme. But with Kingpin's background, it was easy for him to avoid this kind of thing. Upstairs, Kingpin sat in front of the window with his mobile phone and watched the growing number of demonstrators below. His face gradually turned pale. He hurriedly asked, Has Jenny not been found yet? A maid behind him immediately said, Boss Kingpin, someone has been sent to look for her. It should be soon, we can find her. The maid's voice was getting lower and lower because she had said the same line half an hour ago. Kingpin didn't press on, but his grip on the phone was enough to prove that he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his body. After a while, a subordinate rushed in and said to him, "Boss, boss." Seeing the man coming in, Kingpin asked lightly, "Where's lawyer Jenny?" The subordinate really didn't know how to tell Kingpin what he had inquired about. With a trembling tone, he could only say, "Boss Kingpin. Attorney Jenny, she has left New York." Hearing him, Kingpin's eyes instantly turned bloodshot and asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" The subordinate was so frightened that he told everything he had investigated. "Boss, it's true. Our people, to find lawyer Jenny's whereabouts, we've moved all her personal belongings where she was staying. After investigation, she made the earliest flight this morning, leaving New York." In a small corner of a poor country, a middle-aged man with long hair and a somewhat sloppy image watched Tony shining brightly on the TV, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. What's even more surprising is that on this middle-aged man's desktop, there were a lot of papers and sketches of various designs of mechanical components. Most notably, was the drawing of a circular object that looked similar to what Tony drew when he was still held captive in the cave. Impressively, this middle-aged man was also researching an arc reactor, and his research had also been successful. Next to these drawings on the blueprint, at the bottom right of the design, another name was written. He confidently read it aloud, "Anton Vanko." After listening to the report, only then did Kingpin remember what happened last night. After being laughed at in his dinner banquet last night, Jenny left and ran in a hurry. He never thought that Jenny would decide to escape at that time. "Quick, bring me a computer." At this time, Kingpin almost subconsciously roared. The subordinate ran out as if running for his life, and after a while, he brought back a computer. He hurriedly put it in front of Kingpin. "Check it out, quick. See if there are any unfavorable comments on the internet." Due to his big body, it was impossible for him to use the laptop at all. A few of the maids immediately got together and started working on the notebook. Just type in Wilson Fisk and the site would directly appear. When the maids read the various articles on the site, they trembled involuntarily. If they hadn't seen these contents here, they wouldn't dare to pass this news to Kingpin to read. But now that it was asked by him. Just last night, Kingpin dismissed the contents above. But today, he took a serious look at them, scrutinizing every word. The post above, reply below, and every redundant topic from the netizens. He read it all. After he finished reading, Kingpin finally realized what a stupid mistake he had made last night. This was a huge oversight. Especially in this country of free speech. How could an outstanding person like him not understand this truth? No. I still have a chance. Kingpin choked at his words as he looked at the phone in his hand. As long as Nick Fury doesn't give up on me, he thought. Kingpin believed that with Nick Fury's ability, there was a way to hold them down for him. Nick Fury. Kingpin listened to the noise outside and looked at the phone in his hand. There was one last glimmer of hope in his eyes. On the landing platform of SHIELD headquarters. 1, 2, 3. A transport jet stably stopped below. Nick Fury and Hill stood at the other end of the deck, watching the two people get off the plane. One is Coulson. The other one was dressed in shades of black and red leather coat. There was also a quiver-shaped thing on his back. The two soon came to Nick Fury. "Director, what's the matter with you looking for us in such a hurry?" Coulson asked. Nick Fury replied, "You had a good relationship with Tony Stark before, and I want you to ask him about something." The agent beside Coulson asked, isn't there Natasha on Tony Stark's side? Is there any man Natasha can't handle? Barton, maybe Tony is the first. And by the way, welcome back, said Fury as he nodded at him. Clint Barton. Like Black Widow, he was also a top agent in SHIELD. With superb marksmanship ability and archery skills, he was nicknamed Hawkeye. Hawkeye and Nick Fury shook hands. I think you made me come back on purpose, definitely not for the sake of reminiscing. Nick Fury nodded, then said, there is a simple task that only you can accomplish. With that said, Nick Fury moved his hand to Hill behind him. Hill stepped forward and handed Hawkeye the tablet in his hand. Hawkeye glanced at the content above, and glanced at Nick Fury in disbelief. Kill him. Nick Fury nodded. Abolish him, it's time for him to pay for the things he did before. Okay, just set me a goal for the mission, I'm not interested in what he has done before. After Hawkeye read the information in his hand, he walked in the other direction, towards the headquarters of SHIELD. Nick Fury looked at Hawkeye who left, and then said to Coulson, get ready to move, Tony should be back from Monaco soon. Okay, Chief. Outside the Kingpin's manor, a specially made car filled with all kinds of equipment housed George and a few Interpol agents. They came here, on one hand, to maintain law and order, and on the other hand, was to prevent Kingpin from escaping amid the ensuing chaos. Is there any movement in the manor now? George asked towards the walkie-talkie in his hand. There was immediately a buzzing sound from the walkie-talkie, followed by a man's voice, not yet, Kingpin is still sitting at the window. He still looks calm at the moment. Hearing that Kingpin was still calm, George frowned and asked another police detective beside him, has the court-applied arrest warrant been issued? Our people have passed, but the court people said they need to discuss it first. George and the inspector looked at each other and immediately understood the twists and turns. The people at the court were also playing the game of wait and see. See if anyone else would show up to save Kingpin, so they could stay out of the way if someone did appear, and wait for whether they give this warrant or not. After all, they didn't want their own call recording to appear again on the forum. Continue to observe. Once Kingpin does something, report it immediately. Got it, Chief. In George and the inspector's eyes, Kingpin had no oil left to burn. No one could save him anymore. But Kingpin upstairs still hadn't given up. Boss Kingpin, there are more and more people coming below. Our brothers manning the company said that, after those people thrashed the company, they directly came to the manor. If it goes on like this. The subordinate who came in to tip off the news, was now regretting his decision. Why did he come here? Why did he have to be loyal to Kingpin at this time? Isn't this just pushing himself into the fire pit? But it's too late to say anything now. With the presence of this group of demonstrators, not even a fly could fly out of Kingpin's manor. Listening to the report of his subordinates, Kingpin could only hope that the mobile phone in his hand would ring again, even for the last time. Or it would also be okay to not ring at all, but the people outside would automatically scatter like before. Yet, time passed by every second, but it was still the same. Nothing was going in his favor. Kingpin also found that the shouts and demonstrations outside were getting louder and louder. Not even one left. Instead, there were more and more people arriving outside. Kingpin had a terrible idea in his heart at this time, but he couldn't believe it. After hesitating for a while, he just decided to give Nick Fury another call, and ask him how long it will take. Kingpin dialed the familiar phone number again, and it was also the one that he called the most in the past few days. In the past, it worked every time. However, this time, the line on the opposite side was completely blocked. Kingpin sat on the chair, the mobile phone in his hand gradually slipped and fell to the ground. Thud. But this sound seemed so insignificant compared to the shouting outside. Boss. The subordinate also noticed the strangeness of Kingpin at this moment. He walked over quietly and asked if the boss was still fine, but suddenly he made a tentative cry. Because, the next moment, Kingpin's big hands grabbed him, with one hand on his throat and the other covering his face. With bloodshot eyes, the veins in Kingpin's head bulged as they became visible. Ha! 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 He laughed menacingly. The laughter was very harsh. Even in the noisy shouts, Kingpin's laughter still made people feel disturbed. This time, he understood. Understood that he had been completely abandoned by Nick Fury. The last ray of hope was completely shattered. He was completely over. Everything for him is over. But obediently waiting to die was not his style. Boss Kingpin, are you all right? At this time, the subordinate who was grabbed by the collar couldn't even move, so he could only ask softly, hoping there would still be a trace of sanity in this person called Kingpin. He laughed so happily. He must be all right, he thought. However, Kingpin slowly stood up from the chair in the next second, without saying a word. He held his subordinate like a chicken. Chief, Kingpin got up from the chair. The sniper who was watching secretly immediately told George in the car. George immediately asked, what move will he do next? Unexpectedly, the tone on the other side of the walkie-talkie changed instantly. Be careful, he threw a man out. Before he could finish speaking, George in the car immediately heard the sound of glass shattering. The next second was followed by the exclamation of the crowd. Look, someone fell from above. Run, be careful not to get hit. Run away. Without saying a word, George rushed out of the car. When he got out and looked, he saw a fuzzy person descending from the sky at a fast speed and inserted directly into the decorations on the walls of Kingpin's manor. When they saw this happen, they couldn't help but look away, especially at the blood that was dripping down the wall. How could ordinary people bear such a terrifying scene? The vast majority of those who came to the demonstrations only came to join in on the fun. They never thought such an appalling scene would happen. Immediately, the crowd became a mess, then chaos ensued. Everyone, orderly evacuate all the demonstrators. Let's move. George finally moved and hastily issued orders. Chief, look up. After being reminded by the team members, George immediately raised his head and looked in the direction his colleague pointed. There, he saw that the floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor had been completely broken. It was at that window the person was thrown out from. The third floor of Kingpin's manor. At this time, in front of the glass window, a big man was standing. Kingpin! Exclaimed George. Kingpin looked down, frightened the crowd who fled in all directions, and smiled with satisfaction. That's right, it's been so noisy for quite a long day, finally, the noise is dead. Fisk. You are surrounded, I advise you not to resist, or we have the right to shoot. George shouted and immediately took out the pistol in his waist, and pointed it at Kingpin above. Surrounded. Since this is the case, I will throw a few more people out for you. Kingpin sneered and looked at the maids behind him. The maids who were originally scared and dumbfounded, when they saw Kingpin's selective eyes. They immediately screamed in fear. At this moment, there was only a collective thought in their mind. That is, we're going to die. If that's so, then escape. Realizing what they are about to do, Kingpin's big hand rapidly grabbed towards one of the escaping maids. Where do you think you'll go? But when he was about to catch her, a red figure entered from the window, and a long stick quickly intercepted Kingpin's big hand. All of you, go out. Fast. Matthew shouted to the maids who were stunned and had a frightened look on their faces behind him. The maid who was saved finally came back to her senses and also ran away quickly following the others. She didn't even thank him. Daredevil, just in time. I've been upset for a long time because of you, so I'll take you to join me in my funeral today. Matthew also sneered and said, Kingpin, I just guessed that you would finally snap out of your mind, so I came here. Unexpectedly, the time is just right. Yes, it's time for you to die. Kingpin interjected and took action. Daredevil, Matthew, before he could finish mocking Kingpin, felt a huge force coming. Boom, asterisk. Fortunately, he defended in time using the long red stick in his hands. But it almost dropped out. When Matthew was holding the stick tightly, he was directly thrown up by Kingpin. How? Matthew couldn't believe it. He always thought that Kingpin was just a fat man. How could he have such great strength? Sip, asterisk. Boom, asterisk. This time, he was hit. Daredevil Matthew was directly thrown out by Kingpin and was slammed into a wall, causing dust to spread. Matthew coughed violently. The smoke dissipated, and Matthew supported his body with a stick. Although he had good resilience after gaining superpowers, yet what he felt was pain. Matthew gritted his teeth and vowed not to be careless again. This also made him have to re-examine the man in front of him. Kingpin also saw Matthew's doubts, and the corner of his mouth raised and sneered, Daredevil, do you think I really can't deal with you? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, it's not only you who has a special physique, but unlike mine, your strength is not a threat to me at all. By the way, I'm not fat, but pure muscles. Kingpin squeezed his big hand, and the muscles all over his body swelled in an instant, propping up his clothes. Then I'm really careless. But in a fight, you don't necessarily win with strength alone. Retorted Daredevil. Really? Then let me see how much you have. Kingpin excitedly said, and like a bull, rushed towards Daredevil at an extremely fast speed. Daredevil's senses sharpened in an instant, and with his super perception, he jumped sideways, dodging Kingpin's charge. He nearly couldn't avoid Kingpin's savage assault. You dodge pretty fast, Daredevil. Ridiculed Kingpin as he grinned from ear to ear. Matthew stabilized his body with a stick, and when he looked at Kingpin, his face changed slightly. What kind of monster is this? The sniper, observing in the dark, looked at the form in his scope in shock, and immediately asked George, Chief, do you want to kill Kingpin? Daredevil is fighting him now. Find an opportunity, kill Kingpin and be careful not to hurt Daredevil. The sniper immediately responded, understood. But inside the house, Kingpin and Daredevil were moving all over the place, eventually leading the whole floor to be covered in smoke. Damn it! I can't find a chance like this. The sniper snorted softly. In his sight, Daredevil only had the purpose of running away, and couldn't fight back to Kingpin at all. What's the matter, Daredevil? Are you just running away? Where's your momentum you had? Every time Kingpin's fist fell, it would leave a deep pit on the ground or on the wall. This caused Daredevil's retreats to be constantly compressed. Soon, Matthew was suppressed to the corner of the wall, and there was no way for him to avoid Kingpin anymore. "Come on, I won't be so cruel, I will end your suffering with one punch." At this moment, Kingpin raised his big fist and talked towards Daredevil closely in the face. Seeing the juncture of death, when Matthew was about to give up, a familiar cheery voice sounded immediately, "Hey, big guy. Is it okay to bully people with your strength? How does it compare to mine? Spider-Woman." Matthew immediately heard this familiar and sweet figure. And he found that Kingpin in front of him did not drop his punch in his face at all. Kingpin puzzledly glanced at his fist and found that his fist was being pulled by a spider web, which prevented it from falling on Daredevil's face. Turning around, he saw Spider-Woman standing behind him. But he did not budge, and unhurriedly said, "Yes, both of you are here today. You can both be buried with me." Then he looked at Gwen and yelled, "You're nosy, so let me start with you." Immediately after his words, Kingpin spread his two big hands, arms wide, and rushed towards Spider-Woman, intending to hug her. Seeing this, Gwen's legs moved, she jumped and with a perfect backflip, successfully dodging the enthusiastic Kingpin. "Big man, I don't like uncles. If you hug me, I'll be angry. Now, I'm angry." Gwen kicked Kingpin directly in the jaw. Kingpin, who was supposed to have a strong body, was turned over directly. Gwen quickly grabbed Kingpin's ankle with one foot, and threw him out after she spun half a circle. "He's a bit heavy." Gwen clapped her hands afterward and smiled. Monaco. After being interviewed by reporters, Tony walked back to the reception room. Inside, Happy and Yinsen were talking and laughing while eating the snacks that were delivered to them. "You two, those are for me. I want you to buy me my portion after you've eaten it up," said Tony. Yinsen said immediately, "I believe those people in the Ministry of Defense regret inviting you here." Tony waved his hand proudly and said, "For thieves and robbers, we don't need to respect such people. Asterisk talk asterisk asterisk talk asterisk asterisk talk asterisk." Tony. At this time, Pepper's voice was heard after knocking the door. Hearing that Pepper was coming, Tony immediately winked at the two, Happy and Yinsen. Then turned around and proudly said, "Potts, how was my performance today?" Pepper glanced at Tony and replied, "You did good." She usually hated Tony doing dangerous things, but if someone wanted to harm Tony, naturally, she wouldn't be polite with them either. So even if Tony's body would be missing a limb or an organ or two or would look incomplete today, Pepper would still appreciate him for who he was. At this time, behind Pepper, there was also a very hot and alluring beauty in an OL suit. When Tony saw her, he couldn't help but be stunned for a while, then proceeded to scan her from head to toe. Even if he had a life-changing experience that made him have a new outlook in life and was not the frivolous playboy like before, but old habits die hard. Tony couldn't easily change the old habit of maintaining a straight eye when he sees beautiful women. Pepper sharply caught Tony's eyes, so she blocked the direction in which his eyes were roaming, and said, "This is my newly hired assistant, Natalie Rushman." And this newly hired assistant was none other than the Black Widow, Natasha Romanov, who was sent undercover by Nick Fury. Black Widow looked at Tony in front of her and gently introduced herself, "I'm Natalie Rushman." Tony very skillfully stretched out a hand and shook hands with the new assistant and confidently said, "I'm Tony Stark." Happy behind him also came up. Naturally, he could not miss this opportunity, "I'm Happy Hogan." Tony glanced directly at Happy, "Hey, shouldn't you drive my car over at this time? Are we ready to go back? Happy waved his hand, a little disappointed. Okay, I'll go right now. Little Pepper on the side saw this scene and wanted to scold Tony, but she held herself and just decided to not mind it, then immediately asked, Tony, are you going back now? Tony nodded as a matter of course. Originally, I didn't plan to go back early, but I'm tired after defeating those people today, so I want to go back. There are so many reporters outside. I'll leave it to you. I'll go out and deal with it later. For now, help me sneak out. Tony immediately said. Can you, Potts? According to Tony's original plan, he did intend to have a good time with Pepper in Monaco for a few days before leaving. But now he had more important things to deal with. That is, Howard's city of the future. Emperor told him where the alternative energy source could be found. Pepper originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Tony's eyes, she said in a low voice, okay. Tony felt guilty inside, but he needed to do this since this was of vital importance to him right now. He will just make it up to her next time. So he immediately said to Yinsen behind him, Yinsen, let's go back. Yinsen also knew that Tony right now was almost racing against time, and he followed Tony to prepare to leave without delay. Just like this time, you will be responsible for something like this in the future. Pepper went out with her new assistant, explaining to her how the work would be done. Soon, the voices of reporters outside became quieter. Tony knew that it was the cue for them to leave. Yinsen, let's go. The two soon came to the underground parking lot of the hotel. Happy was waiting for Tony in that fancy car Tony was supposed to drive beforehand. Tony walked directly to the main driver's seat and indifferently said, Get out of the car, you made me come like this, then you just go back like this. Happy wore an innocent look, then he looked at Yinsen. At least I'm not going back on my own, thinking that he could at least have Yinsen as company, who knew that Tony was not finished yet. Yinsen, get in the car. We're going back first. Hearing this, Yinsen glanced at Happy sympathetically, then got into the car and drove away. Happy looked at the leaving car with a lost face. After a while, he sighed softly. In the car, Tony handed Yinsen a small tablet. Yinsen, look at the video of my dad's speech, see if there's something wrong. Yinsen took the small tablet that Tony handed over and asked suspiciously, What's wrong with Mr. Howard? Tony thought about it and said, It might be crazy, but I was told that there might be a new element that could replace the palladium in my chest. I asked Jarvis to find a lot of information, which I think is more likely to be this paragraph. After listening to Tony's explanation, Yinsen immediately watched intently. This turned Tony into a puzzled look. He asked, Aren't you surprised? This is a video from 20 years ago. I think I'm crazy, looking for answers from this. However, Yinsen shook his head and contemplated for a while, then said, No, if it's Mr. Howard, maybe it's really possible. What? Tony couldn't believe Yinsen's answer. Tony, you probably don't know what kind of person your dad was, but... Yinsen gently said. But before he could finish, Tony immediately took over the conversation and said, Of course I know that he is a workaholic, and that he never recognized me. After listening to Tony's words, Yinsen knew that there was a rift between the father and son, but now Howard had passed away. He didn't say anything else about these sensitive topics anymore. Instead, Yinsen continued to impart his understanding of Tony's father. Howard's ability was obvious to all scientists at our time. A lot of people say that it's not himself that limited his ability, it's the age. era. Doubled Tony. Yinsen nodded and continued, yes, it was the technology of that era that limited Howard's abilities. After watching the video for a while, Yinsen continued, perhaps, in this video, there are works that Howard hasn't finished yet. Maybe. Tony murmured. Inside the Kingpin's manor. George could also hear the sound of the fight upstairs clearly, and he had just seen Spider-Woman swung into the manor with his own eyes. What's the situation inside now? George asked the sniper. Spider-Woman threw Kingpin out, and now the smoke is too heavy, I can't get visuals on Kingpin's situation. Hearing Kingpin was suppressed by Spider-Woman, George subconsciously shouted, yes. Then he immediately realized his gaffe, and coughed, continue to observe, and help Spider-Woman when you have the chance. Got it, Chief. Upstairs. Daredevil's body had already recovered a lot, and he walked to Gwen's side and asked, need help? Gwen glanced at Daredevil, and then proudly said, I don't think so, he doesn't seem to be as strong as me. Be careful. But as they were conversing, Gwen's spider sense rang, sending an early warning and pushed Daredevil on the side avoiding Kingpin, who rushed out of the smoke like a bison. But Daredevil on the other hand was not so lucky, having been abruptly pushed away and was shoved on the wall. Gwen hurriedly came to Matthew's side and supported him. As a result, Kingpin came to the front of the two and directly squatted down for another perfect lunge. Shaking his hands and clenching it into fists, he slammed Gwen over. The powerful punching force was accompanied by a violent fist style, and Gwen's light body agilely moved side to side and finally leaped upwards and sticked on the ceiling, dodging each of Kingpin's powerful punches. Does he know karate? Daredevil, who was pushed away by Gwen, now stood up from the ground. It was really hard to believe that a person of this tonnage could use the martial arts skills of karate so proficiently. You are wrong, I know every martial art in the world and can adjust my battle plan according to the actual situation. Kingpin said proudly. Gwen, who was glued to the ceiling, said in surprise, it's strange, aren't you the boss of the underworld? Why do you have to fight and kill by yourself? Kingpin sneered, how can people like you understand? The next moment, what made Matthew even more unbelievable happened. Kingpin actually performed a backflip. He kicked the Spider-Woman on the ceiling with violent precision. Gwen quickly dodged Kingpin's attack, but the ceiling was directly smashed by Kingpin's kick. Gwen fell to Daredevil's side, looks like he's really not bragging. In terms of combat skills I've seen before, he is. Gwen thought for a while, the second best. Matthew asked curiously, he never thought that someone of Kingpin's caliber would only place as the second best, who is the first? Gwen blushed and made her stutter a bit, someone who beat me right away. Then do you want to call him over and deal with this tricky guy together? Matthew suggested. Now in Matthew's eyes, Kingpin's combat effectiveness had been raised to an incredible level. No, it's not necessary. After all, I can handle it. Before Matthew could say anything else, Gwen rushed over, facing Kingpin, who released another punch. Gwen easily caught it with one hand without hesitation. Even Kingpin couldn't believe it. How is this possible? How is this woman so strong? He thought. Your skills are good, but your strength is a little weak. Gwen said, with a smirk on her soft lips. But with the mask on, it really couldn't be seen by Kingpin. Or else, he'd definitely pop out a vein. Gwen turned around, twisted Kingpin's arm and with a front push, his whole body left the floor, and with the support of her shoulder, he was thrown to the ground heavily. Boom, asterisk. Asterisk crack, crack, asterisk. Fortunately, the quality of this building is good. Otherwise, with Kingpin's mass, he could really smash through the floor this time. Let's solve it quickly, I still have something to do. Gwen said in a calm tone. Daredevil, on the side nodded numbly, oh. At the same time, on another tall building, Hawkeye held a telescope and watched the battle in Kingpin's manor from a distance. Daredevil. Spider-Woman. He muttered, then thought, I haven't been back to New York for a while, and now there's new ones popping up from time to time, can I still keep up? After complaining for a while, Hawkeye took out an arrow, with a green capsule on its end, from the quiver on his back. Immediately afterwards, he drew a thin black stick from behind. Swiping his hand hard, it immediately turned into a black bow. After Hawkeye drew the bow and arrow, he aimed at Kingpin in the distance. With a serious face, he said softly, "Mission accomplished." Then, the arrow in his hand shot out instantly. Gwen looked at Kingpin, who got up and said, "Don't waste your efforts, you can't beat me. Surrender obediently, and let the police detectives take you away and face the law." Kingpin laughed again and sneered, "You think that group of people will let me live for the so-called trial? I know too much of what no one else should know. I only have two outcomes now, either I'll die, or go to prison and continue to be my own boss. In that case, why don't I go crazy while I'm still outside and alive?" Just as Gwen was about to say something, alarm bells suddenly rang on her head. She hurriedly cautioned, "Be careful." But it was still too late. Asterisk show tilde asterisk asterisk Pucci asterisk. A black arrow flew at an extremely fast speed, hitting Kingpin's chest. Kingpin didn't get angry but smiled. "My body is harder than a stone, you think any random projectile could?" Before Kingpin could finish speaking, he saw that there was a green capsule hanging at the end of the arrow, slowly being injected into his body. His face changed instantly. "Oh, shit. This capsule. And this arrow." Kingpin suddenly clenched his fists hard and shouted unwillingly, "Nick Fury, you bastard!" It was at this time that a mutation arose. A blood-colored steam was spreading out from his body. "What?" Feeling the bloody steam ejecting out his body, Kingpin couldn't help crying out in pain. "Ugh! What is this?" Seeing what's happening to Kingpin, Gwen's face instantly changed, and she had the urge to cover her mouth and nose. But at this moment, her trusty assistant, Red Queen, reminded, "Don't worry, Miss Gwen. The mask of the new spider suit has a molecular-level filtering function. And these are not poisonous gases, but evaporated muscles." Evaporated muscle. Gwen had never heard anything so terrifying. Yes, the potion carried on the arrow just now should be the drug that can vaporize the muscles. In fact, the principle is to accelerate muscle aging, causing the muscle to undergo rapid entropy in a short period of time. When Matthew heard this, he also covered his nose and pulled Gwen back to the side. Then, in the tone of an old man, he said earnestly, "Next time you encounter this unknown gas, hurry up and explain." "Maybe it's poison gas," answered Gwen with an apologetic smile. The bloody muscle steam quickly came and went. When the steam dissipated, both Gwen and Matthew got goosebumps at what they saw in front of them. Kingpin, who was originally built like a shredded bodybuilder, was now only left with skin and bones. He looked like a huge skeleton wrapped in human skin. Kingpin tried to say something, but he found himself unable to utter a word. The muscles that were supposedly controlling his vocal cords had also evaporated. Now, a generation of champions in New York City. The kingpin of crime had ended up like this. Those people behind this didn't want Kingpin to die, nor did they want him to continue his reign as king and hegemony in prison. All they wanted was, let Kingpin continue to know these secrets, but never let him spread it. That's why he's still alive. This is also a kind of retribution. Let him live to suffer, rather than die easily. Matthew looked at Kingpin's final end, and didn't know what he thought at this moment. After a while, he said to Gwen with a sigh, "I'll go first." Gwen nodded silently. After Matthew left, Gwen heard the voices of the detectives coming up the stairs. She then shot a spider web and silently flew away. Downstairs, after George listened to the report from the sniper, he immediately ordered the officers around him. "It's now over, it was already confirmed by the operatives who have visuals of the fight. You guys, go to those high-rise buildings to find out who shot the arrow." Then he pointed to a group, "You guys, hurry up and come with me." When the group of detectives came upstairs, they saw a skeleton with human skin lying on the ground. If it wasn't for the snipers to be sure it was Kingpin, they'd all think it was some kind of prank. "Call the ambulance right away. Notify other sub-bureaus that they can start catching Kingpin's people who have properties in their names," George added. Under a tall building, Hawkeye disguised as a water delivery worker walked out with a bucket in hand. Soon after he left, several detectives rushed in. Hawkeye, who was already away from the area, changed out to a plumber's clothes while walking. He picked up an earpiece and put it on one ear, then said, "Mission number 937, mission objective, Kingpin. Finished." On the other end of the earpiece, Nick Fury's voice came back, "Okay, you can go back now. I'll call you again when I need something." Inside the office, Nick Fury put the earpiece back in his hands. On his other hand, he was rubbing a modified pager device, and in front of him was a folder named Avengers Initiative. After thinking about it, Nick Fury picked up the pen and wrote a new name on it. Clint Barton, codename Hawkeye. "Nick Fury, I didn't expect you to be more cruel than I thought." After seeing the footage through Red Queen, I could clearly see how Kingpin's reign died in the end. That arrow was obviously shot by none other than S.H.I.E.L.'s very own archer, Hawkeye. With his current condition, the Kingpin was completely abolished. It's better to die than to live. No matter what he thought before, he definitely never thought that he would end up like this in the end. Pikachu. Pikachu came up to Ai's feet, shouted and jumped into Ai's arms. "What, are you hungry again?" Ai asked, earning a nod from Pikachu. "We'll eat together when Gwen comes back. Come, let's see if we can find you a new bed. When we move into our new house, I will get you a new bed and move it there." Pikachu excitedly nodded and carefully looked at the contents of the computer screen. At this moment, a reminder sounded in Ai's mind. The frog cub is traveling. Ai was stunned and entered the game. After harvesting the 4-leaf clover on the pond, he wondered, strange, why did the frog cub go home for a few days this time before going on a trip? Host, the frog cub will tell you the latest situation with its other fictional world friends by writing a letter to you after returning this time. At the same time, it also wanted to send an invitation to its friends. Soon, the host's game will welcome its first visitors. Ai's eyes lit up, he was looking forward to who the first visitor would be. After communicating with the system about the visitor, Ai quit the game. After quitting the game, Ai saw Gwen come back swinging on her spider web. When Pikachu saw Gwen come back, he was about to pounce on Gwen but found her directly sitting on the balcony railings, looking a little sullen. I also noticed the change in Gwen's mood, and it seemed that Kingpin's fate had really hit Gwen earlier. "What's wrong, Spider Lady?" Seeing I approaching, Gwen took off her hood and said, a little upset, why is there such a vicious person in this world?" I was stunned. He asked, "Who are you referring to?" "The name Kingpin called before he was poisoned, seems to be Nick Fury," answered Gwen. "Gwen, this world is not so peaceful. What it needs are superheroes, like you and Daredevil, don't you think?" I slowly explained. Gwen jumped off the railing, stood beside I and silently looked down at the entire New York City. I didn't know what she was thinking right now, but he just continued, "However, Gwen, you should be busy for the rest of the now." Gwen asked, "Why?" "Kingpin is the real boss of the underground in New York City. Now that his era is over, those who were oppressed before are naturally not happy now that he is gone. So with him gone, a battle will gradually emerge to fight for the territory he has left. That means, in the next period of time, our friendly neighborhood Spider-Woman may have to face gang conflicts frequently." Gwen couldn't understand at first, but after I's explanation, it all clicked in her head. With a fierce look, Gwen raised her little hand and patted her little arm. "If they dare to mess around, I'll beat them up. Beat them until they're scared." I looked at Gwen, who had recovered, and smiled. "I know you will. I'm going to cook first." Little Chew felt hungry again. Laughed I, and walked back inside. "We'll go out for a drive after we're full," he added. "Pikachu!" came Pikachu's complaint. Gwen looked at Pikachu, who was clutching his little tummy. She remembered that she seemed to have snubbed Pikachu just now. In order to make up for Pikachu, Gwen squatted down and fondly said, "Little Chew, do you want to fly outside?" Pikachu, who heard Gwen say this, was instantly frightened. Pikara. He ran to I's side in a hurry, and grabbed I's trousers, shaking his head with a look of fear. "Pikap. Pikar Tilda." Gwen was instantly unhappy. She crossed her arms and said, "Am I that scary?" "Don't worry, this time I will only take you to glide, not to take you around in circles. Let's go, Little Chew." "Little Chew, stop." I immediately stopped when he saw that Pikachu had a tendency to electrify Gwen. "You can't do that to your family. TL/N, because, for family." Pikapi. Pikachu wasn't happy either. "I can't shock her, and I can't stop her either. What do you want me to do?" Seeing Pikachu's aggrieved look, I smiled and said, "Okay, Gwen, you can't take him there again." "Gwen, don't you know that you almost became a fried spider?" he thought. The clueless Gwen's eyes lit up immediately. "Did you also design the battle suit for Little Chew?" I nodded, pointed to the nearby computer and said, "On the computer, you can go and have a look." Then continued, "If Little Chew doesn't want to go, then let him be. After a few days, the battle suit made for Little Chew will arrive." Gwen immediately gave up the idea of flying with Pikachu. She then walked to the computer, and asked Red Queen to show Pikachu's battle suit. "Wow, so cute." Coast of Malibu, Tony Stark's seaside cliff mansion. Inside Tony's studio, Tony and Yinsen looked at what was on the projected big screen in front of them. What was shown was Howard's introduction to the city of the future. After multiple replays, Yinsen was about to memorize every word Howard said, but still couldn't find the clue. Yinsen felt a burning heat on his face now, remembering how he confidently said those words to Tony in the car just a few hours ago. He believed that this film really hid the replacement element for the palladium, PD, element. Tony, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fall asleep if I keep watching. Yinsen couldn't stand it anymore, and pleaded to Tony. Tony said deliberately, "Did you perhaps forget what you said just now? You said you believe what Mr. Howard left behind might. I trust Howard, I don't trust the person who gave you this information." Yinsen immediately changed his tune. Tony was at a loss for words, because he couldn't refute it. But Tony couldn't think of any reason for Emperor to lie to him. Moreover, when Emperor saw him, he could directly see the problem he was currently having, and he could accurately state Howard's research topic. All these made Tony no choice but to believe. "Yinsen, let's watch it again. One last time," Tony said impatiently. Because it was directly related to whether he could live or die. Although Yinsen complained, he and Tony continued to watch at the beginning again. "I'm Howard Stark, and everything you need in the future can be found right here. City of the future," Howard said, then another, "The key to the future is here." In the projection, Howard kept repeating the concept of the futuristic city. At the same time, the model behind him was also introduced, then the respective functions of the building models. Suddenly, Yinsen and Tony thought of something at the same time. They stood up together and walked towards the screen in front of them. "Jarvis, pause." The screen instantly froze with his command. "Yinsen, tell me what you think," Tony said as he looked at the specific model that was laid out on the screen. Yinsen's hand pointed to the city of the future model behind Howard. "It's the structures." "As I thought." Tony clapped his hands and yelled excitedly. Yinsen asked, "Tony, is this thing still in your house?" "Yes, I put this model in the utility room." "Let's take it out and see," replied Tony. Osborne Industrial Building. Norman Osborne sat at his desk and watched the reporter's interview with George on the TV. And George said, "Wilson Fisk has been arrested. He will be punished by the law for all the crimes he has committed. For the general public, please stay calm and believe in the justice and fairness of the law." George was in the New York Police Department, speaking to a group of reporters. Lastly, he didn't forget to thank Spider-Woman and Daredevil for their contribution to the capture of Kingpin in the interview. Watching the TV interview, Norman's face gradually darkened. He picked up the remote and turned the TV off. "Kingpin! You bastard!" Loosening the tie around his neck, Norman scolded in a low voice. He thought he could get experimental subjects that could be used for his experiments through Kingpin's human trafficking business. But now, all his thoughts had come for naught. The most important thing now was that without the subjects, his experiments cannot go on at all. Norman became more and more irritable the more he thought about it. When he was about to smash something to vent his anger, the female secretary walked in with a mobile phone. Seeing her come in, Norman's face immediately became gloomy. He asked in a low voice, "Didn't I say, don't come in and not to bother me until there's something important to report?" The female secretary looked embarrassed at his words, but she still pointed to the mobile phone in her hand, and timidly said, "Mr. Norman, the general is on the phone right now." As soon as he heard that it was the general, Norman immediately took the mobile phone from the female secretary's hand and with a humble tone, he said, "Your Excellency, General Slocum." "It's me, Norman Osborne." On the other end of the phone, the general's very displeased voice came, "Mr. Osborne, I believe you have also seen Tony Stark's performance in the Senate today. Norman said immediately, "Of course, Your Excellency." Almost the entire United States of America knew about this matter, and it would be the headline of every major news tomorrow. Although Norman stayed in the laboratory all day, it did not mean that he was uninformed about the trends of the world. After all, he didn't live in a cave. Tony Stark is unwilling to hand over the steel armor technology. This is what we expected. But it's also something we want to prevent. Hearing this, Norman's face sank. He immediately knew what the person on the other end of the phone wanted to say. Sure enough, the general said next, "So how is your experiment going, Dr. Norman?" In the end, the general even changed his phrase to Norman, which shows how much he attaches importance to this now. Norman could only bite the bullet and say, "Of course, Your Excellency. Our experiment went very smoothly." "But it's..." "What is it?" asked the general. "It's just that there is a problem regarding human experiments." Norman did not wait for the general to speak, and continued, "Your Excellency, I wonder if you can give it to me from the prison." "Dr. Norman, I want you to remember one thing: this experiment is to be performed by you privately. It doesn't have anything to do with us." On the other end of the phone, the general sneered. This sentence made Norman feel a little uncomfortable in an instant. They couldn't provide it. This kind of experiment was secretly supported by the military. Before the results came out, the attitude of the other party would naturally be ambiguous. This would make it easier for them to clear the relationship as quickly as possible in the event of an accident in the future. In the same way, once the test results were good, the military could take most of the credit. This was also the old way of how the military of some countries operates. "I understand, Your Excellency. I'll fix the human trials myself as soon as possible." Although Norman's tone was flat, he had already cursed the other party over and over again in his heart. The two sides exchanged a few words before hanging up the phone. The moment the phone hung up, Norman's suppressed anger completely exploded. "Damn it. All you think about is your benefits." When Norman picked up the phone and planned to call Peter for them to continue the study again, yet in a few clicks, he gave up. Because currently, the ultimate side effects of the drug could only be confirmed if human trials were conducted. But in regards to human trials, Peter was against it. Norman could only come to the window with a glass of wine in a terrible mood, and looked down at the Osborne Industries he built by himself. "People, where am I going to find people?" he muttered. Just when Norman was at a loss, his eyes noticed a homeless man wrapped in a black trench coat lay sleeping in the corner outside Osborne Industries. Slowly, a smile crept across his face. In Norman's mind, an idea slowly emerged. Norman took the mobile phone and made another call. "Old friend, do me a favor." New York City. Inside a restaurant. Peter and Harry sat together over dinner. "Peter, I didn't expect that with you and my father doing experiments together, you could still invite me to dinner," Harry commented with a wondering tone. Growing up, his expression towards his father, Norman Osborne, was that of a workaholic man. Due to this, it even affected the entire Osborne Industries. Peter smiled after what Harry said and didn't directly state his current fallout with Norman. Harry didn't notice anything wrong with Peter, but continued, "You know, he didn't even have time for me ever since I was a child. He only cared about his experiments. Maybe in his eyes, his experiments are more important than his child." Peter's hand cutting the steaks paused uncontrollably. He looked at Harry, then asked, "Harry, What kind of person do you think your father was? A workaholic, inventor, scientist, and entrepreneur. In short, he has many titles and auras, but it is undeniable that he is also a good father. Harry said, then smiled and continued, even if he is busy, he will still remembers my birthdays and every important day of the year. My gifts are also quite a lot. After speaking, Harry's tone became a little lonely, and he continued, I think, I'm an incompetent son. I'm not very smart, I can't be a scientist like him, and I can't help him. In fact, I've always idolized him and wanted to be like him. After talking for a while, Harry looked at Peter. Peter, tell me about your cooperation with my father. Not bad, Uncle Norman is a very good scientist and has helped me a lot in all aspects. It was an honor to work with him. Hearing Peter's compliment to Norman, Harry also smiled with satisfaction. I thought it would be difficult for the two of you to get along, but it seems that I think too much. We get along well, Peter said through his teeth. At least before that happened, Peter and Norman did get along just fine. After dinner, the two said goodbye and left. Peter was walking home alone, thinking about Harry's admiration for Norman, and couldn't help shaking his head. Dr. Connors, what should I do now? In Peter's mind, he couldn't help but think of Connors who injected the test medicine into himself for the test. But he hadn't heard from Connors for a long time. He went to the police station to ask Captain George Stacy several times, but all they said was that he was imprisoned in a special prison and should be serving a lifetime imprisonment. Due to the special nature of the prison, there was no privilege to open prison visits. So Peter hadn't seen Connors since that night. But in Peter's heart, Connors had always been his mentor. At the same time, in a secret experimental base somewhere in America, Connors slowly opened his eyes from the hospital bed and looked at the Mediterranean-faced man in a black suit beside him. How is it? Did it work? Asked Connors. The man smiled. Of course, Dr. Connors, you can try moving your right hand now. In such an operation, you are the second. This is the vibranium arm, said Connors while a little stunned. Connors tried to sense his right hand, and then moved it in front of him, and a black metal arm then appeared in his field of vision. After a few trials, there was almost no difference from his original arm. The Mediterranean man smiled and said, how about it, we didn't lie to you. It's unbelievable that this world has such technology, Connors said, with a dazed look on his face. And, according to the introduction of the middle-aged Mediterranean man, the technology had been around for a long time. Looking at Connors' reaction, the middle-aged Mediterranean man had an impressed tone over his voice as he continued. Compared to Dr. Connors' regeneration technology, ours is just a matter of chance. I hope Dr. Connors will abide by the agreement and continue to study regenerative genetic medicines in Hydra's laboratory. When Connors heard what the middle-aged man said, he felt ashamed when he thought of what he did after he injected the genetic medicine. So he said, my experiment was a failure. No, Dr. Connors. You just don't have a better experimental environment, replied the man. And our Hydra can provide you with such an environment. The Mediterranean man continued, of course, you can also choose not to cooperate with our Hydra. But we'll get back what belongs to us. The meaning was obvious, they would take back the vibranium arm that was just installed. This looked like less of a cooperation, and more of a threat. Hearing the threat from the Mediterranean man, Connors subconsciously grabbed the palm of his right hand. After thinking for a while, he said, okay, I promise you, but the premise is that you can't interfere with my experiment. Certainly. Hydra welcomes you, Dr. Connors. The Mediterranean man warmly opened his arms and hugged Connors. Connors also responded with a hug. After some time, when only Connors was around, he said, "Peter, I hope you don't blame me. I don't want to go back to being a disabled anymore." Osborne Industries, back door. Norman was standing, looking at a few people walking slowly not far away. Those few people were dressed in black, while they took advantage of the night for them to not be seen easily. But it was not difficult to see that several people were carrying a sack-like thing at the same time. And it seems to be quite heavy. Behind them, there was a middle-aged man with a stubble face. When he saw Norman waiting at the door, the two smiled at each other. The middle-aged man stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Norman, long time no see." "Long time no see, Jack. I thought that now that Kingpin was caught, you would also suffer along with him." The man known as Jack said, "Fortunately, he and I are just the same intermediary. Although those police detectives also found me, but as long as I find a place to avoid the limelight, I'll be fine." Norman nodded in understanding and faced the door behind him. He made an inviting gesture and said, "A place to rest has been prepared for you." Jack waved to the brothers behind him. A few people followed Jack into Osborne Industries. As he walked, Norman said, "As we said earlier, you will be my experimental assistant from now on. The dormitory is over there," he said, while pointing his hand outward. "Have you brought your baggage?" Norman asked, his eyes looking at the black sack that several people carried over. Jack smiled evilly, "Of course." At Jack's gesture, the younger brothers in the back put down the sack and untied it. Inside the sack, a homeless man in tattered clothes was stunned and tied up. Norman crouched down, checked the homeless man's body, and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, go and give him a bath first. And then send him to my laboratory." Hearing Norman, Jack smiled. "This is another price." Looking at Jack sitting on the ground and raising the price, Norman was not angry at all. Now that the test subject's problem was solved. Even if they raised the money, it was nothing to him. "No problem, happy cooperation. But I hope your subordinates are more strict." "Don't worry, we won't leave Osborne Industries until your experiment is successful." Norman smiled with satisfaction. "The money will be credited to your account tomorrow. You guys, go and give him a bath," ordered Jack. When everyone was gone, only Jack and Norman remained. Norman looked at Jack and said, "Now that Kingpin is dead, what are your plans next?" "I don't know, I'll just avoid the limelight for now. All along, I have only been an intermediary for Kingpin," answered Jack. Jack said with a smile, "Why, it's not enough for you to have Osborne Industries, and you also want to get involved in Kingpin's industry." "I'm not interested, I'm just curious. Who will be the next person who will sit in the throne that Kingpin previously owned?" said Norman, cutting Jack's sentence. Jack contemplated for a while, and said, "It depends. If those who indulged Kingpin in the past, will still indulge the next king." The two smiled and went inside Osborne Industries. Inside Tony's studio. After searching for a while, Tony finally found the city of the future left by Howard and spliced them together. Looking at the dusty sand table, Yinsen took a hard breath, then blew off the dust. As a result, a puff of smoke scattered in the air. Tony frowned immediately. "Next time you do this, tell me first so I can stay away." "Tony, did you see something?" Yinsen ignored Tony's complaints and carefully observed the miniature city model in front of him. I haven't found it yet. However, I suddenly felt that the concept was good. A brand new city plan with a big ball in the middle. Every road. Every building. And it's styling. Tony said as if he had found something, and slowly bent down, picking up the model on its edge. Yinsen, help me move it over there so Jarvis can build a digital model. Yinsen knew that Tony must have seen something, and immediately helped Tony carry it over with him. After they put it down, Tony directly said, Jarvis, build a 3-dimensional model so I can easily manipulate it. No problem, sir. After Jarvis' scan, a blue digital model was built in front of Tony. Tony waved his hand lightly. The whole model turned. When the building above was rotating, it seems to construct a special pattern. It's amazing. Yinsen couldn't help but say. Yinsen, do you see something? Tony looked at the spinning Stark Expo model and asked Yinsen. It looks like the internal structure of some kind of atom, but there is too much clutter. Yinsen said sharply. Yeah, maybe we need to delete something. Tony said as he intently looked at the digitalized design. Asterisk snap, asterisk. Tony snapped his fingers followed by a swipe of his hand, and the Stark Expo model spun. It eventually tilted down slowly, facing him, then stopped spinning. Now, facing the whole layout, Tony said, the globe in the middle is like an atomic nucleus. Jarvis, zoom it out. Yinsen watched Tony's operation in amazement. Tony, now sitting in front of the zoomed model, was now facing the Stark Expo's digitalized globe model. He rubbed his chin, then said, remove the walkways, bushes, trees, parking lots, exits and entrances. Then proceeded to flick them one by one. As Tony's instructions fell, the content on the digital model became more and more concise. Until the end, only one glowing point of light remained. On the side, Yinsen's mouth opened wide. It's amazing. Although Tony's face was very calm on the surface, inside, his heart was already beating wildly. He did not expect that even after so many years, his father, Howard, even after his death, still taught him a lesson. Using the pavilions as a framework, structure it to form protons and neutrons. Tony mumbled as Jarvis worked it out. Eventually, all the remaining light spots were quickly combined on the original globe in the middle. Then, a new atom was slowly formed. Clapping both his hands, the new atomic structure instantly magnified countless times, covering the entire studio like a large cylindrical net of blue lights. Seeing this scene, Yinsen could only marvel, Mr. Howard is really a genius. Tony also gave a rare nod, and with a dazed look, he said, you have been dead for 20 years, and you still have things to teach me. At this time, Jarvis' voice rang out, notifying Tony, the new element you rediscovered should be able to replace the ones you're using. The digital model of the new element at this time has been condensed in Tony's hand, like a small glowing ball of light. Thanks, Dad, Tony said sincerely. Unfortunately, it cannot be synthesized, added Jarvis. With Jarvis' computing power, he could analyze the manufacturing process of the new element, but the resulting data was futile. Ahoo! Just when Tony wanted to say something, there was a loud roar of thunder outside. Both Tony and Yinsen, who were focused, were startled by the thunder, and invariably looked in the direction behind them. Looks like it's going to rain, said Tony. Yinsen nodded. I think so. But contrary to what they thought, Jarvis replied, it's not going to rain, sir. Something fell. What does that mean, Jarvis? Tony didn't understand and asked Jarvis to elaborate. Jarvis immediately projected a video, and using the satellite view, they saw a little burning object going down Earth's atmosphere. "What is that, a meteorite?" asked Tony. He couldn't help but think so, as the thing that fell from the sky seemed to be nothing but meteorites. "I'm not sure," replied Yinsen. "Did something fall from the sky, causing a sound of thunder? So weird." This little episode did not arouse much interest in Yinsen and Tony, as they had more pressing issues right now. Yinsen walked over to Tony and took the holographic new element in his hand, and looked at it with fascination. "How did your father Howard discover this thing?" Tony waved his hand. "I think it could be just on a whim." Yinsen shook his head, and proposed, "Don't you think it's strange that your father discovered such a new element, but he didn't leave any clues? You should also know that he died unexpectedly." "I think there should be no time," replied Tony, not thinking too deeply about it. "Don't even have research notes?" intoned Yinsen. This question silenced Tony. Indeed, for such a great invention, there was no reason why not even a little research data was left. But when Howard and his wife died in a car accident, Tony hadn't found any information about this in his belongings. Yinsen continued, "There are only two possibilities. One is that this research material is kept in another place. The other is that this research material has been stolen by others." Now that this all happened, Tony also thought about what Yinsen said, but put it in the back of his mind at the moment. He just smiled and said, "Don't think about it, for now. What we have to do now is work." "Work?" Yinsen looked at Tony strangely, and that confident smile made Yinsen understand immediately. "Do you want to manually synthesize new elements?" Tony glanced at Yinsen with a half smile, then turned around and said, "Get ready for a major overhaul." He paused, walked out, then clapped his hands and continued, "It's time to sweat, guys. Asterisk crackle, asterisk asterisk boom, asterisk." On the SHIELD headquarters. When Nick Fury was lazily sitting in his office, he was suddenly woken up by a loud sound of thunder. "Is it going to rain?" Nick Fury's first reaction was also the same. Just as he was about to continue to laze on his comfy director's chair, there was an abrupt series of knocks on the office door. Hill said outside the door, "Chief, are you free now?" She didn't want to suddenly break in again, as encountering the same situation as last time. It would be bad if she saw something she shouldn't see. Nick Fury cheered up, "Agent Hill, come in." As soon as Hill walked in, she said, "Something is wrong." "What happened?" "You look like you've seen a ghost or something," quipped Fury. "Look at this first," replied Hill, ignoring his comments, and proceeded to hand over the tablet she was carrying. In the tablet, there was a video playing. The content was similar to what Jarvis showed to Tony and Yinsen, except the video was captured by S.H.I.E.L.'s own satellite. "What is that? Meteorite? Or some plane wreck?" guessed Nick Fury. Hill took a deep breath and said, "None of them, but a handful." "Hammer? You said what?" Nick Fury couldn't believe what his ears heard. "You tell me a hammer fell from the sky? Look at this again." After this thing fell, it made a huge crater on the ground, and immediately aroused the curiosity of local residents. Many people went to see it and took some photos, some even uploaded it on social media. Nick Fury clicked on a photo and on it was a picture of a big hole on the surface. In the center of the big pit, there was a silver hammer. Looking at this incredible image, Nick Fury was instantly refreshed, and said, "Where's the location?" Immediately send someone to block the scene. It's in New Mexico. Hill replied. Fury nodded, then added, except for the local area, don't let the news leak out. Where is Coulson now? He's about to make contact with Tony Stark again, Hill said after checking the record. Nick Fury touched his big bald head, and then said, let him go to New Mexico, I will handle Tony myself. Okay, Chief. Outside Tony's house. With a brake, a private car slowly stopped, and Agent Coulson walked down from it. Looking at the house that Tony built on a seaside cliff in front of him, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, it's nice to have money. Just as he was about to walk into Tony's house to try and complete his task, the phone in his pocket rang. Looking at the caller, he picked it up, then Coulson asked, Hey Hill. What's the matter? The director ordered me to tell you to go to New Mexico. There are more important things for you to do there. I have sent the specific task content to your mobile phone. Hill answered. Coulson looked at Tony's house in front of him. He would love to say he just got to Tony's doorstep, but after some thought, he replied, Okay, I will temporarily change my task. Good luck. Cheered Hill. After hanging up the phone, Coulson glanced at Tony's house, and thought, just go in and see what a rich man's home is like. When he was about to put the phone back in his pocket, a beep sounded on it. Apparently, the information Hill had sent had arrived. Coulson looked at his phone again, but in the end, he just shrugged it off. He was not in a hurry to read the new message, as it seemed to him that there wouldn't be anything crazy going to happen in these few minutes, wouldn't it? With that said, he went to the door of Tony's house and rang the doorbell. But the instant he finished pressing the doorbell, Jarvis' voice sounded, Hello, Agent Coulson. Please wait a moment, I will inform Mr. Stark. Coulson just nodded, and said, Help me inform Tony, that an old friend is coming to him. Okay, sir. In the studio, Tony looked at the marked location for construction on the wall, and then picked up the big hammer to hit the wall. At this time, Jarvis' voice sounded, Sir, Agent Coulson is here. With a confused face, Tony said, What is he doing here? Let him in. Back when he dealt with Obadiah, Coulson at that time also protected Pepper. So Tony's impression of Agent Coulson was not bad. ***tip, ***boom, ***. Tony used all his strength and smashed through the wall, followed by a few more hammering to make the hole even bigger. Yinsen behind him drew on the other wall according to Tony's design drawings. After a while, Coulson walked downstairs and saw the two people who were busy rounding up the whole place. He took a good look at the room and saw the devastated walls. With a confused look, he asked, What's going on? Renovation. What are you doing here looking for me? Tony asked very directly. I'm about to go out on a mission. I just came by to take a look since I passed by. Answered Coulson. ***tip, ***boom, ***. Tony slammed it down again, and then said, Then good luck. Seeing the two who didn't have time to pay attention to him, Coulson stood up and glanced at the place for a while, then turned and left. After Tony finished smashing open the wall, he turned around and looked, Jarvis, what's next on the list? Right here, sir. Coulson walked out of Tony's house and returned to the car, then he glanced at the information of the mission that Hill passed. After reading and seeing the attached picture, Coulson's eyes widened in surprise. This is a hammer. Just as Coulson was looking at it, the phone in his hand rang, reminding him of an incoming call. Seeing the caller, Coulson quickly answered the phone. Director Coulson, what was Tony doing when you entered his house just now? Coulson thought for a while, then said, it's like he's renovating the house. Renovate his house? Nick Fury, on the other end of the phone, felt a little weird. Would someone like Tony do it by himself? Yeah, when I got in, he was in the middle of smashing the wall, and Yinsen seemed to be drawing something on the wall according to the design drawings in his hand. Explained Coulson. Nick Fury pondered for a while, then said, then it's nothing. Go to New Mexico quickly. That hammer is going to catch fire over there. Got it, sir. After hanging up on Nick Fury, Coulson drove away. In SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury, in the office, had put the things left by Howard back into the box. Looks like I need to get this to Tony much sooner than I thought. I always have this uneasy feeling somewhere, muttered Fury. Nick Fury has had a feeling since Tony came into contact with that golden macaw that Tony was slowly slipping out of his grip. Maybe in a short while, there would be no way to sell Tony another favor. Nick Fury thought for a while and eventually decided that he had to do it as soon as possible. Pressing into the earpiece he was wearing, he directly asked, Natasha, where are you right now? It didn't take long for Black Widow's voice to come over, accompanying Miss Pepper to deal with Monaco. Why? Prepare to return tonight, and return to Stark Industries tomorrow. Find an opportunity tomorrow to get in touch with Tony Stark privately. I want to see him. Black Widow was silent for a while, then replied, okay. Little Chew, 5000 volts attack, discharge. Gwen, with a serious face, pointed to the firewood set up in front of her. Pikachu, in turn, immediately released a thick electric current. Pitikara, Chewayu. Asterisk crackle asterisk asterisk crackle asterisk. And with a bang, a cluster of flames sprang up. Gwen immediately sat next to AI, admiring their work and said, now it's much warmer like this. Otherwise we might freeze to death in this mountain. AI smiled and nodded. Next time, we will bring something to eat. It's nice to barbecue outside. After eating, AI drove Gwen to the top of a mountain. Looking at the bustling New York City with lights in the distance, Pikachu, in the middle of the two, was holding a handful of potato chips and eating happily. Pucara tilde. For barbecue, I want steak, and Gwen immediately issued what she liked to eat. After a while, she glanced at AI and asked, AI, do you remember that Emperor man last time? AI was taken aback at her sudden mention. He quickly replied, why yes, I remembered he was the one who helped you immobilize Dr. Connors. Gwen nodded, then continued, I don't know why. The last time I met him, I had a familiar feeling. Especially now that I have become more and more proficient in spider sensing, the feeling is even stronger. Saying that, Gwen suddenly looked at AI's face as if searching for something. AI in turn involuntarily gulped in silence, then looked at Gwen's eyes. Gwen, at this moment, had a serious face as she looked AI straight in the eyes, and asked, do you think he is also a superhero? Superhero? Phew. I thought you've finally found my secret identity. AI couldn't help but sigh in his heart. AI calmed his mind down and thought about what Gwen asked. After a few conclusions, he found that he was not interested in being a superhero. He looked at the bonfire in front of them, then just said lightly, who knows? Maybe he is just a passing emperor. Listening to AI's explanation, Gwen also nodded. Right, maybe he's just passing by. Looking at the flames in front of her, exuding a hint of warmth, Gwen naturally rested her head on Ai's shoulder. Ai, what would our life be like if I hadn't acquired spider superpowers? Asked Gwen with a complicated look in her eyes. I don't know, life doesn't have so many ifs. It has already happened anyway, so let's just go with the flow. Said Ai. Pika. Pikachu. Pikachu turned around then looked at them, and suddenly, he danced clumsily while squeaking. Pika, Pika Pi. What is Little Chew talking about? Gwen asked, curious about Pikachu's cute dancing. He said if we brought more food, he wouldn't be out of food right now. Gwen gasped. She hurriedly glanced at the bag of chips, and sure enough, it was all gone. Little Chew, why are you so greedy? You didn't even leave me any. Pikachu. Complained Little Chew. Gwen looked at the human translator for context, and I explained. He said, I don't have enough food myself. You glutton. Be careful or you might gain weight. Gwen said angrily. I also patted Pikachu on the head, and gently said, you can't eat so many snacks, you know. Pikachu stuck out his tongue. Pika. Asterisk boom, asterisk asterisk crackle asterisk. At this moment, there was sudden a rumbling sound in the sky not far away, and this out-of-nowhere phenomenon was accompanied by a flash of lightning. There were also flashes of colored lights blanketing the Earth's atmosphere along the rumbling of thunder. Thunder. Is it going to rain? Gwen glanced at the sky. There were no dark clouds, and the moon and stars were still visible. But the vision on the horizon made Ai's eyes narrow. That's in New Mexico. In the desert not far away from the drop point of the mysterious meteorite hammer, a specially modified van was driving on the road chasing an unusual phenomenon in the Earth's atmosphere. As they were getting closer to the unusual sudden appearance of a straight line of light from the sky to land, a fierce windstorm suddenly surrounded it. And as if something was dropped within the lights, the wind swirling on it scattered out, covering their tracks with smoke. They immediately steered away, but as they were about to get out of the area, out of nowhere, a blond man suddenly appeared on the dark road, and with the screech of the tires. Asterisk bang, asterisk. He was overrun by the van, hitting him by the windshield. The two women in the car screamed in horror at the sudden vision. The man in the car though seemed much calmer. After the three looked at each other, they quickly got out of the car to check. P.S. The current timeline starts with Spider-Man 2, Iron Man 2, and Thor 1. In order for all the plots to be connected in a series, the plot and the movie will be different from what everyone knows. In the depths of the endless dark universe, there was a dazzling star field, and within it, there could be seen a floating mass of flat, asteroid-like small planet housing a continent. In the middle of this continent, a huge golden palace stood pointing at the sky like an arrow. Surrounding it were also big structures of different designs, but in comparison to this golden palace, they looked like little dwarfs surrounding a giant. Outside the palace, there was a long bridge spanning the entire sea, connecting somewhere. At the beginning of the bridge, a warrior wearing golden armor with golden pupils stood there like a sculpture. This warrior gives people the pressure of an immovable mountain. Heimdall has Thor successfully descended to Midgard. Behind him, a white-haired one-eyed old man walked over with a smile on his face. Heimdall turned around. Seeing the person coming, he immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted, respected All-Father, God King Odin. This one-eyed old man was none other than the king of the gods of Asgard, the All-Father, Odin. Odin waved his hand and sat down on the steps in front of Heimdall like an old man who wanted to chat. Seeing Odin sitting down, Heimdall dared not continue standing on the high platform. He walked down the steps and stood in front of Odin with his long sword. With a respectful tone, he said, "My king, Thor had a little accident during the landing, but it's not a big problem." Odin nodded, then patted the empty seat beside him, motioning for Heimdall to sit down with him. Heimdall sat down immediately, and although he was very serious, it was not difficult to see that there was also a look of doubt on his face. Looking at Heimdall's appearance, Odin asked, "If you have any questions, ask them." "My king, everything was obviously done by Loki, and what Thor did was also caused by Loki. So why is Thor the one who is subsequently punished?" Odin took a deep breath and asked, "Heimdall, do you think Thor wants to be the king of Asgard? Even if he wants to, is he capable enough?" Heimdall thought for a while, and finally shook his head, "No. In terms of strength, he has not even reached the level of the Heavenly Father. In terms of scheming, he's not even as good as Loki." Hearing his prank answer, Odin rolled his eyes at Heimdall. "By the way, that's my own son you're talking about. Why are you so straightforward?" Odin aggrievedly thought. Heimdall also felt Odin's white eyes, and immediately lowered his head. "You asked me to say it. You already have your answer. I also didn't understand why the queen and I gave birth to such a silly son. Other than fighting, he doesn't know anything else." Odin was also speechless. He had always thought Thor was the best candidate to succeed him, so he wanted him to be the future king of Asgard. But how could he maintain the peace of the Nine Realms by just fighting alone? Thus, the mindset was more important. Just like this time, he was tricked by his younger brother Loki to single out the entire Frost Giants with just a few words. And the result was that Thor almost died in the base camp of others. If he hadn't arrived in time, maybe Thor would have really died and been buried there. Good thing they had Heimdall on their side. With his eyes, he could see anything in the Nine Realms. He was also the patron saint of the bridge in front of him, this bridge which was called Rainbow Bridge. A bridge that was able to teleport warriors of Asgard to any part of the Nine Realms. Heimdall looked at Odin. Even if he was already with Odin for hundreds of thousands of years, he still couldn't figure out what Odin was thinking even now. After thinking for a while, Heimdall continued to ask, "My king, will Loki really leave him alone?" "Don't worry about it, this time it's the grudge between the two brothers. And Loki, this child. Sooner or later he will have to accept his true identity. And thus, this is a good time for the two of them. These two brothers quarreled at each other sometimes. In order to resolve this, just let them fight it out." Odin was like an old man next door, casually talking about his family affairs. "But, my king, there's still their sister in Helheim." When Heimdall spoke of Thor and Loki's sister, there was a hint of fear in his words. "It's also why this time, I asked Thor to go. I also wanted to see how long the seal I placed in Hel would last. If she really breaks the seal." Saying that, Odin turned his head and glanced at the palace behind him, with a complicated look in his eyes. "Then it's really time for Ragnarok." Hearing Odin mention the word Ragnarok, Heimdall's golden pupils involuntarily shrank, and he hurriedly asked, "So now, what is the situation of the seal in Helheim?" Odin glanced at Heimdall and said half-jokingly, "There are already signs of loosening. But don't worry, as long as there are no more energy fluctuations on the earth. The seal can last for a while." Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief. After all, everyone from Asgard was a god who could live for thousands of years. The period of time in Odin's mouth should be quite long. During this time, Thor should be able to grow up and become the new king of Asgard. If that ever woman would finally break her seal, the grown-up Thor could lead them to battle to fight her. Heimdall, guard the Rainbow Bridge. Loki should be about to attack me, I have to go back first. As you order, my king. Looking at the back of Odin leaving, why did Heimdall feel that this old man seemed to be looking forward to Loki's assassination? He won't live for too long, I wonder what strange attributes he has awakened. Curiously thought Heimdall. Boom, asterisk. Suddenly, a lightning bolt fell from the sky and instantly landed at Heimdall's feet, startling him. Heimdall immediately stopped the strange thoughts in his mind. Looks like Odin didn't take it well being talked about in strange ways. With a serious face, he stood back on the high platform and looked at the 9 realms. Continue to guard the Rainbow Bridge with a solemn aura. Stacy household, front door. After a little picnic, they got down the mountain and drove Gwen back to her house. As they arrived, Gwen got out of the car with Pikachu in her arms, and said, "Little Chew, you will stay at my house tonight, I have prepared a small bed for you." Pikachu. Pikachu complained with a pitiful look on his face. His 2 small ears were both drooping, a look that didn't want to go home with Gwen. I, on the other hand, found it funny when he saw Pikachu's powerless appearance. "Little Chew, it's all right. Gwen likes you very much too." Yes. I still have a lot of delicious snacks in my room. I'll bring them to you later." Hearing that Pikachu could have snacks, his ears immediately perked up. "Pikachu!" squeaked Pikachu as he tilted his head up. He asked if what you said was true. Translated I. Gwen smiled, "Of course it's true, and I won't be here, I don't care how much you eat." Gwen continued to bait him and the tricked Pikachu instantly became happy. Just earlier, he didn't want to go home with Gwen, but now he wanted to go to Gwen's house quickly. Little Chew can't wait. He wants me to take him home already," Gwen said, as she stuck out her tongue. I shook his head, and smiled, "Then I'll go back first. Bye, be careful while driving. See you tomorrow." Afterwards, I stepped on the accelerator and drove away with the hum of the engine. Gwen looked at Pikachu in her arms and said, "Little Chew, when you get into the house, just act like a doll, okay?" Pie. With a serious look on his face, Pikachu replied, "I'm back." Gwen walked into the house and said happily. However, the next moment, her face froze. "Dad, why are you home so early today?" Yes, the one who came out of the room to meet Gwen, was not only her mother but also her father, George. Seeing Gwen's surprised expression, George explained, "I came home early today after all the cases were settled." Gwen gave a wry smile, and said, welcome home." The reason why she was afraid to see George now was because she was still holding Pikachu in her arms. If it was her unsuspecting mother, she could just say a few words and her mother wouldn't pry any further. But George was not so easy to fool. At this moment, since George greeted her, he also immediately found Pikachu in Gwen's arms. He walked over with a puzzled look. "Is this your new doll?" "Yes, I just bought it," Gwen said immediately, not trying to sound suspicious. Gwen's mother also came over, looked at Pikachu and said with satisfaction, "Gwen, this doll of yours looks quite cute." After saying that, she raised her hand to touch the ragdoll. Pikachu also knew that the 2 in front of him were Gwen's parents, so naturally he wouldn't just discharge any electricity from his cheeks and shock them. On the contrary, Gwen was afraid that Pikachu might do it, so she avoided her mother's hands and said, "Mom, your hands seem a little dirty." Gwen's mother was taken aback and looked at her hands, which were obviously clean. "No, I just washed my hands." "Helen, this doll feels just great," said George. Gwen avoided her mother's clutches, but not George's. George squeezed Pikachu's cheek while Gwen turned to his side to avoid her mother. While he pinched Pikachu's cheek, he didn't forget to praise the softness that felt good in his hands. On the other hand, the helpless Pikachu could only continue to pretend to be a doll, not breaking his character. Gwen took a step back before freeing Pikachu from George's clutches. Looking at the still twitching hands of George, Gwen hurriedly said, "Dad, Mom. I still have something to do, so I'll go upstairs first." After speaking, without waiting for her mother to say anything, she ran to the room upstairs. "Was it really that comfortable?" Gwen's mother asked. Due to Gwen preventing her from touching the doll, she could only ask George, who had felt the doll in his hand. George nodded. "It's really comfortable, fluffy and soft." Hearing what George said, Gwen's mother looked at her hands with pity. "Too bad, I'll wash up next time." Gwen, who returned to the room, immediately locked the door. "Pie." Pikachu jumped down and touched his little cheek unhappily. Gwen immediately apologized to Pikachu. "I'm sorry, little Chew, I should have asked Red if my dad was back home before me." "Okay, wait a minute." With that said, Gwen immediately ran to her table and took out a bag of potato chips, and said, "Come on, here's what I promised you earlier." Immediately, Pikachu's eyes lit up when he saw the potato chips. Would he still remember what happened just now? All he could see now were the snacks in Gwen's hands. Looking at the coaxed Pikachu, Gwen picked him up and put him on the little bed she made. "How is it, little Chew, do you like the little bed I made?" Pikachu nodded while chomping on the potato chips in his mouth. Looking at his appearance, Gwen didn't know if he was happy about the bed or the potato chips. In the car, I said, "Red, check the news about that meteorite just now." "Okay, Master." Red Queen responded. Then in just a few seconds, she answered, "It's been checked." On the central control screen of the car, several pictures immediately appeared. Then followed by Red Queen's voice, "The landing site is in New Mexico, but it is not a meteorite. It's a hammer." "Oh." I nodded. It seems that what I guessed just now was correct. Odin's son, Thor, has been banished to Earth. When he was on the top of the mountain before, I saw the strange lightning phenomenon and guessed that it was Thor coming to Earth. Because according to the development of the plot, the timeline of Iron Man 2 happened to be the time when Thor came to Earth. It seemed that he didn't remember it incorrectly. "Is there any action on the S.H.I.E.L.ds side?" asked I. "Yes, Master. Nick Fury has dispatched Agent Coulson and is on the way now, and is expected to arrive by noon tomorrow." I thought for a while, and then said, "Red, wait a minute, I'll go out and meet him, but first, let's go and see Thor's hammer." "Okay, Master." Red Queen acknowledged. Then the car immediately stopped on the side of the road. When he got out of the car again, he was already wearing the Emperor's armor. It had been summoned. With the direction indicated by Red Queen, I instantly soared into the sky and flew straight towards the landing site of Thor's hammer in New Mexico. The reappearance of the Emperor's armor naturally attracted the attention of Shield and Tony. "Sir, the Emperor has appeared." Tony, who was remodeling the studio, immediately stopped what he was doing when he heard Jarvis' words. Looking at the big screen projected by Jarvis, he asked suspiciously, "Where is Emperor going in this direction, Jarvis?" It should be in New Mexico, where the meteorite hammer landed, answered Jarvis. Tony nodded, but the next moment he furrowed his brow. He felt that something wasn't right, so he asked, Jarvis, what did you just say? Meteorite hammer. Yes, sir. The thunder just now was emitted after the meteorite hammer fell into the Earth's atmosphere. And the meteorite hammer is now in a desert in New Mexico. Immediately, Jarvis called up some relevant pictures. The satellite images are unusually blurry, but the fuzzy shape of a hammer could still be discerned from them. Just recently, he and Yinsen didn't care about this matter, so Jarvis also didn't say much. After reading some particular posts online, Tony could only turn his head to look at Yinsen. Yinsen, what do you think about this? Yinsen also came over and shook his head helplessly. I've been numb towards any happenings since I left that ghostly place with you. What I have experienced these days has refreshed my worldview several times. He paused, then continued, in my opinion, it's just a hammer falling from the sky, nothing unusual. Looking at Yinsen's self-deprecating appearance made Tony a little envious. Then he said, it makes sense, maybe the owner of this hammer will come to Earth sooner or later. Whoever it is will be coming. I need to speed up the production of my new energy so I can greet them in person. Asterisk swoop, asterisk asterisk boom, asterisk. Tony continued his work again, smashing the other side of the wall with his own hammer. As the production of the new element would still take up quite his time, all he could do was hasten his work in order to catch up with Emperor, who was en route to New Mexico. Inside SHIELD. Nick Fury also watched Emperor fly in the direction of New Mexico. After being notified of Emperor's appearance and the direction he was going, Nick Fury's face involuntarily sank. This motherfucker. He couldn't help but voice out one of his best lines, to date. His SHIELD at this moment still had not finished setting up camp in the vicinity where the hammer fell. What if that guy gets it first? He thought. For a long time, SHIELD had always fought for the possession of the things that came from outer space. This time, someone actually grabbed it in his watch. This made Nick Fury feel like his home had been stolen in front of him. Where is Agent Coulson now? Has he arrived? Agent Hill behind him replied, he's still halfway there, and it's expected to arrive at noon tomorrow at the earliest. Nick Fury was taken aback, why so slow? He drove there. Nick Fury. No, this hammer is not going to be easy. We need to transfer some more manpower. Right, Barton. Muttered Nick Fury, then quickly asked. Where's Barton now? Barton seems to have just returned. Replied Hill. Nick Fury glanced at Agent Hill, then solemnly said, now is the time that we need him. Hill seemed to realize Nick Fury's urgency, so she immediately replied, understood, Director. But Chief, if our people haven't arrived yet, this hammer will be taken away by the Golden Macaw first. Hearing her, Nick Fury's expression sank again. Looking at her in the eye with a serious tone, he said, then deploy all the search forces, find him, and get the hammer back. At this moment, the reputation of SHIELD is at stake. Announced Nick Fury in his mind. As long as it was something that fell from the world, in Nick Fury's view, there would be no one but SHIELD who had the authority to have it. If it was taken by others, it would be a shame for SHIELD. Red, are we almost there? I, who was flying, asked Red Queen. Just 20 kilometers ahead and we'll arrive, Master. Hearing Red Queen's answer, he slightly adjusted his feet, and the speed of his flight soared by several degrees in an instant, like a meteorite in the night sky. This scene was also seen by Heimdall, who was observing Midgard. That's what in the... When did such highly advanced technology appear in Midgard? Heimdall watched in disbelief as the golden macaw flew at a very fast speed. And I, who was flying, suddenly stopped his flight in midair. He motionlessly stood there in the air for a few seconds, as if searching for something. "What's wrong, Master?" Red Queen asked, not processing Ai's abrupt action. "It's all right, Red." After a while, Ai responded, assuring her that he was fine. At this time, he turned to the side and then tilted his head up and looked at the endless starry sky. "It's just, someone is observing me." As soon as he felt someone's eye on him, he already guessed who it was. In his mind, it was none other than the near all-seeing, all-hearing gatekeeper of Asgard, the guardian of the Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall. But since his gaze was not malicious, Ai eventually ignored it and continued his flight towards the position of Thor's hammer. Heimdall, who was looking at the flying golden macaw, saw that it abruptly stopped midair. What happened next made Heimdall a little incomprehensible. The golden macaw suddenly turned its head and looked exactly in the direction he was in, across time and space itself. In an instant, Heimdall broke into a cold sweat. Did he find out? Thought Heimdall. But if he thought about it more closely, it was simply impossible. The distance between Asgard and Midgard alone was countless light years away. If there was no rainbow bridge, it was impossible to cross this distance in just a few moments. Even the space jumping technique required more than 10 consecutive jumps to reach Asgard. How could his gaze be found at such an infinite distance? Just impossible, absolutely impossible. Heimdall kept comforting himself, but it couldn't hide the apprehension he was feeling. Even his palms were sweating and were a little bit shaky. His observations had not been discovered in millennia. The next moment, the golden mac turned away and flew again. Seeing this, Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, I was not discovered. I knew it. How could such a powerful person possibly be born in a kind of world like Midgard? What are you looking at? Odin appeared behind Heimdall unexpectedly, startling him once again. My king, do you have anything else? I'm just here to know if you're watching Thor's movements in Midgard, as I asked for, said Odin as he looked at the stars below the bridge. Yes, I am monitoring Thor right now, my king, and also his hammer, answered Heimdall. Odin nodded, glanced at Heimdall, and continued, I came here to tell you one thing, that is, after I will be assassinated by Loki later, he will falsify my will and preach of him becoming my heir as the new king. Yes, with his personality, he will indeed do something like this. Heimdall nodded, waiting for Odin to continue with his next words. Odin contemplated for a moment, not minding Heimdall's blatant frankness and looking at the starry skies again. After a while, he said, then he'll find you and not allow anyone to use the Rainbow Bridge to go to Midgard to help Thor. Yes, he will also do this kind of thing. Heimdall continued. Noticing Odin was not saying anything anymore, as if on cue, he immediately asked, so what do you want me to do? Looking at Heimdall's no-joke face, Odin could only continue, don't do anything. When the time comes, the warriors 3 will come and ask for your help to teleport them to Midgard. When that happens, just teleport them over. I think they're still very loyal to Thor. Heimdall nodded, all right, my king. Okay, I'm going back. I still need to wait for Loki's assassination, and also remember to act a little bit. Odin waved his hand, and was about to turn around and leave, when suddenly, Heimdall thought of another question, "My king." Odin looked back at Heimdall, a little puzzled. "All-Father, what if someone in Midgard can pick up the hammer of Thor, which you cast a spell on?" Odin raised an eyebrow, and said, "That one spell is more directed at Thor. If Thor's hammer had been taken because of this, it would have been a good thing. Sooner or later, Thor will have to understand the truth, that he's the god of thunder and lightning, not the god of hammers." Heimdall bent down on one knee again in the salutation of the All-Father. "I understand, my king. Rest assured, there are not many people in Midgard who can lift Thor's hammer," Odin replied in a fading voice, along with his body. After Odin left, a dark golden glow flowed from Heimdall's pupils again as he resumed his watch on Midgard. As he gazed below, a scene on Earth came into view again. Was he aiming for Thor's hammer? In Heimdall's field of vision, the golden macaw was already standing in front of Thor's hammer. Is this the legendary mighty hammer, Mjolnir? There were many aliases of Mjolnir, but the one that stuck the most was the might hammer of Thor, aside from Thor's little buddy. I looked at the hammer of the god of thunder in front of him that had smashed a big crater on the ground. "I wonder if I can lift it," muttered I. He had long wanted to try it, and legend has it that Odin cast a spell on it that only the worthy people could pick up the hammer. According to the original plot, it wasn't easy to lift Thor's hammer. Except for Thor, the master of the hammer, and Odin, the one who made it. All that was left were Hela, the goddess of death, and Captain America, Steve Rogers. Without further ado, I lowered his wrist, putting his hand on the mighty hammer's handle, and instantly, there was a discharge of thick strands of lightning crawling on its surface. Eventually, it pervaded the whole hammer and wormed its way towards the surrounding area. "It's kind of interesting," said I, and as if he could feel something, in his mind, he could feel that Mjolnir seemed to be welcoming myself. "This feeling is very strange," thought I. Immediately afterwards, I slowly exerted some force, and with a HMPH, the hammer of the thunder god, which was originally embedded in the ground, was raised, albeit slowly. Then as if something just clicked and felt right, finally I could fully lift the hammer on the ground. As I held Mjolnir in his hand, he could finally feel the weight it possessed. But not to the point where it could only be used as a tool for training muscles, but practical enough to be used in combat. As for why he could pick up Thor's hammer, I attributed it to the Emperor's armored suit, which represented the power of the heavenly Tao. If heaven couldn't even lift a hammer, it would be a joke. Quite comical even. I swung the hammer in his hand upwards with force, and immediately, countless lightning bolts bombarded I from the clouds above and through the hammer of the god of thunder. Then I slammed hard in front of him, and along the swing of the hammer, lightning and thunder exploded forward as if being guided and exploded in the direction the hammer was pointing. Asterisk boom, asterisk asterisk boom, asterisk asterisk crackle, asterisk. As a result, a trail of deep pits was instantly formed on the ground. After examining the Mjolnir in his hand, I concluded his evaluation and eventually said 2 words. "Just average." Then threw it randomly on the ground, as if it was a useless piece of scrap metal. I thought Odin's weapon could be so powerful, is that it? No wonder it was pinched by Hela with one hand, complained I with a disgruntled look. After using Thor's hammer once, I became fully disappointed. With a look like someone owed him money, he cast his transfiguration ability, and vanished from the place, leaving a thrown-out hammer on the side. And at the same time, in Asgard's immortal palace, at the point of the rainbow bridge, was Heimdall. His face at this moment couldn't be said to be happy or sad, it could be said that he just had a straight face as he observed Midgard. But in reality, he was deeply stunned that he couldn't form any coherent expression on his face. Only the bulging, thick veins in his forehead and the twitching of his eyes could indicate what he felt at this instance. The golden Muk just now not only picked up the hammer of Thor but also guided the power of thunder and lightning that was sealed within it. In the end, he threw away Thor's hammer in disgust. As the patron saint of the Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall not only had the beholding near all-seeing sight, but it also accompanied an ability of all-hearing. With the supernatural control of his senses, he developed an ability that wherever his eyes could reach, so as the sound he could hear. Otherwise, how could he teleport the other party away the moment others call for help? The words that the golden Makar said just now, just average, were heard by him. It must be known that the hammer of Thor, Mjolnir, in the entire kingdom of Asgard, was a top weapon. And now that Odin's spell was also cast on it. No, I have to hurry up and report this to the All-Father. Heimdall lowly grunted. Although Odin said that it didn't matter if someone lifted it, what did matter to Heimdall was that man committed a greater sin. This kind of blatant disregard for Asgard's prestigious mighty hammer which was previously wielded by Odin himself should be avenged. Heimdall turned and walked toward Odin's bedchamber. It was not only Heimdall but also Nick Fury in S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, the middle-aged bald man was almost numb. He had just clearly seen that after the golden Muk got the hammer, it had caused great damage with just one move. That's the use of the power of nature. Self-weapon is a powerful force that scientists have not mastered so far. And this hammer could muster the power of lightning and thunder. However, the golden Muk just threw it away. Not only that, but he could also see that the golden Muk was very disgusted with the hammer. He threw it so casually as if the hammer in his hand was not a weapon that could induce lightning and thunder, but a burden that was attached to his hand. But that also made Nick Fury realize the power of Thor's hammer. Since the golden Makar didn't want it, then I want it, thought Nick Fury, and with bloodshot eyes, he said. He'll immediately notify the local police, protect the scene, and do not allow others to approach. Let the people know our SHIELD have arrived at the scene. Got it, Director. Also, call Coulson and get him out there as soon as possible, if he can't get there by tomorrow morning. Just let him resign by himself. Inside the palace of the royal palace of Velasqualf. In the middle of the palace, specifically in Odin's vault, there was a box that was emitting a faint blue light. Everyone in Asgard knew that it was a symbol of the frost giant's defeat at Odin's hands. The power left behind by the king of the frost giants, the casket of ancient winter. Concurrently, a thin man with a thin face picked up the box lightly, and as if by some kind of effect the moment he lifted it, at the same time, his originally blue eyes suddenly turned blood red. At this moment, Odin's voice came from behind him, Loki, stop. But the thin-faced skinny man ignored what his father said and continued to hold the casket in his hands, looking at it with shaky eyes. Then within a few moments, the skin of his body slowly turned ice blue. He is Odin's second son, Loki, the god of mischief and trickery. Loki turned around, and it was only then that he truly believed in his identity, that he was not at all the prince of Asgard, but the prince of the frost giants. He was nothing more than a trophy from the frost giants after Odin's victory. Knowing this, even he, who was known as the god of mischief and trickery, could not accept this truth. Due to this, he began to question Odin. At this time, Heimdall had also arrived outside the palace gate. Listening clearly to Loki's questioning of Odin inside, Heimdall did not seem to have the mind to intrude and report to Odin, and just lingered at the gate. It's more like coming to eavesdrop and gossip on an incredible story. Then, Odin, who was being questioned by Loki, suddenly got a painful reaction in his face and fell while clutching his chest. He also looked weak. But Heimdall knew that Odin's cosmic powers at this instance weren't even weakened for even a tiny bit. Weren't he all loaded? Was this what he meant by acting a bit? Was that what he meant by assassination? It didn't look convincing at all. Loki looked at his father, who was lying down in the flight of stairs in pain. Then he turned around and shouted, "God, is there anyone? Come and help me." At this time Heimdall was standing at the entrance of the palace, neither entering nor not entering. At this time, Heimdall, who was standing at the entrance of the palace, contemplated if it was time to go in or not. Finally, with a determined look on his face, he fiercely walked in. Seeing Heimdall coming in right now didn't arouse any suspicion by Loki, as he was now, all he could think of was the revelation of his true identity. Although he was now angry that Odin had hidden this from him for so long, after all, they had been a family for so many years. So the feelings were still there. "Heimdall, come and help me, I don't know what's wrong with my father," Loki said with a panicked look on his face. "Come here, now." And Odin, who was lying on the ground, grunted. Heimdall. What did he come here for? Didn't he just keep him staring at the things over there in Midgard? With Heimdall's strong physique, he directly carried Odin on his back. Riding on Loki's inattentiveness, Odin nodded on Heimdall's back. Heimdall immediately understood. "Prince Loki, I will send the king back to the palace at once, and you will first go and inform the wizard to come and see how to treat the king." Loki was also worried about Odin, and without thinking much, he said a few assuring words and ran away. At this time, 2 more guards arrived, both of which were taken away by Heimdall. Seeing that finally, no one was there, Odin's only eye opened a slit. "Heimdall, how did you end up here?" "My king, just now." Heimdall made the long story short of what had just happened just recently when he was observing Midgard. Odin smiled after listening. "It seems that Midgard has also become interesting. Come, for now, carry me back to the palace. The game of the 2 brothers has just begun." Heimdall looked at Odin, who was once again asleep on his back. He was now a little skeptical about whether the one on his back was Odin or Loki. It couldn't be helped. This bad old man. Looks like there's not much entertainment in yours, so he acted it out and found fun for himself. Heimdall had no choice but to carry Odin back to his bedchamber. At this time, somewhere on Earth, somewhere in New Mexico, the 2 girls got out of the car to check on the person they had just hit. The blonde man, who was a bit dizzy, looked at the few people in front of him. "You mortals, you dare to take this kind of puny weapon to face the god of thunder." Fearing that the blonde man would go mad, one of the 2 girls suddenly shot the Taser gun in her hand. And in an instant, the blonde man's body convulsed and was electrocuted, then fell flat on the ground, still twitching, while his eyes involuntarily dilated. The other 2 people looked at her. With a wry smile, she said, "He was too noisy." Thor's hammer's landing site. At this time, a group of ordinary people gathered around the periphery of the mighty hammer. And another group of detectives pulled up a cordon around them. "You damn detectives, why don't you let us in? We were having so much fun. Why are you driving us away?" Although Nick Fury gave the order to the nearby authorities, the operatives who were supposed to handle this problem were still far away. This made the New Mexico police station detectives lazily wrap things up. After all, it's not their work, to begin with. By the time they came back this morning, there was already a crowd of strong men around them. Their lazy asses were then immediately dismissed. The agents of SHIELD has arrived. These top-secret agents came here, just for one purpose. And that was to lift the hammer off the ground and transport it back to their base. But in the end, it all came out to failure. That's when it happened. Another car was parked outside. And inside this car was Agent Coulson. Coulson got out of the car and looked at the site not far away. "I'm finally here," Coulson said with a whiff of trepidation. He almost passed the deadline Nick Fury stipulated. "Phew, I almost resigned by myself," Coulson said while wiping the sweat on his forehead. As he walked closer to the enclosed area, he immediately fired out various commands to his people, positioning and laying out some basic perimeter security measures. Structuring the whole place to be siege-proof. If some silly person would come here. Within SHIELD. "Chief, Coulson is already in place. Barton will also arrive shortly after." Nick Fury nodded. "Has Natasha gone to Tony's house?" Yes, after following Pepper Potts, she had finally been given direct access to Tony's house. "Well, then I'm going to prepare for my talk with Tony." In Tony's home. After Pepper got out of Happy's car, she hurriedly came to the door. Following behind her was the perfect figure of Black Widow, who was currently undercover as Pepper's assistant. When she got out of the car and walked towards Tony's house, Happy, inside the car, couldn't help but blow a whistle, looking at her back as she walked like a model. But the next second, he was greeted by Black Widow's murderous eyes. Happy immediately closed his mouth. Pepper entered Tony's house without any delay. "Welcome, Miss Pepper," greeted Jarvis. "Jarvis, where is Tony?" "He's sleeping downstairs." Little Pepper looked puzzled and thought, downstairs, wasn't that his studio? How come he's sleeping downstairs? When Pepper walked to the studio, she found that the neat and clean studio at this time had been changed to an unrecognizable messy obstacle course. "Oh my God, Tony, what have you done?" In the middle of several black pipes sticking out of the walls, there was a sofa. And on that sofa laid Tony and Yinson's tired bodies. After a tiring night, working till they finished, Tony and Yinson slept directly on the still unmoved couch. Woken up by the sound of Pepper's voice, Tony groggily opened his bloodshot eyes. Looking around, he said, "You should also see this before coming, we were overhauling the whole place." Pepper walked through the obstacles, like going on an adventure, to Tony's side and looked at Tony with pain. "I think you should go back to your room and sleep, your face is not looking good right now." With Pepper's reminder, Tony realized something right away. They were so busy last night that he forgot to drink the chlorophyll juice. I am fine. Believe me," said Tony, as he slowly stood up, rubbing his stinging eyes. Walking to a pile of things, he dipped his hand and rummaged for a while, and finally found the bottle containing the chlorophyll juice. And after drinking, the color on his face gradually became better. Black Widow, who thoroughly read the information about the palladium element, looked at Tony's state from before he stood up to after drinking his medication juice. After her analysis, she immediately realized that Tony's symptoms of palladium poisoning had already become very deep. "Can I report this to Nick Fury?" Black Widow thought. Yinsen on the other side of the couch also woke up slowly, and asked somewhat confusedly, Tony, are you ready to make a new element? New element. When Pepper heard the keyword, she immediately looked at Tony with her hands wrapped around her chest. Tony, what the hell are you doing? Tony stuttered and explained, why our current arc reactor works as a new source of energy. But it's not that eco-friendly. Tony stated in a low voice. After finding the right word, he confidently rephrased. Yes, not environmentally friendly at all. So I'm making a new element with renewable clean energy, this time to prevent further damaging our ecosystem. Really? Pepper asked skeptically. Pepper was still a bit suspicious. After all, she had no problem running the company, but it would be difficult for her to understand these inventions. Of course, she didn't believe Tony's unconvincing answer, so she looked at the finally wide-awake Yinsen. Yinsen gulped as she stared at him, and immediately said, right, we are making a new energy that can be replaced and environmentally friendly. Black Widow, standing behind Pepper, looked at the environment in the studio, and the comically suspicious performance of both Tony and Yinsen. After analyzing the place, she concluded that the two of them were researching a new element that could replace the palladium element. And based on the size and setup, it seemed they were about to make it. Miss Potts. Black Widow patted Pepper's shoulder and asked, may I know the direction of the toilet, please? Upstairs, Jarvis will take you. Tony immediately said, intentionally avoiding Pepper's intense inquiring gaze, Jarvis, take our beautiful lady for a trip to the bathroom, please. Please come with me, Miss Natalie. After speaking, Jarvis then projected a blue guiding light. Afraid that Pepper's beautiful assistant wouldn't understand, Tony added, oh, just follow those lights and you'll arrive there. At this time, Pepper, who got interrupted by Black Widow, forgot what she was going to ask earlier. Silently looking at Tony's face for a few seconds, she suddenly remembered something, and said, oh right, let's go upstairs first. I asked Happy to buy you a burger you like to eat. Hearing Pepper's tone, Tony suddenly felt warmth in his heart. Just in time, after a busy night, I was also a little hungry. As Pepper walked out of the studio, she said, now I'm going to be busy with the company, so I wouldn't have too much time to visit and take care of you. Remember this yourself. You'll need to tell Jarvis about the meal time I usually arrange for you later. If anyone else had been rambling in front of Tony, Tony might have been impatient. But it was Pepper's words. Tony said lightly, okay, I will listen to your arrangement. But can I have breakfast without milk? He didn't forget to quip something in, and of course, Pepper just outright ignored it. When several people came upstairs, Happy also walked in with a bag of food. Tony, why does your face not look very good? It's because of last night's major renovation, probably too tired. I hadn't eaten enough before I got to sleep. Tony grumbled, looking at Yinsen. Yinsen, who was next to him, also nodded. Happy, noticing that it was nothing, just shrugged and said, let's go, I bought all the hamburgers you like to eat. In the toilet. Black Widow believed that Tony didn't have this kind of low-level fun of installing a hidden monitor in his toilet. Taking out a black earphone in her bag, she put it in her ear. This earphone was connected to an MP3-like device, and after pressing a button on it, the line was directly connected. Nick Fury, there's bad news for you. It's. On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury, who just got into the car, was also wearing a wireless headset on his right ear and suddenly heard Black Widow saying there was bad news. Nick Fury's face instantly darkened. You said what? Motherf. Is Tony Stark dead? Black Widow. Black Widow suddenly didn't know how to answer. I just told you that there's bad news. Why did you? The first thing that could think of was Tony was dead before I could even finish my report. She thought. No, Tony Stark is still alive and well right now. He and Yinsen also seem to be working on the discovery of a new element. I think your plan to sell favors to people will soon come to naught if you still don't take any action, remarked Black Widow. Hearing Natasha's words, Nick Fury took a deep breath and looked at the large iron box beside him. He hadn't trusted Tony to discover the new element on his own, because if he could, he wouldn't have been bothered by this for so long. And because of this, Nick Fury thought of waiting for some time until Tony was desperate enough before giving him Howard's belongings. But ever since Tony had met the Golden Macaw, everything seemed to be slipping out of his control. All right, got it. I'll rush over now, I hope it's still not too late, replied Fury. After he got down from his office, he went straight into his car and directly started the engine. Then he continued, you keep staying by Pepper's side, maybe we can find a breakthrough in negotiation with her by Tony's side. Understood, affirmed Black Widow. After the call, she packed up the communication device and walked out of the toilet. Then Jarvis guided her again back to the living room. With the end of Pepper's nagging on Tony, specifically about him paying more attention to his health and more, she left with Black Widow to return to Stark Industries. After all, she was now the CEO of Stark Industries, and there were still many things to deal with every day. Looking at the door that Pepper went to walk out of his house, along with her assistant and Happy who drove them to the company. Asterisk cough, asterisk asterisk cough, asterisk asterisk cough, asterisk. Tony finally couldn't hold it anymore and coughed violently. Cough, cough. If they cough. If they left a little later, I might have been exposed, said Tony, as he wiped his mouth, buckling himself on the sofa again. Tony, wait, I'll get it right away, said Yinsen in a concerned tone. He immediately rushed off toward the area where he had just made the green juice. After taking it out, he went back and handed it to Tony. With a grateful face, Tony said, thanks, Yinsen. I think this situation will soon be over, as long as we successfully synthesize the new element. After watching Tony finish drinking, Yinsen handed over the small device that could inspect the percentage of blood toxicity in his body. Tony skillfully pressed his thumb on the device, and the percentage of palladium poisoning in his blood was immediately calculated. 62%. Yinsen, keep up the good work, praised Tony, but his gloomy complexion betrayed the smile on his face. Yinsen also looked at the numbers and frowned. He didn't expect that the symptom of toxicity in Tony's body had reached such a serious point. So Yinsen urged Tony at this moment, come on Tony, let's continue working on the machine so we can start synthesizing the new element. Also, try not to wear the Iron Man armor anymore before we finish the experiment. The faster you deplete the energy of the arc reactor, the faster the toxin spreads in your body. I think you should understand that too. In the end, Yinsen's words eventually became serious. Even if Tony already knew it, Tony still nodded, and said, I understand, if I hadn't worn it last time, we wouldn't have found a solution, wouldn't we? Let's take a break, for now. We'll go down and continue to work later, huffed Tony. Yinsen glanced at Tony's neck, which already had looming symptoms of poisoning. In this case, he could only sigh and pray for the synthesis of the new element to be successful without any further surprises. At the same time, in another corner of New York City, A middle-aged man in a military uniform with long hair walked down the streets of New York. When he arrived at a specific alley, he went inside. In that alley stood a man dressed in a black leathered trench coat, which he tightly wrapped around his body. When the two met face to face, the man in black spoke first, "Ivan Vanko." Without saying anything, Ivan Vanko just nodded his head, then clipped the toothpick he was holding in his hand into his mouth. After the man in black determined his identity, he took out an envelope from his arms and held it in front of Ivan Vanko, then said, "Inside this is the Stark Industries employee card, you can enter Stark Industries with this." Ivan Vanko nodded, then pulled a wad of dollars out of his jacket. The two men then paid and passed the goods into each other's hands, making the transaction complete. The instant the man in a black leathered trench coat received his money, he immediately scurried out of the area, leaving Ivan Vanko alone. Then, after briefly checking the item inside the envelope, he also silently left the alley. But never would he ever thought that someone would discover their covert transaction. In a small corner, there happened to be a camera that was pointing towards the alley, and its lenses specifically targeted the transaction that had been held earlier. As a result, Ivan Vanko's face was also clearly captured. SHIELD headquarters. The monitor of one of S.H.I.E.L.'s technical operation agents there showed the clear visage of Ivan Vanko. "Sir, a dangerous person was spotted." The operator in front of the computer immediately reported. One by one, various agents clad in black attire came over. They took a look at the face on the monitor, and after looking at the data on the side, one of them took out a wireless intercom, and said, "Commander Hill, there is a situation here." A few minutes later, Agent Hill arrived, then she quickly walked in their direction, and asked, "What's wrong? What did you find?" The man who called Hill motioned for her to look at the screen, then began to explain, "Ivan Vanko, physicist. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison for reselling weapons-grade radioactive materials to Pakistan during the Soviet era. Disappeared after that." Hill glanced at Ivan Vanko's basic information, frowning at the agent. "A physicist who has been locked up for 15 years appeared on the streets of New York, and you asked me to come for this kind of thing." Looking at Hill, who looked a little incensed, the agent slowly explained, "If only that were the case, I wouldn't have specifically reported it to you." Then the man operated the computer again, and for the second time, Ivan Vanko's information changed. Then the man continued, "His father's name is Anton Vanko, who had previously worked together with Howard Stark." Realizing this fact, Maria Hill's face became dazed for a second. In her mind, she thought, if this person's father had a deep working relationship with Howard Stark, then this man is not just an ordinary person. Well done. After wrapping up her thoughts, Hill directly commended the agent and also the operator who discovered Ivan Vanko. Hill then proceeded in querying Howard Stark's associate, Anton Vanko, within S.H.I.E.L.'s database. This time, after checking out the sequential files, Hill immediately guessed the purpose of Ivan Vanko's appearance in New York. "What did they do in that alley?" Hill asked, focusing her attention on the matter. "They seem to be trading some kind of item inside that envelope, maybe a document or something. Because of the camera's pixels, we can't properly identify the contents of the envelope. After a little more tweaking, it could only be faintly distinguished that one of them had passed an envelope on to the other person, while that person paid for it. But it is not clear what was the content inside it. But it's not clear what content was inside, as the person had turned around when he inspected it. Send it to the technology department and ask them to figure out what is in the envelope in the fastest time. Hill directly ordered in a frustrated voice. Understood, nodded the agents beside her. With a final look at Ivan Vanko's face, she then left for the podium. When she arrived at the platform, she put on the black headset and dialed Nick Fury. On the other end, after picking up the phone, Nick Fury said, "Hill, I'm driving right now, if there's no urgent matter, don't report it to me." Hearing Nick Fury's remark, Agent Hill continued, "Chief, it's about Anton Vanko's son, Ivan Vanko. He's appeared in New York." Upon the mention of Anton Vanko's name, Nick Fury's face changed slightly. He succinctly asked, "His son? Where is he now?" Hill glanced at the surveillance. "It is not clear for the time being. He has a strong sense of anti-reconnaissance. Our people can't find him. But what is certain is that his purpose now must be Tony Stark. You're on your way to Tony's house right now, and I'm afraid you'll meet him." Nick Fury smiled. "Hill, if I can become your chief, you have to believe in my strength. Don't worry about me." Although Nick Fury said so, Hill always felt that this time Ivan Vanko was prepared. His purpose was revenge. According to information that Hill found, Anton Vanko, who had worked with Howard, was a member of the company. But because of his mental misconduct, he was directly expelled by Howard. Eventually spending the rest of his life in the slums, he had also said more than once in the public media that the Stark family was a thief and a butcher. When there was a chance, he must take revenge and regain the prestige and fame that should have belonged to him. Although Hill didn't know what Anton Vanko said about this fame and prestige, it was certain that this so-called legacy must be very important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so noisy about this that Howard had to deport him. Curious about this, Agent Hill asked, "Chief, do you know why Anton Vanko had been deported by Howard?" In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system database, Hill couldn't find any information on this certain case. This proved that the matter was highly classified and that only Nick Fury had permission to know about this information. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury became silent for a moment before saying, "Hill, I'll tell you about this matter later. Right now, I want you to find a way to locate Anton Vanko first. I'm almost at Tony's house, and there are no problems on the road at the moment." Hill breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. After glancing at the various large screens in front of her, Hill picked up her tablet and started overriding several surveillance cameras with higher privileges. 13th block. Ivan Vanko, who escaped the reconnaissance of several agents behind him, smiled as he lifted his head. But suddenly, his pupils narrowed and saw a white figure weaving through the buildings of New York as if the city was a jungle of steel trees. Like a monkey swinging with vines in the forest. Ivan Vanko couldn't help but frown and mutter some obscure language. TL/N, just imagine it as he's speaking in Russian dialect. But it could be discerned that he was confused about the white figure as he still maintained a straight face. Briefly after, his doubt subsided. Then he lowered his hat and continued to walk in a certain direction. Gwen, who was dangling in the sky, also sensed that someone seemed to be watching her, and looked down. Aside from the sparse flow of people, there was nothing wrong with the whole street. Pikara, Pikara. It's all right, little Chew. We will arrive soon, and our AI has already cooked food and is waiting for us. Pikapit tilde. Pikachu waved his two small hands excitedly in Gwen's arms. Shortly after a few swings, they landed on the balcony of AI's house. As soon as they arrived, they instantly smelled the delicious aroma that flowed from inside the house. What are you cooking? It smells so good. Gwen immediately asked with a twinkle in her eyes. Piker. Piker. Little Chew also squeaked, mirroring Gwen's expression. Then he jumped into the house and ran in Ai's direction. Ai walked out of the kitchen with 2 small pots, and said, "You're back, Little Chew." Piker tilde Chew are you? Piker Chew excitedly rubbed his head towards Ai. Yes, your snack is ready, it's on the table. Looking at Piker Chew's gluttonous look, Ai gestured to get on the table. Piker Chew immediately jumped on it. When the little one saw the small-sized snacks that Ai had prepared for him, his 2 small hands directly grabbed and tasted them one by one. Gwen also took off her hood and walked in. When she saw the food in Ai's 2 small pots, her face broke into a radiant smile, and said, "Ai, you have fried the steak." Ai nodded, "I learned this some time ago, so I made it this time. Let's try the taste." Gwen quickly sat down and cut a small piece of the fried steak and ate it. Afterwards, she said, "It's delicious, even better than the one downstairs." I smiled, "I'm glad you like it. You came so late today, did you encounter something on the way here?" "Well, you're right, after Kingpin's death, there were more crimes in New York. Some were big but mostly were small times. When I patrolled this morning, I encountered 4 or 5 robberies. One of them even directly blew up the cash machine. I also had to pay attention to the safety of the environment. We never know, the whole building might collapse on me." I stared at Gwen, and Gwen's face blushed after she noticed his gaze. She hurriedly asked, "Why do you look at people like that?" I laughed at her reaction, then explained, "When you talked about the blown cash register, I thought about your combat suit, which is not very defensive. Next time, I'll improve it to have strong defensive capabilities." "Oh," Gwen said with a hint of disappointment. She didn't know what she was disappointed about. In short, she was not satisfied with Ai's answer. Ai did not notice Gwen's small change in mood at this time, because he was currently busy thinking about other things. About a certain bomb. Specifically, Spider-Man's nemesis pumpkin bombs. The Green Goblin's main weapon for range attacks. It was also then that I remembered when Gwen mentioned the blown cash machine. Therefore, he must enhance the defensive capability of Gwen's spider suit. Thinking so, I contacted Red, "Record this point down when we upgrade Gwen's spider suit." "Got it, Master," answered the ever-present Red Queen. "Little Chew, come here, try the steak." Gwen picked up a piece of steak and handed it to Piker Chew. Piker Chew had a happy face as he took it using his mouth. Looking at his 2 precious little family members who had a happy and harmonious atmosphere, I smiled faintly, and said, "It seems that you 2 got along well last night." Hearing I talking about last night, Piker Chew's little face immediately changed into a pleading look, and shouted, "Piker! Piker, Pie-Cap-I! Pie-Cap-I tilde." Then Piker Chew aggrievedly lowered his head. After listening to Piker Chew's description, I immediately laughed, "You were pinched by Uncle George. Ha ha! The next time he pinches you again, you can sneak out a little electric discharge." Gwen immediately slapped I, "Don't teach bad things to Little Chew. What if the electricity suddenly connects to other people afterwards?" "It's all right, Little Chew can tone it down well." "Right, Chew," reasoned I, then looked at Little Chew for support. Piker. Looking at I and Gwen who were talking, Piker Chew felt bored and turned his head at the tasty food on the table, and with a gleam in his eyes, he picked them up and started eating again, ignoring their banter. Chowing the delicious steak in his tiny mouth, he quickly ate every food on the table. Even the steak on Gwen's plate was swept away clean. Looking at the empty plate, Gwen looked at AI and asked a question that girls were pretty insecure to ask boys. AI, do you think I'm fat? Hearing this question out of nowhere, AI was a little taken aback. He suddenly didn't know how to respond. With that said, AI focused his mind and looked at Gwen's figure, assessing it. Then caught a glimpse of Gwen's chest. He subconsciously said, it seems to have gotten bigger than before. Noticing AI's eyes, Gwen's face immediately turned red. AI, you. AI was also aware of his blunder, mindlessly uttering what should only be spoken in his mind. At this time, Gwen finally completed her sentence. AI, are you telling me that it's fat? AI swallowed the words he was about to say, and thought, I was just about to apologize. Then Gwen's suppressed low voice sounded, so you like. AI was stunned, not knowing whether he should apologize now or not. Gee Gwen, When he was ready to say something more, Gwen took the lead in standing up. You washed the dishes before, today I will wash them. Looking at the suddenly diligent Gwen, who was picking up the plates with a suppressed smile on her face, AI made an incredulous face. Was it just me? Why do I feel that Gwen seems to be a little happy? He couldn't help but think. As Gwen walked towards the sink, AI took Pikachu to the hall to drink tea. Looking at Gwen's back as she was washing dishes in the kitchen, AI's mouth involuntarily raised slightly. Such a small and fulfilling life. It felt nice. Just then, the avatar on the computer popped up. Master, Stark Industries has been attacked. AI, who heard Red Queen's report, was dumbfounded. Who would be so daring to go to Stark Industries just to make trouble? AI thought. Red, bring up the live video. Immediately after that, a video image of the gate of Stark Industries turned up. In the picture, a person stood at the gate of Stark Industries, wearing a vest-like device on his naked upper body. On his arms, were two long whips attached straight towards his hands, which held the handle. The long whips were emitting a blue glow, and looking at it closely, there was an electric current lingering on its surface. These high-tech weapons left trails of burn marks on the ground. This showed how high the temperature on the surface of the long whip was. Looking at this very familiar villain, I couldn't help but say, it's him. SHIELD headquarters. At this moment, Agent Hill was standing on the high platform. As Nick Fury was out to do something else, she was currently the temporary commander of SHIELD. Although she temporarily filled the role of commander, she could only deal with some small things. Once something important came up, she had to report it to Nick Fury as soon as possible. What was playing on the big screen in front of Hill at this time was Coulson's side about the protection of Thor's hammer. Coulson, what's going on over there? On the big screen, Coulson shook his head, and in front of him was Thor's hammer. No one can lift it. Barton has also tried but still wasn't able to budge it. Beside Coulson, Hawkeye stood with a serious face, and suddenly spit out, "This thing is very heavy, this kind of hammer is not an ordinary one." Yes, a normal hammer also doesn't fall from the sky either. Coulson smiled, as he looked at Hawkeye's reaction. Barton glanced at him, then turned around and moved on to continue his guarding mission, ignoring Coulson's humorous attempt. He was sent here by Nick Fury for additional protection. But it was not to keep these people safe, instead, it was to ensure the safety of the hammer. How did that guy lift it in the first place? Coulson asked. Hill shook her head, and replied, I don't know, he lifted it very easily, and he could also use the power of thunder. Thinking back on that scene, Hill felt incredible. She had never imagined that someone could use the power of nature's thunder and lightning. It doesn't matter, we can't pick it up anyway. Let's wait here for the owner of the hammer to show up, said Coulson, then continued to arrange the site's reconnaissance activities. The mission of this trip, in addition to guarding the hammer, is to analyze the source of the hammer's power. If they could grasp the power of thunder in this way, it would be a qualitative leap for the strength of SHIELD. Watching Coulson's work go smoothly, Hill cut off communications with Coulson. Chief Hill, the technical department has processed the picture and was passed to you. In Hill's earpiece, the voice of the subordinate came. Okay. Picking up the tablet in her hand, Hill saw the photo of the past file had become clearer. When Hill saw the contents of the photo, her face shifted, and then she hurriedly dialed Nick Fury's phone. At Tony's doorstep. Nick Fury parked outside the door in his heavy SUV. Picking up the large box Howard had left behind, he walked to the front door, and said in the air, I am Nick Fury. I'm here to give something to Tony that can save his life. Not long after, Jarvis's voice was heard, Please wait a moment, Mr. Fury. In the workshop, Tony put the box beam level on a tube and found that the tube had not yet reached the optimal balance he required. Yinsen, find something to pad it up. We need to balance this tube, otherwise, it will cause a big problem, said Tony. Hearing Tony's request, Yinsen looked around, and said, I don't see anything we can use, I'll go inside the warehouse and look for it. Go, I'll look elsewhere, replied Tony. At this time, Jarvis' voice was heard in the studio, Sir, Nick Fury is here and he says there's something he will give that can save your life. Tony stopped what he was doing and raised his head, then nonchalantly said, I think he's here to talk about that Superboy group again. Afterwards, he pointed his hands to the side, then towards the basement. At the same time, he said, Okay, everything else is fine, Yinsen is looking for something. Let's go up and meet the Black Egg. Jarvis, let him in, Tony added. As Tony arrived upstairs, he found Nick Fury was already sipping a brewed coffee as he leisurely sat on the couch as if he owned the place. At his feet, there was a large box. Tony was curious about what was in the box, but he went to Nick Fury first, and greeted, Hello, Director. Nick Fury turned around with the coffee in his hand and teased, The upgrade is very fast, I can't go in and out of here anymore, like before. I prevented this from happening, succinctly said Tony as he sat down in front of Nick Fury, then added, You came to me for something. Compared to Nick Fury's coffee, Tony still picked up the green juice and drank it. Nick Fury saw the green juice in Tony's hand and said, Drinking that stuff won't solve the problem in your body. The only solution to palladium poisoning is to stop using the palladium altogether. Tony was stunned. How do you know? Nick Fury pointed to Tony's faintly glowing chest. The thing on your chest is made from unfinished technology. No, it's finished. I shrunk it down to work. Tony rebutted. He thought for a moment, then added, If I have to say, it's the fault of the element. No, that's what your father told me back then. Hearing Nick Fury mentioning Howard, Tony was slightly surprised. But thinking carefully about Howard's relationship with the military, it was normal for Nick Fury to know him. Maybe they talked about it back then. So what did he say? Asked Tony. Nick Fury continued, your father said back then that the arc reactor was just a springboard for greater technology. He was ready to start a competition for ability that would be out of reach for all his opponents. He was ready to start a competition to showcase his ingenuity that would be out of reach for all his opponents. Because he had a clue to super energy. Nick Fury paused, then looked down on Tony's chest, then finished, that thing in your chest is like a button battery compared to his scientific discoveries. Listening to Nick Fury belittling his arc reactor like this, Tony's face was a little uncomfortable. He was silent for a while as he looked straight into Nick Fury's visible eye. After a while, with a little exasperation in his voice, he asked, then why didn't he continue to study it that year? I don't even know how you know these things. Nick Fury looked at Tony seriously, then said, of course, I know. Tony intently listened to Nick Fury, but the next sentence made Tony completely stunned. Because your father, Howard Stark, was one of the 3 founders of SHIELD. What? Doubled Tony, he swore he didn't know anything about it. Nick Fury pushed the box next to him to Tony and said, he said only you could unfold what he had left behind, and complete his unfinished plan. He left this box behind? Asked Tony, a bit doubtful. Tony couldn't believe that Howard still had such a thing he had hidden behind for him. With the stuff delivered, Nick Fury considered this as completing his motives, so he got up and was about to leave. He knew very well that he couldn't be too deliberate in providing a helping hand to someone like Tony. Or else, it might backfire on his ass. Tony looked at Nick Fury, who got up, but Tony was not yet done. He was about to ask more questions, but Jarvis's voice rang out, Sir, the Stark Industrial Building is being attacked by an unknown person. Then, Jarvis opened up a video. One of the 2 electric whips was wreaking havoc in Stark Industries, and what was even more unbelievable in the picture was that Tony couldn't believe it. On the video, there was a long-haired middle-aged man holding 2 electric whips as he was wreaking havoc in Stark Industries, and Tony, who was watching the whip-wielding man, widened his eyes in disbelief. Because on the chest of the man, Tony saw an arc reactor embedded in the tech vest the man was wearing. Pepper. Tony muttered in concern. But more than what he saw, Tony was more worried about the safety of Pepper Potts. Throwing out his intention of further questioning Nick Fury, he rushed straight downstairs, and he hurriedly said, Jarvis, ready the Mark armor. As a qualified butler, Jarvis didn't forget to remind his master, Sir, your current physical condition. Jarvis, right now, quick. Got it, sir. But it was immediately turned down by Tony. In the end, Jarvis could only comply. Looking at Tony's back as he hurried away, Nick Fury also looked at the person in the picture. Ivan Vanko, I didn't expect you to study this technology too. At this time, Hill's voice came from the earpiece he just wore. Chief, it has been checked. What was to Ivan Vanko was a valid employee card of Stark Industries. And Ivan Vanko is now at Stark Industries and wreaking havoc inside. Nick Fury said with a relaxed face, Hill, I already know that, let's just wait and see. Tony is now heading over there too. Got it, Chief. Replied Hill. After hanging up the call, Nick Fury recalled Black Widow's report and walked curiously towards the studio. In the studio, the wearing assistant mechanism of the Iron Man suit was ready, and at this time, Yinsen also found a disc-shaped concave convex metal object from the warehouse. And on this object, there was a painted 5-pointed star design. The metal on the object was still half-filled, indicating that it was a semi-finished product. Watching Tony run down from upstairs, Yinsen was confused, but still said happily, Tony, the one I found should be suitable to pad that pipe. Yinsen, put your stuff away and wait for me to come back. Tony only glanced his way as he succinctly told him. Tony's hurried movements made Yinsen realize that something was wrong. Jarvis, what happened? After Yinsen asked, Jarvis released the video of the attack on Stark Industries. He also noticed the arc reactor on the man. Who is this man? Before long, Tony had already put on his armor. Glancing at Nick Fury, who also followed down with him, he said, Yinsen, help me entertain my guest. Tony could only ignore Nick Fury for now, as Little Pepper's safety was more important at this time. Yinsen turned his head and also saw Nick Fury walking down the studio. No problem, you can go. And fight fast, make a quick decision. Tony understood what Yinsen meant, then he activated the mask and flew straight out. Nick Fury, who just got into the studio, stopped paying attention to them since he knew Tony would fly out soon. Instead, he looked at the various pipes in the basement. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't understand what Tony was doing. Yinsen, what is Tony doing with all this? Yinsen glanced at Nick Fury, a little confused. You know me. Of course, the big hero who saved Tony, who in America doesn't know? Said Nick Fury with a nonchalant face. Nick Fury's answer made Yinsen understand that the person in front of him was not simple, at least the aura he emitted was not something that ordinary people could have. I don't know, Tony just asked me to help with the renovation and didn't tell me what he was doing. Yinsen was also an old man, and as such, he could also play the game of two truths and one lie without breaking a sweat. And who was Nick Fury? An old fox who, no matter how they hid it, could still see every single flaw. Instead of playing this boring game, he noticed the prototype shield in Yinsen's hand, and asked, "Where did you get this from?" Yinsen handed it over indifferently, picked up from the warehouse. Taking the round shield, and feeling the material, Nick Fury immediately knew at once that this was just a replica. Nick Fury handed the shield back and continued to look at the layout in the studio. Then, he went closer. Since Tony said Nick Fury was his guest, Yinsen naturally wouldn't just ask him to keep off the area. After a while, Nick Fury nodded and then he walked out of the studio. Tell Tony, I'll go first, Nick said as he waved his hand away from Yinsen. But Yinsen didn't notice that under Nick Fury's black blindfold, there was a glimmer of red light. When Nick Fury got out and into his black SUV, he pressed the earpiece that he still hadn't taken off, and said, "Hill, have you scanned them all?" "Yes, Chief. After I'm done remodeling it, what are your next instructions?" "Call the top scientists to my office and show them what Tony is doing. I'll go back now." "Got it, Chief." Nick Fury swung his head to the road and drove back in the direction of SHIELD. 13th block, RAI's home. "It's him." RAI immediately recognized the man shown in the video. This man was none other than the main villain of Iron Man 2, Ivan Vanko. However, according to the development of the original plot, he should be in Monaco's Grand Prix event to intercept Tony as he raced on the circuit. It seems that the butterfly effect is in effect. RAI immediately guessed that perhaps because he had told Tony the key information, which led Tony to study the new element. So there was simply no time to go to the traffic jam race. This in turn led Ivan Vanko to go to Stark Industries to find Tony. Gwen, who had just finished washing the dishes, also saw the video of Ivan Vanko indiscriminately attacking Stark Industries. It should be known that in addition to the employees of Stark Industries, there were also many passers-by. Gwen quickly took off her coat, and glanced at AI as she walked out of the balcony. AI, I'm going to go over there to have a look. Okay, you go there. But be careful of his whips and retreat if you can't defeat them. AI knew that this would be known to Tony, who might have already been rushing to Stark Industries. AI only said this much as he knew that because, in Stark Industries, there is one of Tony's most important women. Got it, AI. Outside the balcony, Gwen's voice drifted away. In the video, the people of Stark Industries are frightened and fleeing. Several security guards surrounded them with guns, but before they could shoot, Ivan attacked. One of the guards was also cut off because he stood too close and his fingers were cut off. On the second floor, inside Pepper's office, Happy was holding a stick and guarding the office door. Pepper and Black Widow stood together in the office. Vanko's electric whip swept in all directions and all the gun heads melted in an instant. It can be seen that compared to the panic of the Pepper, the Black Widow was much calmer. What she was thinking about now was how to solve that whip-wielding guy as quickly as possible. Tony Stark. Come out to me, you Starks are thieves. You are all butchers. Ivan Vanko's footsteps were approaching step by step, and the double whips in his hands kept waving. Force everyone who wanted to escape back into the company. The others could only scream in horror. I'm going. Inside the office on the second floor, Pepper knew that this was not the way to go, and someone had to go out and drag it out until Tony arrived. And without a doubt, the best candidate was her. Black Widow grabbed the Pepper that was about to go downstairs. It's useless, the person he wants to kill now is Tony. If you are blackmailed, Tony, who rushes to the rescue, will be unable to fight. Pepper paced back and forth. Tony, what trouble have you caused again? Hey, Rapunzel, bullying isn't what a friendly neighbor should do. On a street lamp, Gwen, who had just arrived, faced Ivan and teased. Ivan Vanko looked up. Wasn't this figure the one he had seen before? Then he spoke a passage of obscure language. Gwen didn't understand when he heard it. You wait a minute, I'll translate your language first. Can you translate after the Red Queen? Yes, Miss Gwen. He speaks a regional language from the Middle East, which means get out, ladies. Gwen was angry at once and the painstaking translation was translated here. Swearing is bad behavior. Ivan Vanko didn't care much and the whip in his hand was whipped at Gwen. Gwen dodged Ivan as soon as he swung the whip, but the top of the street lamp was directly melted. If I get hit by that thing, it won't feel good. Here we go again. Another electric whip flew over, and as Gwen got up to dodge, the spider web in her hand shot out. Spider web bullet. SHIELD headquarters. At this moment, Agent Hill was standing on the high platform. As Nick Fury was out to do something else, she was currently the temporary commander of SHIELD. Although she temporarily filled the role of commander, she could only deal with some small things. Once something important came up, she had to report it to Nick Fury as soon as possible. What was playing on the big screen in front of Hill at this time was Coulson's side about the protection of Thor's hammer. Coulson, what's going on over there? On the big screen, Coulson shook his head, and in front of him was Thor's hammer. No one can lift it. Barton has also tried but still wasn't able to budge it. Beside Coulson, Hawkeye stood with a serious face, and suddenly spit out, "This thing is very heavy. This kind of hammer is not an ordinary one." Yes, a normal hammer also doesn't fall from the sky either. Coulson smiled, as he looked at Hawkeye's reaction. Barton glanced at him, then turned around and moved on to continue his guarding mission, ignoring Coulson's humorous attempt. He was sent here by Nick Fury for additional protection. But it was not to keep these people safe, instead, it was to ensure the safety of the hammer. How did that guy lift it in the first place? Coulson asked. Hill shook her head, and replied, I don't know, he lifted it very easily, and he could also use the power of thunder. Thinking back on that scene, Hill felt incredible. She had never imagined that someone could use the power of nature's thunder and lightning. It doesn't matter, we can't pick it up anyway. Let's wait here for the owner of the hammer to show up, said Coulson, then continued to arrange the site's reconnaissance activities. The mission of this trip, in addition to guarding the hammer, is to analyze the source of the hammer's power. If they could grasp the power of thunder in this way, it would be a qualitative leap for the strength of SHIELD. Watching Coulson's work go smoothly, Hill cut off communications with Coulson. Chief Hill, the technical department has processed the picture and was passed to you. In Hill's earpiece, the voice of the subordinate came. Okay. Picking up the tablet in her hand, Hill saw the photo of the past file had become clearer. When Hill saw the contents of the photo, her face shifted, and then she hurriedly dialed Nick Fury's phone. At Tony's doorstep. Nick Fury parked outside the door in his heavy SUV. Picking up the large box Howard had left behind, he walked to the front door, and said in the air, I am Nick Fury. I'm here to give something to Tony that can save his life. Not long after, Jarvis's voice was heard, please wait a moment, Mr. Fury. In the workshop, Tony put the box beam level on a tube and found that the tube had not yet reached the optimal balance he required. Yinsen, find something to pad it up. We need to balance this tube, otherwise, it will cause a big problem, said Tony. Hearing Tony's request, Yinsen looked around, and said, I don't see anything we can use, I'll go inside the warehouse and look for it. Go, I'll look elsewhere, replied Tony. At this time, Jarvis' voice was heard in the studio, Sir, Nick Fury is here and he says there's something he will give that can save your life. Tony stopped what he was doing and raised his head, then nonchalantly said, I think he's here to talk about that Superboy group again. Afterwards, he pointed his hands to the side, then towards the basement. At the same time, he said, okay, everything else is fine, Yinsen is looking for something. Let's go up and meet the Black Egg. Jarvis, let him in, Tony added. As Tony arrived upstairs, he found Nick Fury was already sipping a brewed coffee as he leisurely sat on the couch as if he owned the place. At his feet, there was a large box. Tony was curious about what was in the box, but he went to Nick Fury first, and greeted, hello, Director. Nick Fury turned around with the coffee in his hand and teased, the upgrade is very fast, I can't go in and out of here anymore, like before. I prevented this from happening, succinctly said Tony as he sat down in front of Nick Fury, then added, you came to me for something. Compared to Nick Fury's coffee, Tony still picked up the green juice and drank it. Nick Fury saw the green juice in Tony's hand and said, drinking that stuff won't solve the problem in your body. The only solution to palladium poisoning is to stop using the palladium altogether. Tony was stunned, how do you know? Nick Fury pointed to Tony's faintly glowing chest, the thing on your chest is made from unfinished technology. No, it's finished. I shrunk it down to work. Tony rebutted, he thought for a moment, then added, if I have to say, it's the fault of the element. No, that's what your father told me back then. Hearing Nick Fury mentioning Howard, Tony was slightly surprised. But thinking carefully about Howard's relationship with the military, it was normal for Nick Fury to know him. Maybe they talked about it back then. So what did he say? Asked Tony. Nick Fury continued, your father said back then that the arc reactor was just a springboard for greater technology. He was ready to start a competition for ability that would be out of reach for all his opponents. He was ready to start a competition to showcase his ingenuity that would be out of reach for all his opponents. Because he had a clue to super energy. Nick Fury paused, then looked down on Tony's chest, then finished, that thing in your chest is like a button battery compared to his scientific discoveries. Listening to Nick Fury belittling his arc reactor like this, Tony's face was a little uncomfortable. He was silent for a while as he looked straight into Nick Fury's visible eye. After a while, with a little exasperation in his voice, he asked, then why didn't he continue to study it that year? I don't even know how you know these things. Nick Fury looked at Tony seriously, then said, of course, I know. Tony intently listened to Nick Fury, but the next sentence made Tony completely stunned. Because your father, Howard Stark, was one of the 3 founders of SHIELD. What? Doubled Tony, he swore he didn't know anything about it. Nick Fury pushed the box next to him to Tony and said, he said only you could unfold what he had left behind, and complete his unfinished plan. He left this box behind? Asked Tony, a bit doubtful. Tony couldn't believe that Howard still had such a thing he had hidden behind for him. With the stuff delivered, Nick Fury considered this as completing his motives, so he got up and was about to leave. He knew very well that he couldn't be too deliberate in providing a helping hand to someone like Tony. Or else, it might backfire on his ass. Tony looked at Nick Fury, who got up, but Tony was not yet done. He was about to ask more questions, but Jarvis's voice rang out, Sir, the Stark Industrial Building is being attacked by an unknown person. Then, Jarvis opened up a video. One of the 2 electric whips was wreaking havoc in Stark Industries, and what was even more unbelievable in the picture was that Tony couldn't believe it. On the video, there was a long-haired middle-aged man holding 2 electric whips as he was wreaking havoc in Stark Industries, and Tony, who was watching the whip-wielding man, widened his eyes in disbelief. Because on the chest of the man, Tony saw an arc reactor embedded in the tech vest the man was wearing. Pepper. Tony muttered in concern. But more than what he saw, Tony was more worried about the safety of Pepper Potts. Throwing out his intention of further questioning Nick Fury, he rushed straight downstairs, and he hurriedly said, Jarvis, ready the Mark armor. As a qualified butler, Jarvis didn't forget to remind his master, Sir, your current physical condition. Jarvis, right now, quick. Got it, sir. But it was immediately turned down by Tony. In the end, Jarvis could only comply. Looking at Tony's back as he hurried away, Nick Fury also looked at the person in the picture. Ivan Vanko, I didn't expect you to study this technology too. At this time, Hill's voice came from the earpiece he just wore. Chief, it has been checked. What was to Ivan Vanko was a valid employee card of Stark Industries. And Ivan Vanko is now at Stark Industries and wreaking havoc inside. Nick Fury said with a relaxed face, Hill, I already know that, let's just wait and see. Tony is now heading over there too. Got it, Chief. Replied Hill. After hanging up the call, Nick Fury recalled Black Widow's report and walked curiously towards the studio. In the studio, the wearing assistant mechanism of the Iron Man suit was ready, and at this time, Yinsen also found a disc-shaped concave convex metal object from the warehouse. And on this object, there was a painted 5-pointed star design. The metal on the object was still half filled, indicating that it was a semi-finished product. Watching Tony run down from upstairs, Yinsen was confused, but still said happily, "Tony, the one I found should be suitable to pad that pipe. Yinsen, put your stuff away and wait for me to come back." Tony only glanced his way as he succinctly told him. Tony's hurried movements made Yinsen realize that something was wrong. "Jarvis, what happened?" After Yinsen asked, Jarvis released the video of the attack on Stark Industries. He also noticed the arc reactor on the man. "Who is this man?" Before long, Tony had already put on his armor. Glancing at Nick Fury, who also followed down with him, he said, "Yinsen, help me entertain my guest." Tony could only ignore Nick Fury for now, as Little Pepper's safety was more important at this time. Yinsen turned his head and also saw Nick Fury walking down the studio. "No problem, you can go. And fight fast, make a quick decision." Tony understood what Yinsen meant, then he activated the mask and flew straight out. Nick Fury, who just got into the studio, stopped paying attention to them since he knew Tony would fly out soon. Instead, he looked at the various pipes in the basement. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't understand what Tony was doing. "Yinsen, what is Tony doing with all this?" Yinsen glanced at Nick Fury, a little confused. "You know me. Of course, the big hero who saved Tony, who in America doesn't know," said Nick Fury with a nonchalant face. Nick Fury's answer made Yinsen understand that the person in front of him was not simple, at least the aura he emitted was not something that ordinary people could have. "I don't know, Tony just asked me to help with the renovation and didn't tell me what he was doing." Yinsen was also an old man, and as such, he could also play the game of two truths and one lie without breaking a sweat. And who was Nick Fury? An old fox who, no matter how they hid it, could still see every single flaw. Instead of playing this boring game, he noticed the prototype shield in Yinsen's hand, and asked, "Where did you get this from?" Yinsen handed it over indifferently, picked up from the warehouse. Taking the round shield, and feeling the material, Nick Fury immediately knew at once that this was just a replica. Nick Fury handed the shield back and continued to look at the layout in the studio. Then, he went closer. Since Tony said Nick Fury was his guest, Yinsen naturally wouldn't just ask him to keep off the area. After a while, Nick Fury nodded and then he walked out of the studio. "Tell Tony, I'll go first," Nick said as he waved his hand away from Yinsen. But Yinsen didn't notice that under Nick Fury's black blindfold, there was a glimmer of red light. When Nick Fury got out and into his black SUV, he pressed the earpiece that he still hadn't taken off, and said, "Hill, have you scanned them all?" "Yes, Chief. After I'm done remodeling it, what are your next instructions?" "Call the top scientists to my office and show them what Tony is doing. I'll go back now." "Got it, Chief." Nick Fury swung his head to the road and drove back in the direction of SHIELD. 13th block, RAI's home. "It's him." RAI immediately recognized the man shown in the video. This man was none other than the main villain of Iron Man 2, Ivan Vanko. However, according to the development of the original plot, he should be in Monaco's Grand Prix event to intercept Tony as he raced on the circuit. It seems that the butterfly effect is in effect. RAI immediately guessed that perhaps because he had told Tony the key information, which led Tony to study the new element. So there was simply no time to go to the traffic jam race. This in turn led Ivan Vanko to go to Stark Industries to find Tony. Gwen, who had just finished washing the dishes, also saw the video of Ivan Vanko indiscriminately attacking Stark Industries. It should be known that in addition to the employees of Stark Industries, there were also many passers-by. Gwen quickly took off her coat, and glanced at AI as she walked out of the balcony. I'm going to go over there to have a look. Okay, you go there. But be careful of his whips and retreat if you can't defeat them. I knew that this would be known to Tony, who might have already been rushing to Stark Industries. I only said this much as he knew that because, in Stark Industries, there is one of Tony's most important women. Got it, I. Outside the balcony, Gwen's voice drifted away. In the video, the people of Stark Industries are frightened and fleeing. Several security guards surrounded them with guns, but before they could shoot, Ivan attacked. One of the guards was also cut off because he stood too close and his fingers were cut off. On the second floor, inside Pepper's office, Happy was holding a stick and guarding the office door. Pepper and Black Widow stood together in the office. Vanko's electric whip swept in all directions and all the gun heads melted in an instant. It can be seen that compared to the panic of the Pepper, the Black Widow was much calmer. What she was thinking about now was how to solve that whip-wielding guy as quickly as possible. Tony Stark. Come out to me, you Starks are thieves. You are all butchers. Ivan Vanko's footsteps were approaching step by step, and the double whips in his hands kept waving. Force everyone who wanted to escape back into the company. The others could only scream in horror. I'm going. Inside the office on the second floor, Pepper knew that this was not the way to go, and someone had to go out and drag it out until Tony arrived. And without a doubt, the best candidate was her. Black Widow grabbed the Pepper that was about to go downstairs. It's useless, the person he wants to kill now is Tony. If you are blackmailed, Tony, who rushes to the rescue, will be unable to fight. Pepper paced back and forth. Tony, what trouble have you caused again? Hey, Rapunzel, bullying isn't what a friendly neighbor should do. On a street lamp, Gwen, who had just arrived, faced Ivan and teased. Ivan Vanko looked up. Wasn't this figure the one he had seen before? Then he spoke a passage of obscure language. Gwen didn't understand when he heard it. You wait a minute, I'll translate your language first. Can you translate after the Red Queen? Yes, Miss Gwen. He speaks a regional language from the Middle East, which means get out, ladies. Gwen was angry at once and the painstaking translation was translated here. Swearing is bad behavior. Ivan Vanko didn't care much and the whip in his hand was whipped at Gwen. Gwen dodged Ivan as soon as he swung the whip, but the top of the street lamp was directly melted. If I get hit by that thing, it won't feel good. Here we go again. Another electric whip flew over, and as Gwen got up to dodge, the spider web in her hand shot out. Spider web bullet. A round spider web bullet flew out of Gwen's wrist at great speed. Taken by surprise, Ivan Vanko could only stare as the spider bullet made contact with his body and exploded in a huge net of spider web, wrapping his whole body. Seeing that her enemy was apprehended, she appealed, "All right, sir. You've been caught by my spider webs, please give up now." But before Gwen could finish her arrest declaration, she saw that her cobweb was slowly being melted by the heat of Ivan Vanko's high-tech body equipment directly. When he finally broke loose, Ivan Vanko looked at Gwen as he sneered slowly. Seeing his disgusting smile, Gwen couldn't help but say, "Your teeth are a little ugly." Hearing Spider-Woman's insult, Ivan Vanko didn't waste nonsense and just threw an electrically charged whip attack in her direction, which Gwen easily dodged. "My spider web can't deal with him," what can I do?" Gwen said with some trepidation. According to the terrifying heat displayed by the equipment on his body just now, it was even more unrealistic to grab him directly. "If I'm not careful enough, it might not only be scalded skin I'll suffer from," thought Gwen as she focused her eyes on the man. At this time, Red Queen's timely advice was heard by her ears. "Miss Gwen, his weakness is the energy device in the center of his chest. That device powers all the connected devices on his high-tech vest, including the whip he is using. If you can destroy that device, all the other devices will cease to work because of the loss of energy supply." Gwen listened to Red Queen's suggestion and nodded. "Good advice, but how am I going to get that done?" At this moment, the voice of another person in the sky came. "Long time no see, Spider Lady." Gwen looked up and saw a new set of red and yellow color-schemed armor slowly descending. "Hey, what's up? Your armor looks much better than before. Last time was just really ugly," Gwen said unceremoniously, waving her hands towards him. Hearing the Spider-Woman's not-so-pleasant greeting, Tony's face inside the mask couldn't help but sink even further. "Why do you have to speak so bluntly every time? Since the last time he chased the Emperor and was educated at the end when Tony returned home, the first thing he did was change the design of his mark armor. Now, this was the new design he came up with." Deciding to ignore Spider-Woman's earlier words, he said, "Miss Spider-Woman, I think this thing should be handled by me as my armor can withstand his attack." Glancing at Ivan Vanko, who was staring intently towards Tony Stark, she thought for a few seconds, before she said, "Okay. I guess I'll leave him to you then. After all, he was looking for you in the first place." Gwen didn't mince any more words this time and just let Tony do what he wanted. On the other hand, Tony didn't expect Spider-Woman to give in so easily. He thought before that it might need him to use his tongue a bit before she agreed. "Tony Stark." Ivan Vanko eventually spoke, but at this time, he was speaking in English, which made Gwen finally understand Ivan Vanko's words. Tony flew forward a little, indirectly blocking Gwen, and replied, "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" Tony asked back with a hint of anger in his tone. The last thing he could bear was that someone was going to take a shot at the people around him in order to deal with him. Especially now that Pepper was involved. Ivan Vanko smiled miserably, the electric whip in his hand flew out violently and Tony flew upwards. Gwen behind him also rapidly jumped away to dodge the attack. When Ivan Vanko saw Tony appear, he already ignored Gwen and his eyes could only focus on Tony who flew in the sky. Immediately cocking his hand back, he violently flicked the whip in his other hand towards Tony and rapped at Tony's ankle with great speed. In an instant, Tony's right ankle flashed with an electric spark and then the right ankle on the screen also began to have a red warning. In an instant, the whip which had successfully wrapped Tony's right ankle flashed with an electric spark, and then on Tony's monitor screen on his mask immediately issued red warning signs as a projection of an image of Mark II's ankle area glowed red. "Bad luck, it's this side again," said Tony as he couldn't help but grumble. "The last time I flew in the sky with a Obadiah, I was caught in this similar way," thought Tony as he complained. "Next time, I must." But before Tony could finish his rumbling, Ivan Vanko slammed his hand down hard, pulling Tony down by a huge force in return. Gwen, who was watching the battle, watched Tony fall from the sky, and it hurt to watch. On the side, Gwen, who was watching the battle, saw Tony falling down from the sky at a fast speed. It hurt Gwen just watching this unfold, so she pondered for a second, then she decided, "I think, I still need to help him with this." "Miss Gwen, Please don't come forward, Iron Man alone can solve it. Just when she was going to rush in and help, Red Queen suddenly spoke and reassured her. Gwen, who heard Red Queen, halted, a little troubled. But Red Queen immediately dissuaded, also, you don't have an effective means to deal with him at the moment. With the reminder of the Red Queen, Gwen held on to the idea of rushing forward to help Tony. She also understood the situation she was in now. Recalling what happened to her own spider webs, Gwen was pretty clear about it. Boom, After pulling Iron Man from the sky and slamming him straight to the ground, Ivan Vanko immediately followed it with another whip. Tony stood up from the wrecked ground and hurriedly balanced himself again, then seeing another whip coming his way, timed the attack and grabbed the whip that smashed his way. Have anyone told you that, you're annoying? Tony said as he steadied his body and squeezed the whip that he caught tightly with his metal-armored hand. Ivan Vanko pulled it back, but no matter how he pulled the whip with all his strength, it wouldn't budge. After all, no matter how good the technologically advanced vest he built was, how could it compare to Tony's Iron Man armor? Instead, he was the one who had been yanked away by Tony and was smashed heavily onto a tree. With some time to breathe, Tony looked at the charred arm of the armor, and instantly knew that he couldn't get tangled up with Ivan Vanko again like that. He then looked at Ivan Vanko, who was still sprawled on the tree, and flew straight over him and topped Ivan Vanko's body. At the same time, his still unscathed other hand grabbed Ivan Vanko's chest. Specifically, the device in his chest. Then with a hard pull, the replicated arc reactor was directly pulled away from the vest as Tony held onto it. This made the two whips in Ivan Vanko's hand completely lose their charge and were now equivalent to scrap metals. And with the energy supply being cut off from his vest, it was the same as a metal scrap suit. He was also hit twice by Tony just now, so right now, his mouth was already bleeding out as blood flowed down his chest. At this moment, loud noises suddenly blared around their surroundings. Gwen, who was watching the battle, also said in a precise manner, as timely as always. Around them, a group of policemen, led by George, came to the door of Stark Industries. Just as he arrived at the door of Stark Industries, George looked up and said, "It's Stark Industries again. Can't they just tone it down a little bit?" Several detectives immediately passed by and took Ivan Vanko and arrested him. Tony looked at Ivan, who had been arrested. Vanko, while looking at the arc reactor in his hand, fell into contemplation. Tony glanced at Ivan Vanko, who had been dragged by the police, then looked at the arc reactor in his hand, as he fell into contemplation. With the analysis of Jarvis' computing prowess, he didn't need to take it down to know that this was indeed the same design idea as his arc reactor. It must be known that not long ago, he swore in front of the Senate of the Ministry of Defense that this technology could be mastered by no one but him. Now, with Ivan Vanko's sudden appearance, wasn't this just the same as punching himself in the face? Eventually, words of this incident will spread. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Although Ivan Vanko's goal had failed, as he was being arrested he spat out blood and burst into a laughing fit. After some time, he looked at Tony and said, "You lost, Stark, you lost. You lose. Ha ha ha." Looking at Ivan, who was arrested and taken by the detectives, Tony was sure he didn't know this guy. Looking closely at Ivan Vanko's unfamiliar face, who was now arrested until being dragged into the car and left with the detectives, he couldn't help but ponder, why does this person seem to have a lot of hatred for me? Puzzled, Tony crushed the arc reactor in his hand. Just as Tony was stunned, Pepper ran to Tony. "Tony, are you okay? was the first sentence Little Pepper asked Tony as she got closer. Tony immediately opened his mask and smiled. Of course, I'm fine. But the moment Tony's mask was opened, Little Pepper keenly noticed that there was something like a vein-like black tattoo on his neck. What is this? Directly inquired Pepper as she frowned. Tony quickly deflected. Maybe it was a scrape that fell just now. But it's not like that at all. Disputed Little Pepper as worry was written on her face, and also, she was not that easy to be fooled. The Black Widow, who also ran forward, also noticed the symptoms of poisoning on Tony's neck. Has it extended to the neck? She wondered. Seeing Black Widow walk up, Tony hurriedly said, Natalie, help Potts with the aftermath, I have to go first. I have a very urgent thing to do at home. Without waiting for replies, Tony closed his mask and flew straight up into the sky. When he flew into the air, Tony did not forget to look back at Little Pepper on the ground. He also looked at the inner periphery of Stark Industries. But he didn't find Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman is gone too. I haven't said thanks to her yet. In Pepper's stunned eyes, Tony flew away. When she couldn't see him anymore, she turned her head to look at Natalie Rushman behind her. Black Widow, knowing what Pepper wanted to say, shook her head and said, I think it should be just a bruise. She knew that if she wanted to win Tony's favor, she couldn't offend Tony. If she told Pepper the truth, it would cause unnecessary problems for Tony and would know that she was the one who told Pepper, which in turn would sour their relationship. Ladies, I hope the two of you will cooperate with the investigation, and it would be better for us if we could review the surveillance. Of course, officer. Please come with me. Immediately said Black Widow. It has to be said that as an outstanding agent, Black Widow's professionalism when she goes undercover was unquestionable. During this time, Pepper was also extremely satisfied with the assistant next to her. It seems that although the butterfly effect has been triggered, the general direction of the plot has not changed much, I said as he looked at Ivan Vanko, who laughed even when he was being arrested. Red, can you improve Gwen's spider web? Yes, Master. Red Queen came out and replied. The current Red Queen was completely different from when I first got her. Now that all of Umbrella's technology trees have now been digested by the Red Queen, it could be said that in this world now, there were only so few who could surpass the Red Queen in the area of scientific research. Well, improve it to resist the conduction of electricity and high temperatures. Ordered I as he thought for a moment and continued, the suit will also need to be made from new materials, as it is necessary to have high enough resistance to high temperatures. When will the nanomaterials be developed? Asked I. I'm now stepping up the research and development for it, Master. Okay, then use some other suitable material for now. On the computer screen, a new set of spider suits was gradually taking shape. But I knew that these suits were now transitional suits, in a limited space. Adding some features means discarding some existing ones. Only after the nanosuit was developed could various functions be added to it to the maximum extent. Let me try and change the color scheme. Looking at the new suit on the computer, I smiled. Inside SHIELD headquarters, Hill looked at Ivan Vanko, who was arrested by the police detectives, and called Nick Fury's phone again. When the line connected, she inquired, Chief, Ivan Vanko has been arrested, do you want SHIELD to intervene? No, both father and son have the same mindset and cannot be reused, so just forget about them, said Nick Fury. Hill nodded, got it, Chief. If even Nick Fury gave them up, Hill naturally wouldn't want to pay any more attention to the matter. After a while, several scientists came up behind Hill. These few people were not as respectful in front of Agent Hill as the others who worked in SHIELD. "Commander Hill, what are you looking for us to do? I still have a few weapons developments to step up," one of the middle-aged scientists said impatiently. Hill turned around. "It's not me who's looking for you, it's Director Nick Fury who is looking for you." Hearing it was Nick Fury who was looking for them, the impatient faces of the several white-robed people eased a little. "What is the director looking for us to do? Where is he now? Why isn't he here with us?" Hill glanced at these several people who were S.H.I.E.L.'s top scientists. Even with their lack of respect for Hill, she still gave them a respectful attitude. "Director Nick Fury sent back a design for you to study and uncover what invention it will be used for," said Hill. When the scientist knew that it was related to research, they suddenly showed a hint of interest. One of them asked curiously, "Whose research is it that requires all of us to look at it together?" "Tony Stark," Hill succinctly answered as she led them to the room. Looking at the projection, the scientists began their observation and intently looked at the various interconnected pipes with weird eyes, then they discussed with each other about their discoveries. But in the end, they all shook their heads. "Commander Hill, are you sure this was built and came up by Tony Stark?" an older scientist asked in disbelief. This invention that Tony Stark built was almost an anomaly for them, as what he built had almost no interconnections with the laws of physics at all. But after some time, one of them suddenly lit up. "Don't you think it's a bit like a particle accelerator? Does Tony Stark want to rely on this kind of device to synthesize some elements and create a whole new one?" Hearing what one of their colleagues said, several other scientists scoffed. "What a joke! Could a particle accelerator just be replicated by only building a few pipe structures? Then if it were really the case, then our scientific research over the years had only been for naught, might as well live in a cave." Seeing the reactions of several other people, the scientist who proposed the new element also felt that he was too naive. How did this even come to his mind, he wondered. Is it possible, thought Hill, but when she looked at these scientists, who had such a negative atmosphere about them, it's already obvious enough, and so she didn't continue to think about it. After all, when it came to this field, she was only a complete layman. At this time, another voice came, "So, what about it? Did you discover what it was used for?" When they heard this voice, they immediately turned their head, and they saw Nick Fury, who silently walked into the room without them noticing. Nick Fury's appearance made these scientists look at him with indignation. Then after, the oldest one of them said, "Director Nick Fury, you should not use this thing to test our professional capabilities." This sentence made Nick Fury at once understand that the group couldn't understand Tony's design at all. However, the words of this old gentleman made him very unhappy. Nick Fury didn't speak either and looked at him quietly. After a while, the old scientist was suffocated by the heavy atmosphere that Nick Fury was emitting. In Nick Fury's thought, he wondered if he would really be so bored that he would waste his precious time testing their scientific minds. The old scientist immediately realized his gaffe and apologized. I am sorry, Director." Nick Fury's face eased up. "You all go back if you didn't find anything." He believed that Tony certainly hadn't built such a big project for no reason. Combined with what Black Widow had said, he even felt that this not so outstanding appearance of a device was the key to creating a new element. In contrast, the scientists they raised themselves were just wasting precious resources. It wasn't until a few scientists left that Hill asked as she pointed at the holographic model, "Chief, are these things that important?" Nick Fury waved his hand, and the entire 3D model disappeared, then said, "It's important to understand it, but unfortunately our people can't understand it at all." This wasn't the first time he was disappointed in his science team. He didn't just want Tony to join the Avengers now if he could make him the advisor of S.H.I.E.L.D. It could also be regarded as Tony inheriting the legacy his father had left him. After contemplating some things, he said, "Hill, let's go." "Where to go, Chief?" Hill asked confusedly. Nick Fury sorted out his black leather coat, then said, "It's time to meet our AI. Osborn Industries." Peter stood in the doorway, staggering for a long time. Finally, he stepped into Osborn Industries, as Harry's best friend, plus this period was taken care of by Norman. Peter decided to persuade Norman anyway. Norman could not be allowed to do something so wrong again. As Peter walked into Osborn Industries, he also greeted the employees who he came across on the way. After all, he became well known after his tenure as Norman Osborn's assistant/partner. Peter went straight to Norman's lab, and as he arrived, he saw Norman extracting new genetic reagents. Norman hadn't seemed to notice him as he didn't look up, but as he walked closer, Norman responded, "You're finally here." This sentence made Peter think that Norman knew he was coming back. He didn't think too deeply about it and just replied, "Yes, Dr. Norman, I am back." Outside, Peter called Norman uncle, and in the lab, he addressed him professionally. And hearing this familiar voice, Norman lifted his head up. He had thought it was Jack and his men, but he didn't expect it to be Peter. "Peter, welcome back, you figured it out, didn't you?" Norman said with great satisfaction. Although the current research had already entered the second half, so Peter's help wasn't much needed anymore. But with such a strong partner, Norman was still happy. Even though Peter had left for a period of time, Norman still hadn't looked for him. But now that Peter was back, Norman was just glad that he was back. "That's all." Peter shook his head stubbornly, "No, Dr. Norman. I'm here to persuade you." Hearing that Peter still wanted to persuade himself, Norman's face suddenly became ugly. "Peter, whether you persuade me now or not, it doesn't matter anymore." "What do you mean?" Peter asked as he felt in his heart that something was wrong. Did he already complete the human experiment? Peter thought, as the reason they parted was because of the bought human subject. Compared to Peter's current attitude, Norman naturally couldn't tell him the truth. Instead, he said, "I'm sure you've noticed the news during this time. Kingpin has been arrested and is now dying as we speak. My plan to buy a test subject from him is now impossible." Norman said with some pity. Peter, on the other hand, was a little happy to hear the news. "Wouldn't it be better this way, Dr. Norman?" Norman nodded noncommittally, but immediately gritted his teeth and continued his work again as he said, "Indeed, so my experiment was shelved. Now that you're back in Osborn Industries, find something to do by yourself. For now, I still like to be here alone in my lab." Hearing Norman's eviction order, Peter didn't linger anymore and continued, "I'll now leave, Dr. Norman. I just wanted to persuade you again before I leave." Norman sighed. He looked up and then asked, "What do you mean by leaving?" "I was already planning to follow Uncle Ben out of New York. Uncle Ben helped me find a job as a teacher in another country. I came today, in addition to trying to persuade you for the last time, but also to say goodbye to you." Peter said as he looked at Norman with mixed emotions. Then I wish you all the best. Norman smiled and shook Peter's hand, and asked, have you said your farewell to Harry? Not yet, I plan to talk to him within these 2 days. Peter also smiled at Norman, happy about the outcome of their parting. But while Norman was about to say something more, Jack walked in with a group of his little brothers. However, unlike the previous outfit, several of them now wore white coats for the upcoming experiments. Norman, we're ready, Jack said as he walked in. Well, wait a minute, I'll say my goodbye to Peter, answered Norman. Jack's sharp eyes glanced at Peter for a moment, then nodded. He walked back to his men, while a few of his little brothers stood aside and stopped talking. Looking at these people, Peter asked curiously, Dr. Norman, who are they? I haven't seen them before. They are the assistants I just hired to help me move the things in the research room, Norman answered Peter, then hurriedly changed the subject. Harry is at home right now, you can go and look for him, I can ask my butler to send you. Without waiting for Peter to say anything, Norman picked up his phone and called the butler. Then he said to Peter, he's waiting downstairs right now, you can go down. Although Peter had doubts in his mind, seeing Norman's enthusiastic smile, he was embarrassed to turn him down, so could only comply and say a few grateful words before he walked out of the laboratory. When Peter had left, Norman's cheerful face immediately became serious again, then said, if you were really that good at persuasion, Connors wouldn't be like that. You're so generous with your assistant, Jack said with some surprise. He was under the impression of Norman was more of a quick-fix businessman than a scientist. This was also the reason why people like him had a good relationship with Norman. It was commonly known that someone of the same kind would always associate with each other. Hearing Jack's apt words, Norman didn't explain much. Are you all ready? Of course, I think the anesthetizing agent last night should have faded. That person should be awake by now, answered Jack. Norman nodded, then said, the new potion is also purified, so let's go in and try it. Norman went to the table and put the freshly refined blue potion into the syringe, then he put the remaining 2 tubes into the pocket of his white coat. In this way, several people entered the place where the monkeys were locked up before the test. However, at this time, the monkey in the iron cage was no longer there. In its place was a middle-aged man tied to a bed. At this time, the middle-aged man was wearing a hospital gown. Now that his body was finally cleaned, the appearance of a beggar before was nowhere to be seen anymore. With the beggar being already awake, he noticed the iron cage he was in suddenly opened and a few people in white coats came in. This definitely didn't bode well for him, not that the situation he was now in wasn't obvious enough. All he could do was shout till his lungs came out, hoping that someone could hear his pleas for help. But what came out of his mouth was only a whimpering sound, as finally, he remembered that before he was in this situation, that seal in his mouth was never untied after being abducted by these people. But nevertheless, he still tried his best to squeal, and also scold and curse these people to death while he was at it. Are you going to open his mouth? Asked Norman, a bit perplexed by the tramp's performance. But on the other hand, looking at the way the tramp struggled, Jack had a strange pleasure. No, let him stay like this, otherwise, it will be too noisy. Norman just acknowledged, and then he said, remember, when I give him an injection, you will press his limbs down tightly. You're too careful, look at him, he's strapped in thick steel metals. Can he still break free after that? In the face of Jack's questioning, Norman just smiled and opted to stay silent. If Jack knew about how strong Captain America, Steve Rogers, was at that time, he wouldn't have said that, thought Norman. Then, he proceeded to take out 2 tubes of reagent and placed them on the table. Afterwards, Norman then came to the beggar with a syringe in his hand and looked into the eyes of the homeless man. On the other hand, when the beggar saw the needle, he became completely frightened. Although he didn't know what it was for, his intuition told him that whatever liquid was inside that syringe was definitely not a good thing. The beggar eventually watched as Norman drew closer and closer, and his body struggled even more. Looking at the homeless man's energetic appearance, Norman felt that this experimental subject must be able to provide him with perfect experimental data. Quick, hold his hands and feet and don't let him continue to struggle. Norman gave orders, and of course, the men in white coats did not move but just looked at the scene with interest. Only when Jack gestured did the few men rush forward and pressed the beggar's limbs in a vice grip. Norman walked over to the beggar and said, "Don't worry, you'll thank me later for this." With no other choice, the tramp could only watch as the syringe got closer and closer to his arm, making his eyes become more and more frightened. Until the needle was finally inserted by Norman and then the blue potion inside was slowly pushed into the tramp's body. This made the tramp feel as if there was a pot of boiling water injected into his veins. Then this boiling water, along with the flow of blood, spread throughout the whole body at a slow rate. This kind of process was also extremely painful. This was made apparent as the beggar's already ghastly face twisted even further as he struggled until it turned into a convulsion that lasted for almost a minute. Finally, his eyes rolled back, and then his body stilled. Jack watched the beggar's series of reactions and looked at Norman's eyes with a little strangeness. "Are you really okay with this?" he thought. And Norman, who also for obvious reasons, looked at the homeless man's reaction with extremely focused eyes. He was not so surprised by this scene as compared to the others, as this was a very normal process for him, albeit with other kinds of test subjects. After some time, he nodded at one of the men as he said, "You carry him back into his cage first. Otherwise, if he goes crazy later, we may not be able to stop him together." Although Jack thought Norman was being pessimistic again, he could only relent as at this time, they were to be at his beck and call. Sighing in his mind, Jack immediately motioned for his men to carry the man in. At this moment, several of his men walked over and lifted the bed where the still tramp was lying up, but when they did, they found that they simply can't lift this bed now. Or rather, they could, but it was gradually getting heavier as time passed. "Boss, he's got so heavy." This sentence immediately caught Norman's attention. "Wait a minute." Norman picked up a pair of scissors and, with a tear, cut the sleeve of the tramp's arm. Seeing this abrupt change made the people present exhale a breath of cold air, except for Norman. But it was not due to his sudden action, but because they saw the originally thin tramp's cut sleeve, the muscles in there were constantly bulging. Gradually it becomes a strong muscle line. And gradually became larger and muscle tear lines were getting visible. Jack stepped closer and pinched it curiously, and immediately, he exclaimed, "It's real." As a figure who licks blood from the knife's edge, he usually paid attention to physical exercises. Corresponding to the real and virtual muscles, he could still distinguish between them with high accuracy. The muscles that grew in the homeless man in front of him were no different from those of people with Herculean-bodied physiques, which had been trained for a long time. "Norman, it seems that your experiment was a success." Jack couldn't help but praise Norman. In contrast, Norman just nodded. He knew that it was just the beginning, so he said, almost, the next thing to see if there are any other side effects. It looks like we're going to have to work together to carry him in, or we'll go crazy. Grit your teeth, boys, we'll have to suffer for a while," announced Jack. At this moment, Jack did not dare continue to doubt Norman's words. Together, everyone struggled to carry the beggar into the glass cabinet with multiple metal straps. After the beggar had entered, Norman pressed the remote control he was holding in his hand. The huge steel that bound him was loosened one by one. "Well, let's just wait, the reagent reaction takes about 2 or 3 hours," informed Norman. "Wouldn't that be boring?" Jack said. Norman glanced at Jack and a few of his men, all of whom retained superficial tolerance, and in turn, cannot do such a meticulous job of observation. So with that thought in mind, he said, "You can go back first, and I'll call you again if I need your assistance again." With Norman's words, Jack left with his men. But as Jack left, his eyes were fixed on the 2 remaining tubes of potions, and couldn't help but wonder, one tube can turn a wasted man into that. So what if I used it myself? Jack fell into a daze, imagining something only himself knew. After some time, he eventually woke up and muttered, "Maybe then, I can compete for the position of New York's underground overlord." Saying that Jack didn't covet that kind of position was impossible. He used to want to covet it even if he hadn't had the strength before, but now. Jack glanced at Norman's back, then smiled and continued to lead his men away. In the car, Peter always felt that something was wrong, but he never found out what it was. He even thought about it for a long time but still didn't come up with anything. In the end, he had to give up and could only follow Norman's arrangements, and now, he arrived at the doorsteps of Dr. Osborne's home. The old butler immediately got out of the car and led the way, saying, "Mr. Peter, the young master is inside, please come with me." "Thank you." Peter thanked him, and then followed the old butler into the large manor. Walking around inside, they eventually came to the hall. And in the spacious hall that was full of decoratives, there was Harry sitting down on the couch. And when saw Peter coming, he hurriedly greeted him as he smiled, "Peter, this seems to be your first time at my house, right?" Peter nodded as he also smiled, "Yes, the first time since we were younger, it's only now." The two have known each other for a long time now, all the way back to when they were still in elementary school. Although Harry came from the Osborne family, Norman had no intention of raising him to high society. Instead, he was nurtured in the direction of becoming a scientist. So from an early age, Harry hadn't gone to the aristocratic schools, but to the well-known schools. Peter, on the other hand, entered the school because of his excellent grades. And that's when the two got to know each other. Harry warmly invited Peter to his seat and then instructed the servants in the house to prepare food. "Peter, why did you find me, and how did you know I'm in my house this time?" Harry asked, a little confused about Peter's sudden visit. Peter just smiled at him and said, "Actually, your father asked me to come over." "My father?" Harry looked shaken, then said, "I didn't expect my father's mood to be so temperamental, it might be quite bad for you. He rarely invites people to his home himself. So from before, I didn't have any guests in my house," explained Harry. Peter smiled and thought about it, probably trying to say goodbye to Harry. After all, Norman also knew that Peter was one of Harry's few good friends. It can even be said that there was no one with a more sincere friendship with him than only Harry. The two sat at home, talking about everything that had happened before, some small talks and laughter. The old butler standing in the distance looked at Harry's smile, and there was a tear in the corner of his eye as mumbled. It's rare to see the young master so happy. As someone who personally watched Harry grow up, Harry was like a grandson to him. It's with real feelings. Before, Harry had been alone in this great manor. Norman rarely stayed with him at home, and Harry's mother died not long after giving birth to Harry. The old butler understood the loneliness in Harry's heart, and he could feel Harry's happiness at this time. He was genuinely happy that Harry had such a good friend. But before long, the topic became heavy. "Harry, I'm actually here to say goodbye to you," Peter said gently. "Goodbye? Peter, what do you mean by that?" Harry was stunned. Then Peter continued, "Actually, Uncle Ben and I are planning to move out of New York. Uncle Ben asked a friend to find me a job as a country teacher. I've been thinking about it a lot these days, and Dr. Connor's thing has actually hit me a lot. When I'm experimenting, I often remember him. So After Harry listened, he directly attributed the fault to Norman. "I know that my father's personality is only favorable towards his own research. You've always been his only assistant, and you certainly can't stand his temper. Don't worry, Peter. I'll talk to him about this." "Wait, Harry, what are you saying?" At this moment, Peter seemed to have grasped some very important information. Harry was stunned and repeated, "I said I would help you get what you deserve." "No, the previous sentence." Harry thought for a moment and then said, "You've always been his only assistant." Suddenly, Peter got up from the couch. He finally knew what that ominous feeling he felt since he left Osborne Industries. "Harry, I don't think I'll go anymore." "Peter, are you saying you want to stay in New York?" Harry asked happily, too. Peter nodded, "Yes, because I still have one more research to finish, and I'm going to find Uncle Norman." "Do you want me to accompany you?" "No, Harry, I'll just go alone." Won't such a color be too bright?" In front of the computer, Gwen looked at the new suit that I had just designed and felt that the color seemed too bright. I also took a look, and said, "If you don't like it, we will change it back to the original color." Gwen shook her head, and replied, "It's not that I don't like it, it's just that the overall color I think is a little lighter." I thought for a moment, then said, "Yes, it is more suitable for your suit to be lighter." With that said, I told Red Queen to make the color lighter, and after hearing the command, the new color was immediately generated. As soon as the new color came out, Gwen immediately clapped her hands, and said, "This one, I like this one. Okay, that's it. I'll see what needs to be upgraded in 2 days, and if there's nothing to add anymore, just let Red start making it." "Pikachu," said Pikachu on one side, with a look of resistance. Riley smiled when he heard Pikachu's complaint, and immediately touched Pikachu's head, and consoled, "Of course, I will also make yours." "Pikachu." Pikachu jumped up happily, knowing he will also have a new suit. Okay, I will give you your snacks, why are you in such a hurry?" Gwen touched Pikachu's head, and Pikachu crossed his hands around his waist, with a disgruntled face. "Pikachu." I laughed, and explained, "What he said is that he also wants to wear good clothes." "You stinky little kid!" groaned Gwen. "Master, Nick Fury came." Red Queen's sudden prompt made I's eyes narrow and mumbled, "What is he here for?" Red Queen opened the live surveillance video on the computer, showing Nick Fury and Agent Hill, who got out of the car on the first floor of the apartment. Gwen leaned over curiously, and asked, "Whose Nick Fury. I smiled, and replied, an annoying family guy. Then he turned his head to look at Pikachu. Little Chew, do you want to go back to the room, or do you want to be outside? Pikachu. Pikachu squeaked as he crossed his little arms. Okay, then let Gwen hug you, and you have to put on the doll act for a while. I explained as Pikachu nodded, then jumped into Gwen's arms. Sure enough, after a while, a knocking sound came through the door. I walked to the door and opened it. What came to his view after the door was opened was the two people who were in the surveillance video that was shown on the computer just earlier, Nick Fury and Maria Hill of SHIELD. Hello, who are you looking for? Showing a smile, I asked knowingly. Nick Fury looked solemnly at I, then asked, hello, are you Mr. I? Yes, I am. After I confirmed, Nick Fury pulled out a document in his pocket as he said, we are federal investigators. I am Nick Fury and this is Maria Hill. We'd like to ask if you know Wilson Fisk. Hearing Nick Fury's introduction, I smiled darkly in his heart. If Nick Fury would just get straight to the point, he would have complied and answered his questions, but... Wilson Fisk. Pretending to be taken aback, I dazedly repeated, then he smiled and said of course, I know him. Immediately after hearing I's answer, Nick Fury and Maria Hill looked at each other. They both had a look of surprise on each of their faces as they thought I would deny this question. Instead, he even answered so cheerfully. But the next second, Nick Fury and Maria Hill found that they had been tricked. I continued, there have been so many TV broadcasts about him in these past 2 days, of course, I recognize him. Even with Nick Fury's blank look, he at this moment was obviously not happy about this pretentious act, but Hill on the other hand had already formed a frown on her face. How could they be tricked by such a kid? In Hill's view, even with I now being a university student, he was still no different from a kid. So, do you have anything to do with him? I asked as he turned to look at both of their faces. Nick Fury looked at I and said slowly, do you know that Kingpin once wanted to do something to you? I pretended to be a little scared and said, Agent, don't joke around like that, I am just an ordinary student. I didn't even know him before the news, why would he do something to me? Hill, who was on the side, listening to I's pretentious words, was now incensed and couldn't help but interject, ordinary college student. You're a billionaire who has 60% of Stark Industries stocks, which is worth nearly $10 billion. And you're saying you're just an ordinary college student. After blurting all of those words, only then did she realize that she had lost her temper. Seeing that he achieved what he intended, I directly pulled the door open, and nonchalantly spoke, it turned out that you came here after investigating me. Then come in and sit, it might tiring standing in the doorway. After the little fiasco, Nick Fury glanced directly at Hill, who immediately shut up. After they entered inside, Nick Fury found a girl sitting on the couch with a yellow ragdoll in her arms. I, who casually sat down next to Gwen, said, feel free to sit wherever you want, if you have anything you want to know, just ask away. But I'm a little sleepy, so please make it quick. Added I as he yawned. Honestly, he still liked Nick Fury's character, but if Nick Fury just came to the door and directly said his true identity. Honestly, he liked that Nick Fury didn't directly say their true identity as SHIELD agents when they were at the door earlier. Otherwise, it would be too boring if it happened. As it could only mean that I's identity as the hero, Emperor, was definitely uncovered by them. At this time, Nick Fury only came to him because of what Kingpin wanted to do to him before, and with that link, left a trail of clues. And those clues were the 4 little brothers of Kingpin, who went crazy in the process of coming over to his house for him. This did no doubt prove that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bureau officers weren't really sitting in vain, and could find those trails eventually to II. Nick Fury looked at II's relaxed countenance, and instantly knew that this guy was definitely a tough bone to pick. This would surely require a showdown. Let me introduce ourselves again this time. I'm the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, and this is Maria Hill, an agent in my direct command. Nick Fury said as he gestured his hand towards both themselves. Gwen, who was silently listening on the side, had a strange look on her face as she wondered, SHIELD, what is that? How was it that I haven't heard of it before? However, with II manning the situation, she just behaved herself and opted to be silent. She just acted normally in order to not garner any further attention from both agents. Because she knew that when these 2 people left, II would explain the situation to her. Nick Fury precariously sat on the sofa, and proceeded to further introduce themselves. If you're wondering, it's normal that you haven't heard. But before he could finish his words, II took over the conversation and said, I overheard it at Tony's party. Those people at the top also mentioned that it was a powerful secret service organization. It seems that the outside world has a good evaluation of us. Nick Fury said, feigning a bland look. I gave him a blank look in return, as he thought, this braised egg really acts well. If this conversation would remain like this, then it would really span an entire lifetime, so he decided to end this charade. I'm really curious, what is your real purpose in coming here? I said bluntly. When I decided to directly come to the point, Nick Fury and Hill looked at each other, then he looked back at I, then said, did you know that you're now in a dangerous situation? Hearing this, I smiled and said, Mr. Director, is this how your SHIELD threatens people? Hill behind him, took out a copy of the document in her arms and handed it to Nick Fury. Nick Fury took it over and handed it to I didn't threaten you. I'm sure you've heard of the Brotherhood of Mutants Society. Mutant Brotherhood. II's eyes narrowed. Of course, he knew of this organization as it was founded and led by none other than Magneto, an anti-human mutant. They aimed to eradicate humanity and make their mutants the only supreme ruler of the Earth. Was he now being targeted by the Brotherhood of Mutants? And the information in his hand also proved that Nick Fury didn't lie. As for why Magneto had their eyes on him, I also thought of a plausible reason. It could be due to the wealth he's now in possession of and the impact they could have on society. But it was only limited to the human race's side. As for their mutants, since it initially targeted humans, the resulting damage would only be superficial for them. Looking at II's pondering expression, Nick Fury continued, now, you should know the gravity of the matter. And my purpose in coming to you is naturally to provide you with protection. But we of SHIELD, since decided to protect you, you also need to show a certain value. The implication of Nick Fury's words was pretty obvious to II, in other words, they are asking II to show his abilities. Nick Fury knew that the reason for the downfall of Kingpin was related to II. And so to make II confess his ability, it was futile to use coercion and induce methods. At this time, out of all his experience in dealing with people at the top, the only best way was to exchange on equal terms, neither in advantage nor in disadvantage. In Nick Fury's view and even from a logical standpoint, being targeted by Magneto and his mutant brotherhood was not something that could be solved so easily with only AI alone, even if he possessed an ability or not. And their SHIELD was precisely capable of solving this matter. AI smiled and continued, Director Fury, I think you have misunderstood. I don't have any mutant-like abilities. Furthermore, I was just lucky enough to buy the shares of Stark Industries. And besides, I'm not afraid of this Magneto. As he spoke, he pushed the information in his hand back towards Nick Fury. I was indeed not afraid of Magneto, not to mention Magneto, even if the entire mutant brotherhood was against him together. He still wasn't afraid either. If Magneto really wouldn't use an ounce of his brain and forego his discerning abilities as Kingpin, I wouldn't mind letting them get early retirement and be axed from their appearance in the following chapter. TL/N, He. Good author, thinking good for uncle and aunt readers. Nick Fury and Hill were stunned at the same time after hearing II's words. He's not afraid of Magneto. Mr. I don't think you understand the level of danger Magneto and his brotherhood has. Hill stepped forward, intending to give II a chance to know more information about Magneto. Before Hill could say a few more words, Nick Fury stood up and said in a bland tone, "Let's go, Hill." Seeing Nick Fury had already gotten up and left without saying a word, Hill looked at II and said, "Then I wish you luck." Then she just followed Nick Fury and walked outside together. Waiting until the sound of the two people had gotten down the elevator and thoroughly left, Gwen, who had been quiet until now, and Pikachu's faces changed at the same time. Who is this Magneto?" Gwen finally asked, then she added, "Is he really that dangerous?" Gwen knew about mutants, but she didn't know exactly who those mutant code names they were talking about. Pikachu. Pikachu said in disgust as his little cheek discharged a few sparks. Although he didn't know who Magneto was, he could tell that his master, II, was threatened. Looking at Gwen and Pikachu, II smiled and said, "It's all right, it's just a guy who pretends to be an overlord. But in truth, his strength is just average." "Well, I'll take care of these things myself," II consoled, not really categorizing these things as problems at all. Gwen was convinced of II's words, and II said that he was average. Hearing II's reassuring words and also that this Magneto guy's strength was just average, Gwen was convinced and ceased to care about it anymore. "Then let's leave it alone. Anyways, II has my protection now." In her heart, Gwen had already regarded II as a target for protection. But what if Nick Fury and Hill were still here and had heard II's words? They would definitely think II had a few screws loose somewhere. An alpha-level mutant who almost subverted the regime of the United States of America, and he actually said that the strength was just average. It must be known that in the era before the Omega mutants had awakened or appeared, Magneto and Professor X represented the planet's highest power. Of course, this was also because they didn't know that there was a stronger supreme sorcerer on Earth. At the same time, downstairs, Nick Fury and Maria Hill had completely walked out of the apartment. Looking at Hill's disgruntled face, "Hill, if you have a problem, just say it." Hearing Nick Fury saying this, Hill looked at him puzzledly, "Why didn't you let me go on?" Nick Fury in contrast sneered, "I thought this low-key guy who solved Kingpin was a moldable talent." He paused for a while, "But right now, it seems that he's too arrogant. Sometimes arrogance comes at a cost. Since he's not willing to work with me," he stated, "then the matter of Magneto, let him solve it himself." Hill nodded, feeling the same way about II's attitude just now. "Then do we still observe II?" queried Hill. Wait until he survives from Magneto's hands, answered Nick Fury as he stepped into the car, then he'll immediately followed. What the two didn't notice was that on the opposite street, a beggar with hands full of coins was staring at them with faintly glowing eyes. After seeing Nick Fury and Maria Hill come out of the apartment, the beggar pressed his ear and said, "Nick Fury came down." Judging from his expression, it seems that the conversation did not go very well, remarked the beggar. At the other end of the line, a deep baritone voice came, "Then you come back first. We have to control our AI so that we can continue with the next plan." Nick Fury. You're only the government's lackey, and you actually think of yourself as a savior, the beggar sneered as he stood up and walked down the alley. Until after his whole figure was almost wrapped by the darkness, the skin of his body flipped into blue scales. Then a pair of strange yellow eyes looked upstairs and onto the balcony. "Aye, funny guy." At Osborne Manor's doorsteps. After figuring out the bad feeling in his gut, Peter vaguely bid goodbye to Harry and waited down the street to get a cab. But it was difficult to find a passing taxi in the area around the manor. Due to Harry's words earlier, he was now wholly reminded of how extremely conceited the genius scientist Norman Osborn was. The reason why he was recruited by Norman as his assistant was also due to his mature research notes on the decay formula, and after Norman had read it, Peter was directly promoted out of the box. However, this kind of conceited person had actually recruited several assistants at once. Although Norman said that it was to let them move things, now that Peter had reflected on it, he now realized that this particular part was the reason for his wrong feelings. Those men apparently dressed as such, in order to participate in the experiment with Norman together. In summary, Peter suspected that Norman must have obtained a human body that could be used for experiments by some means. And it has something to do with those people. Soon, Peter finally saw a taxi and stopped it. He then sat inside and hurriedly said, "To Osborne Industries, please go quickly." *******. New York Police Department. A visitor knocked on George's office door after peeking inside. This made George, who was looking at the criminal's profile, lift his head up and saw a familiar but at the same time unfamiliar face came into view. Tony Stark. And it was indeed Tony Stark who came. "Yes, it's me. Commissioner Stacy, I want to trouble you to do me a favor." Although George did not like Tony and these capitalists, after all, Tony was a public figure in New York and a big taxpayer in the United States of America. In this respect, George could only swallow this displeasure in his throat. "Please say it, Mr. Stark," responded George as he stood up and shook Tony's hand politely. "I want to see the guy who's making trouble outside of Stark Industries today," stated Tony, then added, "I have something I want to ask him." George nodded. "Of course, it's no problem, he's downstairs, I'll take you there." Then under George's lead, Tony eventually came to a cell. "We're not sure yet if he could speak English, as even now, he still hasn't spoken a word since he was brought inside, and we can't interrogate him at the moment," informed George, as they stopped outside the cell's door. "If you get something out of his mouth, be sure to tell me too." "Of course," Tony said with a smile. "I'm just outside, if something happens, just call me." George opened the door for Tony and stayed posted. As Tony walked in, he saw Ivan Vanko's back. At this point, Ivan Vanko only had his underpants on while his upper body was left bare. Apparently, before Ivan Vanko had entered the cell, he had undergone a thorough body search. The tech's quite decent, but the cycle per second was a bit lower. "Next time you can try to double the speed." While commenting, Tony walked over to the side of Ivan Vanko and looked at Ivan Vanko's side profile carefully. Tony made sure to really know the person he was facing, as he continued. Letting the reverse energy pass through the ionized plasma pipe is functional but inefficient. But I won't deny it, it's a pretty good counterfeit. Hearing this sentence, Ivan Vanko, who had been silent the whole time, looked at Tony on the side with a faint smile on his face. You and your families are butchers and thieves. You have stolen the installation design of the arc reactor. You're the counterfeits. With a low grunt, Ivan Vanko used the calmest tone while projecting anger in his words. Tony narrowed his eyes. You said that my design was stolen from someone. From my father, Anton Vanko. Tony shook his head. Never heard of that name. Ivan Vanko intently looked Tony in the eye, then tersely glanced at the arc reactor that was glowing a faint blue on Tony's chest, and back to his eyes. It's because of my father that you're still alive. I didn't die because you failed. Tony retorted. Really? If it weren't for your father, who swallowed the blueprints alone, you would have died in the last kidnapping. This thing on your chest was designed by the Vanko family, not the Stark family. Tony finally understood that this must be the grudge of the previous generation, and he couldn't argue with him too much here. In the end, he got up and opted to leave, deciding to go back and check on the accuracy of Ivan Vanko's account of his father, Anton Vanko. And while at it, see what kind of intersection this man had with his father, Howard. So much so that Ivan was so obsessed with killing me, surmised Tony. When Tony was about to knock on the door in order to leave, Ivan Vanko's voice came from behind. By the way, Tony, the method of death by palladium poisoning is very painful. Hearing Ivan Vanko's parting words, Tony turned his head back in shock and was silent for a moment, then knocked on the door and left after being opened. When he got outside, George stepped close. What's the matter? Did you ask anything? Tony didn't want to say anything about his dead father, so he shrugged his shoulders and said, yes, but I don't understand what he's saying. George had a wry smile on his face. So are we. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Watching Tony leave the police station, George did not forget to say, if you ask, I will inform you as soon as possible. Tony only waved his hand in reply, then got into his car, and left. Not long after Tony left, another man in a suit and shoes walked into the police station. Went straight to the deputy director's office and walked in. The deputy director, who was tasting a delicious dessert, saw a stranger break into his office, alerting him. Immediately, he asked solemnly, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" But the next instant, he was horrified by the man's action. The man reached into the pocket of his clothes. Is this going to pull out a gun? Was he trying to assassinate me? Rapid thoughts flowed out of the deputy director's mind. Just as the deputy director was about to shout for help, the man in the suit took a wad of dollars straight out of his pocket and with a snap, he threw it directly on the table. After seeing the US dollar, the deputy director directly closed his mouth and put it away. "Who sent you?" he said. "What's the matter of your visit?" The man just smiled and said, "Hammer Industries." Hearing the man, the deputy director had a look of shock on his face. That Hammer Industries that signed a 5-year contract with the Ministry of Defense. The man in the suit nodded. The deputy director immediately smiled and opened up. "This is a really rich man. What's this matter about? If it's within my powers, I could help you." "My boss wants me to bring in Ivan Vanko," answered the man. The deputy director did not think about it and directly agreed, "No problem, is this it?" The deputy director didn't think about it and directly agreed. "If it's just this, then it's not a problem," he said. After I receive the deposit, then it'll be done. 10 times this amount will do," he added. The man nodded. "I'll arrange it right away." That's it guys for this video. Hope you like the video, and this is the end of the season 1 of this story, and season 2 will be very soon available in this channel. Like, share and subscribe the channel for more parts. Thanks for watching.